Noor? Noor?
Yes, Dr. Hanadi.
Yes, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Uh, uh, you sent me the registration list from yesterday because there are some. If you receive the report, Zoom report.
I will inshallah generate it now.
Okay. It's my photo is clear because the guy for photo they told me is so dark.
Oh, it's clear. It's clear and
Clear.
bright. Yes.
Are you sure? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. No problem. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
campaign. So see how it even is working. You already prepared before.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام، يا هلا فيصل، شلونك؟
دكتورة عساك بخير، شلون صحتك؟
طيب طب حالك، الله يسلمك.
أنا ما علي داش مبكر بس عشان أكون جاهز.
يخالف، خذ راحتك، احسن الحرص. الحرص زين.
اي والله.
يعطيك العافية.
يعافيك
يعطيك العافية. الله يحفظك. شكرا.
الحمد لله، يعطيك العافية.
Hi, Richard. How are you? Richard?
Recording in progress.
Hi, Richard. How are you?
Very well, thank you, Hamadi. Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's clear.
I think I tuned in a bit early.
Yes, just we prepare the VIP to be accessing to the Zoom room.
Cool, good.
يا هلا وغلا دكتورة موضي.
اهلين بس كنا او ماي جاد
توش كنتي موجودة الحين راحت الصورة مالتك.
راحت ما ادري ليش.
أه.
Okay, well, let me try. Yeah, okay. Coming back.
ايه ما راح تفتحين الكاميرا دكتورة؟
مي راضية تفتح هذه لما start the video. لما start
نور technical support, can you help Dr. Moody?
Sure. Dr. Modi, your camera is on. Can you see, is there anything blocking the camera?
let me see.
السلام عليكم جميعا. يا ليت الجميع يتأكد ان الكاميرات شغالة قبل لا نبتدي حفل الافتتاح.
الكاميرا عندي بس في ساين الفيديو off. Cannot start video, fail to start the video camera. Please select another video camera setting. Let's see. لا, this is not me. Where? على البروفايل. Okay.
يا هلا ابو فهد، شرفتنا.
يا هلا فيك، يا هلا والله.
شلونك؟ شلون صحتك؟
مساكم الله بالخير، شو اخباركم؟
يا
والله صوتي
هلا.
زين؟
اي صوت واضح.
زين تمام. I'm just checking الساوند and فيديو.
ما يمدي.
احنا معاك دكتورة موذي، لا تحاتين، اللي تبين احنا نساعدك.
أنا قاعدة أحاول لأن أشوف. لحظة wait.
لان مغيرين شوية الديسبلاي مالهم زوم.
Let's see. Record white print. Reset default. Right.
ترى هني فيديو هذا مطاطي.
يا هذا طافي، الفيديو طافي، ما أدري ليش.
بس تدوسين عليه من غير السهم، عليه هو الأيكون نفسه.
إيه هذا
عليه ما يفتح.
مو راضي يفتح. الكاميرا مو راضية تفتح.
السلام عليكم. Can you hear me?
اي واضح صوتك دكتور شريف.
Okay.
Noor, would you mind to help Dr. Moody for the camera? What's the problem?
It is not. It is something
Maybe
wrong.
there is another program accessing your camera. Can you check? Any other program is not open except Zoom.
I'm on Wava. I'm not on.
Okay.
لا على نبي زوم دكتورة موضي. دزيت لك رابط زوم.
أنت دزيتي رابط زوم، بس أنا I'm now على وياكم. أوكي خلينا نشوف.
لا أنت الحين معانا بالقاعة، قاعة زوم هذه، مو
هذه قاعة زوم.
إي هذه قاعة زوم.
وأنا داخلة على
القاعة.
إيه بس أنا الحين أشوفكم بس ما
تقدرين دكتورة موضي، تقدرين تحطين صورتك إذا تفضلتي، إذا كان
موجودة
شوية عندك.
صورتي ما تشوفونها؟
إي ما شفت قبل شوي كانت موجودة، أشوفها
الحين موجودة. أنا عندي طالعة على الشاشة، ما أدري عندكم لا ولا لا.
Yes, it
إي
is
طالعة.
visible your picture.
موجودة دكتورة الصورة.
خلاص. يعني unfortunately there is no live picture.
يلا.
There is some.
The lady who's the presenter, she told me the camera is not open with her. أمل.
مساكم الله بالخير. معاكم الحين وياكم أنا.
حياك أمل، تبتدين؟
Yes, good afternoon to all. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نبدأ اليوم الثاني فعاليات المؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي الخامس، تكنو الابتكار، تكنو ريادة الأعمال، وتكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي نحو التنويع الاقتصادي، أصحاب السمو والشيوخ والوزراء والشخصيات القيادية والخبراء الأفاضل، أهلا بكم وأسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير. يعتبر هذا المؤتمر أحد المبادرات الخليجية للدكتورة هنادي مبارك المباكي رئيس المؤتمر ومؤسس شركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية، والتي تسعى من خلال مبادراتها إلى التنويع الاقتصادي ورفع مؤشرات القياسية للدول الخليجية، وكذلك لنقل أفضل الرؤى المستقبلية والتطبيقات العالمية الناجحة في مجال الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا في المجتمعات الخليجية وتمكين الاقتصاد الرقمي. نبدأ كلمة الافتتاح من دولة الكويت مع سعادة الدكتورة موضي الحمود، وزير التربية والتعليم العالي السابق ورئيس جامعة عبد الله السالم، فلتتفضل لتلقي كلمتها مشكورة.
دكتورة موضي.
نعم، تسمعيني؟
إيه،
إيه
الصوت
نعم
واضح،
دكتورة.
تفضلي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السادة، الزميلة الفاضلة رئيسة المؤتمر دكتورة هنادي المبارك، السيدات والسادة المشاركين، صباح الخير، مساء الخير wherever you are dear participants. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية أود أن أعرب عن شكري وامتناني لمشاركتكم للعام الخامس في هذا الحدث الهام، والذي يعد من أحد وأهم المبادرات المميزة في مجال الابتكار والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال. تطرح مبادرة دعم منظومة الابتكار والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي في مؤتمرها هذا العديد من القضايا الهامة المتعلقة في التنويع الاقتصادي القائم على الرقمنة وأهمية تسريع الخدمات الافتراضية والابتكارية على جميع المستويات الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والتكنولوجية. نحن اليوم نسلط الضوء على أهمية الابتكار في المؤسسات الأكاديمية، الأكاديميك institutions، universities، colleges. يعتبر الابتكار ركيزة أساسية للتطور والنمو في المجال الأكاديمي، وهو الذي يمكنه دفع العلوم والمعرفة والبحث العلمي نحو آفاق جديدة ومبتكرة. كما سيتم التركيز في لقاءات اليوم إن شاء الله على أهمية الذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا في تعزيز الاقتصاد المحلي والعالمي، حيث تشكل الجامعات وخاصة جامعات الجيل الرابع وهي الجامعات الحديثة الآن معاقل أساسية لهذا التطور العلمي والمرتبط مباشرة أو الرابط مباشرة بين الصناعة من ناحية والأنشطة الاقتصادية في الدولة والأبحاث المشتركة في الجامعات من ناحية أخرى، وتبادل الخبرات والأفكار. وتحتضن الجامعات أو معظم الجامعات خلينا نقول برامج الابتكار ومسرعات الأعمال وبرامج ريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي، وهذه البرامج في مجموعها تلعب دور حيوي في بناء اقتصاديات مستدامة ومبتكرة، لما لهذه البرامج من فوائد إيجابية على تنويع الاقتصاد، وذلك من خلال فرص عمل جديدة في القطاعات الناشئة والمبتكرة. معظم الجامعات عندها هذه الحاضنات. تساعد البرامج على زيادة الإنتاجية من خلال تبني التقنيات الحديثة والابتكارات. تجعل هذه البرامج الدول أكثر قدرة على المنافسة في الأسواق العالمية من خلال تقديم منتجات ومبتكرات ذات قيمة مضافة. كما تساهم هذه البرامج في تنويع مصادر الدخل عن طريق دعم القطاعات الجديدة والواعدة، وتعمل بشكل عام على تحفيز النمو الاقتصادي المستدام من خلال دعم الابتكار والأعمال. في هذا المجال تهدف دولة الكويت، وأتكلم عن دولة الكويت ورؤيتها 2035 إلى تنويع اقتصادها والتحول إلى الاقتصاد الرقمي، الذي تكون ركائزه تلك معظم البرامج الداعمة اللي تكلمنا عنها، والابتكار وريادة الأعمال على وجه الخصوص. هذا التنوع الاقتصادي لن يؤدي إلى نهضة اقتصاد البلد المعني فقط، بل إلى التبادل والتكامل بين هذه البرامج وبين الدول التي تتبنى هذه البرامج. وذلك لأن برامج الابتكار تولد لا شك مثل ما قلنا الأفكار الجديدة التي تحتاج إلى حاضنات ومسرعات أعمال لتطويرها وتحويلها إلى شركات ناشئة، وبرامج ريادة الأعمال كذلك توفر رواد الأعمال الذين يمكنهم الاستفادة من خدمات الحاضنات والمسرعات وبرامج الابتكار. ونحن في داخل الجامعات في الواقع نوفر مسرعات الأعمال ونوفر الحاضنات لتكون مخرجات هذه الجامعة سواء في الدرجات الجامعية الأولى أو في خريجي الدراسات العليا مؤهلين لسوق العمل ومجهزين بهذه المؤهلات المطلوبة، ويساعدنا في ذلك الذكاء الاصطناعي في تطوير المنتجات والخدمات المبتكرة للشركات الناشئة المدعومة من هذه الحاضنات والمسرعات. وكلما زاد التعاون كلما كانت النتائج أكثر فائدة وأهمية للجميع. السيدات والسادة الحضور، في نهاية كلمتي أود أن أعرب عن شكري الخاص للدكتورة هنادي المباركي ما شاء الله على مثابرتها ومتابعتها لعقد مثل هذه المؤتمرات الهامة، وكذلك للقائمين على تنظيم فعاليات هذا المؤتمر وعلى الجهود المبذولة في متابعة فعالياته. وكذلك نشكر الباحثين جميعهم المشاركين الذين يعني أعطوا هذا الملتقى أهميته وحيويته طوال 5 سنوات، آملين أن يكون هذا الجهد وما يصفر عنه من أبحاث ورؤى وآراء إضافة متميزة في التوجه المنشود لتطوير اقتصادياتنا الخليجية وإثراء شبكات التعاون والتواصل بيننا وبين العالم أجمع. لأن العالم الآن يمكن مو بس قرية واحدة، حتى غرفة واحدة تتبادل فيها الأفكار والآراء. خالص تحياتي للحضور الكريم وتمنياتي بنجاح هذا اللقاء الهام، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. وأعتذر عن أي خلل فني، ما أدري من صوبي أو من صوبكم، كان بودي أن يكون يعني الإلقاء أكثر حيوية لو تشوفوننا، لكن ما عليه، إن شاء الله الرسالة وصلت. شكرا لكم جميعا.
A great thanks to Dr. Moody Al Hamoud, former Minister of Education and the chairman of Abdullah Al Salim University. شكرا لك دكتورة مودي Al Hamoud، وشكرا لوجودك معنا دائما داعمة لمثل هذه المؤتمرات. والآن من دولة الكويت نلتقي مع سعادة مساعد الكليب رئيس مركز الملكية الفكرية للأمانة العامة لمجلس التعاون الخليجي، يتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. دكتورة فاضلة المباركة الموقرة، السيدات والسادة الكرام الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أكون معكم في هذا المؤتمر الهام لنتناول موضوع الملكية الفكرية وعلاقتها بالاقتصاد ودورها في دعم الابتكار وريادة الأعمال وتعزيز مكانة دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي كمركز للأعمال والابتكار في المنطقة. ومن الجدير بالذكر أن مسيرتنا نحو التكامل الاقتصادي وتعزيز التعاون الخليجي في هذا المجال تنبثق من الاتفاقية الاقتصادية الموحدة لدول مجلس التعاون التي وضعت الأسس اللازمة لتطوير اقتصاداتنا بشكل مشترك ومتوازن. في ظل الاتفاقية الاقتصادية الخليجية تسعى دول مجلس التعاون إلى توحيد السياسات وتنظيم أسواقها بما يسهم في تعزيز القدرة التنافسية على المستوى العالمي. وقد حددت الاتفاقية آليات للتعاون الاقتصادي والتجاري بين دول المجلس، بما في ذلك حماية الملكية الفكرية كأحد الأعمدة الرئيسية لبناء اقتصاد معرفي. وبفضل هذه الاتفاقية أصبحت دول المجلس تعمل ضمن إطار مشترك لحماية الابتكارات والأفكار التي تمثل ثروة حقيقية لاقتصاداتنا. اليوم نجد أن الملكية الفكرية تمثل دعامة أساسية لاقتصاداتنا، وخاصة في ظل التحول نحو اقتصاديات قائمة على المعرفة، حيث تشجع على الإبداع والابتكار وتدعم ريادة الأعمال خاصة بين فئة الشباب. فالشباب الخليجي يمتلك طاقات وإمكانات هائلة وهم اليوم يمثلون قادة الغد ورواد الأعمال الذين سيبنون مستقبل المنطقة. إن حماية الملكية الفكرية تتيح لهؤلاء الشباب فرص تقديم أفكارهم وإبداعاتهم في بيئة آمنة تحمي حقوقهم وتكافئهم على جهودهم. إن دول مجلس التعاون في دعم الملكية الفكرية لا يقتصر فقط على الحماية القانونية، بل يمتد ليشمل تشجيع الابتكار وتطوير منظومة متكاملة لدعم ريادة الأعمال. فاليوم نشهد في دولنا مجموعة من المبادرات التي تهدف إلى تعزيز بيئة ريادة الأعمال وتقديم الدعم الفني والمادي للشباب المبتكرين والمبدعين، ما يسهم في تحويل أفكارهم إلى مشاريع ناجحة تساهم في الاقتصاد الوطني وتوفر فرص عمل جديدة. وفي هذا السياق يأتي دور مركز تدريب الملكية الفكرية لمجلس التعاون دول الخليج العربية، الذي يعمل على نشر ثقافة الملكية الفكرية بين مختلف فئات المجتمع، ويسهم في بناء القدرات اللازمة لحماية الابتكارات ودعم رواد الأعمال. الشباب إن المركز من خلال برامجه التدريبية المتقدمة يسعى إلى تمكين الأفراد والمؤسسات من فهم أهمية الملكية الفكرية وكيفية الاستفادة منها في تعزيز مشاريعهم وتنمية أعمالهم، بما ينعكس إيجاباً على الاقتصاد الخليجي ككل. كما يحرص المركز على تعزيز التعاون مع الجامعات والمؤسسات الأكاديمية وتوفير برامج تدريبية تستهدف فئة الشباب وتبرز فيهم أهمية الملكية الفكرية كوسيلة لحماية أفكارهم وأعمالهم، ما يشجعهم على مواصلة الابتكار والمساهمة في بناء اقتصاديات قوية تعتمد على المعرفة. إن نشر ثقافة الملكية الفكرية بين رواد الأعمال الشباب يمثل خطوة محورية لدعم النمو الاقتصادي وتحقيق رؤية دول مجلس التعاون في التنوع الاقتصادي. السيدات والسادة، إننا ندرك أهمية تعزيز التعاون الإقليمي والدولي في مجال الملكية الفكرية، لذلك يسعى مركز التدريب إلى بناء شراكات مع المنظمات الدولية مثل المنظمة العالمية للملكية الفكرية وايبو والجهات المختصة حول العالم، بما يضمن تبادل خبرات وأفضل الممارسات، ويسهم في تطوير بيئة الملكية الفكرية في دول الخليج. ختاما، أود أن أشكر جميع من ساهم في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الهام الذي يوفر لنا منصة لتبادل الأفكار وبحث سبل التعاون لتعزيز ثقافة الملكية الفكرية في منطقتنا. إنني على يقين من التزامنا بحماية الملكية الفكرية ودعم ريادة الأعمال سيسهمان في بناء مستقبل مشرق لدول مجلس التعاون يعتمد على الابتكار والمعرفة ويحقق الازدهار والتقدم لشعوبنا. نسأل الله أن يوفقنا لما فيه الخير لدولنا وشبابنا، وأن يجعل في هذه الدولة لبنة أساسية في مسيرتنا نحو التكامل الاقتصادي وتحقيق رؤيتنا المشتركة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
A great thanks to Mr. Msaad Al-Kleib, Intellectual Property Training Center, GCC, for his speech. شكرا لك سعادة مساعد الكليب. والآن for Mr. Richard to have his speech with us. Mr. Richard is the CEO of and chairman of Gleeds International. Can you give us your speech, please, Your Excellency? And we are really sorry for the delay.
Great. No, thank you very much. And hello, everybody. My name is Richard Steer, and as chairman of Gleeds Worldwide, I'm delighted to have been invited back to be involved with Ecosystem Consultants' virtual conference on Technovation, Technoentrepreneurship, and AI for economic diversification. In this rapidly evolving landscape, the intersection of technology and entrepreneurship plays a pivotal role in driving economic growth and diversification. That's why I'm always excited to join the lineup for this event, exploring the transformative power of technology and its capacity to reshape industries, create jobs, and foster sustainable development. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the worldwide chair of Gleeds, an independent property and construction consultancy that has a track record spanning almost 140 years. Our network of nearly 80 offices supports clients in over 26 countries, working on groundbreaking schemes that shape skylines, create communities, and support sustainability. However, I would be the first to admit that our industry has been historically slow to adapt to change and to innovate. The rise of Technovation and Technoentrepreneurship presents an opportunity for those of us who shape change to rectify that. With increasing pressures to meet sustainability targets and the challenges posed by stubbornly volatile global markets, businesses that grasp the nettle when it comes to artificial intelligence and other technologies are naturally better positioned to thrive. It is no good being the modern equivalent of the dinosaur who sees the oncoming comet and brushes it off as just a passing fad. Technovation is a game changer. Those who invest in green building technologies or offer digital solutions to perennial problems are the ones reaping the rewards. They will survive, prosper, and inherit a rich dividend. Those that don't are consigned to the past. Artificial intelligence still stands at the forefront of technological advancement, driving significant shifts across industries. AI certainly has the potential to enhance productivity, improve customer experiences, and unlock new revenue streams. However, the integration of AI into business processes is not without its challenges. When I introduced last year's conference, I said that I anticipated a waning of the burst of enthusiasm we saw in 2023 around the applications of AI, as its limitations and the practical difficulties of implementation and adoption became more apparent. 1 year on, and I must admit that the appetite in businesses across the board remains strong. However, a recent Economist article suggests that AI has yet to significantly impact global productivity in real terms. Despite the widespread investment and adoption of AI tools and platforms, concrete benefits like higher productivity or profitability are not yet as evident. Of course, I'm under no illusion that we are simply in the early stages of a long-term revolution here, and it seems inevitable that those results will come. From startups leveraging AI to improve customer experiences, to established enterprises optimizing supply chains through automation, Technovation is reshaping the competitive landscape. In today's economy, where traditional industries face disruption, Technoentrepreneurship offers a pathway for innovation and economic resilience. I will say that while we continue to embrace the opportunities presented by emerging tech, we have been slower to get to grips with the challenge of effectively regulating it. As technologies evolve, regulatory frameworks must also adapt to address new challenges, ensuring that innovation is safely integrated into the fabric of industry and society at large. Its rapid expansion throws up ethical considerations, data privacy concerns, and the need to upskill an entire workforce to be able to utilize its capabilities. This, I hope, will be a key focus for 2025. Looking ahead to next year, then I think we're already seeing the beginnings of several trends that are likely to shape the future of Technovation, Technoentrepreneurship, and AI. In construction, we can expect to see a significant jump in the adoption of smart building tech, with projects integrating AI systems to enhance things like energy management and occupant experience. Around the world, industries are poised for the next phase of their transformation, driven by technology. By embracing change, we as a global entity can improve our resilience, diversify our economies, and contribute to a more sustainable tomorrow. As we approach 2025, that commitment to innovation will be critical in shaping a world that meets the needs of society while addressing the pressing challenges of our time. These are all fascinating themes, and I expect this conference will mirror the success of those that preceded it. Have a great day, and I wish you all well. Thank you.
Great thanks, Richard, for your speech.
Thank you, Richard Steer, the chairman of Gleeds International. نشكر سعادة ريتشارد ستير رئيس مجلس إدارة شركة جليدز الدولية لكلمته. والآن من دولة الكويت نرحب بسعادة الأستاذ ندى الديحاني، مدير عام مركز صباح الأحمد للموهبة والإبداع، فلتتفضل تلقي كلمتها.
وللأسف يلقي كلمته.
يلقي
بس أنا
كلمته.
عادي يعني
أنا
متعود
آسفة عندي لغط بالكلمة
لا
مكتوبة.
معلش
شكرا
معلش.
أستاذ ندى،
سعد
شكرا.
مبارك. أنا والله أشكرك أختي أمل، وأشكر الدكتورة هنادي للأمانة على البادرة الطيبة. يعني تكنو انوفيشن بالتأكيد هو يضيف لهدف استراتيجي وايد هام للأمانة، مو بس للمركز لمؤسسة الكويت للتقدم العلمي، لاستراتيجية الكويت اللي هو تعزيز ثقافة الابتكار. وهذا النوع من المؤتمرات سواء كانت فيرتشوال أو فيس تو فيس، تبادل الخبرات تبادل الآراء وايد للأمانة يعني تضيف ويعني تعطي نيو كاتنج ايدج انفورميشن الواحد انه ممكن يستفيد منها. احب اني ارحب بالحضور واشكركم مره ثانيه على هذه الدعوه. انا اخوكم ندى الديحاني، مدير عام مركز صباح. في حياتي العمليه في ال 15 14 سنه اللي طافت اشتغل في مجال الابتكار وخصوصا في رياده الاعمال. اليوم بتكلم في مجال الابتكار في مركز صباح الاحمد للموهوبه والابداع. مركز صباح الأحمد للموهوبة وإبداع للأمانة هو أحد مراكز مؤسسة الكويت للتقدم العلمي، ولله الحمد تأسس ب 2010، ومن 2010 إلى سنة 2022 يملك المركز تقريبا أكبر بنك من براءات الاختراع المسجلة في الأسواق العالمية. عندنا تقريبا ما يقارب 514 براءة اختراع. هال 514 براءة اختراع تقريبا 90% منها مسجلة في السوق الأمريكي في اليو اس بي تي او. وفي 2023 للأمانة انطلق المركز باستراتيجية جديدة، وهي أنه يكون حاضنة للمبدعين والموهوبين العلميين. التخصص اليوم إذا في شغلة نبي نذكرها أو نقطة رئيسية نبي نذكرها في عالم الذكاء الاصطناعي وهالعالم المتغير، نفس ما الدكتورة موضي تو ذكرت، قالت العالم صار كله في غرفة واحدة، وهذا فعلا يعني شيء حقيقي يعني. فللأمانة يعني اليوم التخصصية مطلوبة في عالم دعم ريادة الأعمال ودعم الابتكار ودعم، بحيث أن كل واحد يكون له القيمة المضافة اللي خاصة فيه، وبحيث أنه ما يكون في ريدندنسي عالية من جميع الجهات اللي حابة أن هي تدعم منظومة الابتكار. لذلك أخذ مركز صباح الأحمد على عاتقه اللي هو دعم منظومة الابتكار في المجالات العلمية. لذلك ما شاء الله يعني تلاقين أغلب المبتكرين والمخترعين اللي يتوجهون للمركز أما عندهم مشاريع صناعية أو عندهم مشاريع طبية أو عندهم مشاريع تكنولوجية، واليوم الإدارة تساعدهم وتحاول أن هي تسوي لهم في الخدمات أو البيلرز الأساسية في إدارة الابتكار حق إخواننا المبتكرين أو إخواننا المخترعين. للأمانة تقع تحت يعني ثلاث ركائز أساسية. الركيزة الأولى اللي هي ركيزة توليد الأفكار، وهي يعني اليوم كل واحد فينا سواء كان دكتور أو متخصص في الجوانب العلمية وحاب أنه يبتكر جهاز جديد أو يخترع جهاز جديد، دفنتلي بالمرحلة الأولى ما راح تكون عنده الفكرة كاملة. يحتاج مكان يتوجه له يعلمه شلون يكتب الفكرة، شلون يسوي proper research، شلون يحول الفكرة هذه من فكرة موجودة إلى سكتش وبرزنتيشن وباوربوينت، ويحاول يقنع فيه الناس ويقول ويوضح لهم القيمة المضافة مالته. وتنتقل هذه الفكرة من بعد الشيبينج مالها إلى عملية تسجيل البراءة والأبستراكت، وممكن توصل إلى فعلا بيتنت سواء في الأسواق المستهدفة، سواء كان السوق الصيني أو الأمريكي أو الكويتي أو الخليجي حتى. بعد ما ينتهي هذه المرحلة ينتقل إلى مرحلة التمكين. للأمانة ليس في هدفنا في مركز صباح الأحمد للموهبة والإبداع هو تجميع أكبر كم من براءات الاختراع فقط، بل بالعكس ودنا أن احنا ننتقل فيها إلى مرحلة التطبيق. وللأمانة اليوم في أمثلة يعني كبيرة جدا في مركز صباح الأحمد لمبتكرين ومخترعين كويتيين، دكتور مثنى السرطاوي، أحمد نبيل، وايد يعني، سارة بورجيب، نذكرهم يعني لسته وايد طويلة عريضة للأمانة. وصلوا في ابتكاراتهم إلى السوق، وأصبحوا مبادرين مو بس على مستوى الكويت، مبادرين عالميين. وبالعكس يعني هذا يبين أن المبادر هذا أو الدكتور أو المبتكر هذا ممكن أنه فعلا يشكل قناة تشكل دخل للدولة غير النفطية. تبقى المرحلة الأخيرة أو الركيزة الأخيرة في دعم منظومة الابتكار اللي هي مرحلة الوصول إلى السوق. بعض الشباب لما يوصلون حق المنتج النهائي ولا البروتوتايب ماله، للحين هو مو عارف السوق شلون بيتحرك، شنو يعني دراسة جدوى، هل دراسة الجدوى هذه فعلا المنتج هذا له مكان بالسوق، ممكن ينافس فيه، شنو أفضل الأسعار المنتج اللي هو ممكن ينزله. فهذه كلها خدمات تقدم من مركز صباح الأحمد لجميع الفئات العمرية للكويتيين من أعمار 16 سنة. وإذا تلاحظين احنا نذكر أعمار 16 سنة لأن ريادة الأعمال ما لها عمر نجاح وما لها عمر للأمانة للفشل يعني. البست براكتس في جميع دول العالم. الأعمار هذه ممكن أن هي تأتي بأفكار، ممكن هذه الأفكار يوم من الأيام تحول وتكون إلى يعني منتجات أو خدمات يستفيد منها المجتمع أو دولة الكويت. بالإضافة ركزنا على سن 16 سنة لأن نبي الشباب اللي بالمدارس واللي بالمعاهد وبالجامعات يكون عندهم هذا النوع من الثقافة. فنحاول نبني ثقافة الابتكار من هو صغير، من هو بالثانوية، من هو بالمعهد، بحيث أنه إحنا نبي نعلمه الطريق ونبي نعلمه المنهجية. هذه مهمتنا. هو ياخذ هذه المنهجية ويطبقها على جميع الأفكار اللي ممكن تصير معاه في حياته العملية. هذا شيء احنا نتمنى انه هو يستفيد منه سواء في مرحلته الدراسية او في مرحلة لما يدش سوق العمل. هذه للأمانة يعني كنبذة مختصرة عن المركز وعن توجهات المركز وعن تخصصية المركز وعن دور إدارة الابتكار داخل المركز. وأشكر للأمانة الضيوف اللي موجودين، استمتعت بالحديث فيهم يعني منهم كلهم للأمانة، وعساكم على القوة ومشكورين على الدعوة مرة ثانية.
A great thanks to Mr. Ndad Dehani, the General Manager of the Subah Al Ahmed Center for Gifted and Creativity. جزيل الشكر للأستاذ ندى الديحاني من مركز صباح الأحمد للموهبة والإبداع على كلمته. مثل ما أوضح، نعم هناك جيل جديد قادر على الاكتشاف والإبداع، وهذا وقته. والآن من دولة الكويت نرحب بسعادة شريف التكالي، نائب الممثل المقيم لبرنامج الإنمائي للأمم المتحدة، فليتفضل يلغي كلمته. تفضل أستاذ شريف.
شكرا أمل. كويس، دايما بننتهز الفرصة دي ونشوفك ونشوف دكتورة هنادي في الملتقيات دي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا آسف أنا أتكلم باللغة الإنجليزية. So good day, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to join you today at this international virtual conference to discuss how innovation, entrepreneurial spirit, and artificial intelligence can together drive economic diversification and sustainable development. By harnessing the transformation potential of AI and tech-driven solution, we can foster inclusive growth and economic resilience across sectors. As we see that also that artificial intelligence is not only a tool for technological advancement, it is also a catalyst for economic diversification, offering new avenues for growth and in sectors such as healthcare, education, energy, agriculture, finance, and disaster resilience. For regions like the Arab states, where economic traditionally depend on a few dominant industries, AI-powered innovation offers the possibility of developing new sectors that can fuel economic diversification and job creation. Maybe I will highlight some examples of of AI with economic focus. For instance, in healthcare transformation, AI role in healthcare extend beyond improving diagnostics. It's also supports economic activity by creating high-tech job and fostering startups focused on medical technologies. For instance, or for example of the Jaber hospital here in Kuwait uses the AI-driven devices in Kuwait, exemplifies how investment in AI technology in healthcare not only improve patient outcome, but also can establish new economic subsectors in health tech. Another example of smart energy solution, also the Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research AI model for optimizing not only make energy consumption more sustainable, but also reduce cost and energy waste. By scaling such AI initiatives, countries can advance towards energy independence while supporting a green economy with sustainable job opportunities. In agriculture innovation, with AI-driven agriculture initiatives such as the UNDP's DICRA project, DICRA project, we can support climate-resilient food system. This fosters economic resilience by enabling local farmers to thrive even in the face of climate change, contributing to food security and rural economic stability. Last example in financial inclusion and technological empowerment, AI in finance provides new business opportunities and enhanced economic security for underserved communities. Financial inclusion powered by AI means expanding access to banking and financial services, helping individuals and small business contribute more robustly to national economic. Of course, AI, when we're talking AI, we also need to touch based on the digital transformation. The digital divide still limits full potential of economic transformation. Approximately 30% of our region remains offline, restricting opportunity for those communities to engage into Technoentrepreneurship and benefit from AI-driven economic diversification. To achieve an equitable tech-driven economy, concerted efforts to bridge this gap are crucial. The UNDP, we have a UNDP regional initiative now is called, the initiative is called Digital for Sustainable Development and AI for Sustainable Development, demonstrate how international cooperation can support regional goals for economic diversification. These platforms offer data, insight, and partnerships that empower countries to make informed policy decisions and facilitate cross-border collaboration in tech innovation. In my closing remark, as we discussed collaboration and as we discuss and collaborate at this conference, we need maybe to prioritize the ethical and inclusive application of AI to create an economy that thrives across industries and serves all segments of society. Together, through innovation and entrepreneurship, we can build resilient economies in which technology becomes a true driver of sustainable and inclusive prosperity. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you for giving this the chance to participate in this international conference. Over to you, Amal.
Thank you. A great thanks to Mr. Sharif Al-Tukhali, the Deputy Resident Representative of the UNDP in Kuwait. A great thanks to you and your speech. جزيل الشكر لك سعادة شريف تكالي، نائب الممثل المقيم للبرنامج الإنمائي للأمم المتحدة. والآن من دولة الكويت نرحب بسعادة الأستاذ أحمد العنزي، الأمين العام المساعد لشؤون المجلس الأعلى واستشراف المستقبل، الأمانة العامة للمجلس الأعلى للتخطيط والتنمية. يتفضل يلقي كلمته. أستاذ أحمد موجود؟ يظهر أن الأستاذ أحمد العنزي مو معانا اليوم أو عنده مشكلة تقنية. معانا أيضا من جامعة البحرين سعادة الأستاذ فيصل الصواغ، الدكتور فيصل الصواغ من دولة الكويت، آسفة، المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لدسمان نيوز. أستاذ فيصل تتفضل معنا وتلقي كلمتك. أيضا الأستاذ فيصل الصواغي يبدو أنه مو موجود معنا. الدكتور محمد رضا قادر نائب الرئيس لبرامج الأكاديمية والدراسات العليا من جامعة البحرين معنا. سعادة الدكتور تتفضل تلقي كلمتك مشكورا.
السلام عليكم. بسم الله
عليكم
الرحمن
السلام.
الرحيم. الصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في هذا المؤتمر الهام الذي يجمعنا اليوم تحت مظلة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي، التكنولوجيا وريادة أعمال. هذه المجالات لم تعد مجرد مجالات تقنية أو اقتصادية فقط، بل أصبحت أساساً حيوية لبناء مستقبل مشرق ومستدام. نحن نعيش اليوم في عصر يتسم بسرعة التطور والتحول الرقمي، حيث بات الابتكار هو المحرك الرئيسي للتغيير، ليس فقط على مستوى الشركات بل على مستوى المجتمعات والدول. انتهاء بالبشر فهو ضروري ملح لمواكبة التحديات المتزايدة التي يفرضها العالم المعاصر. فلا شك فالذكاء الاصطناعي لم يعد مجرد مفهوم خيالي أو تقني، بل أصبح واقعاً ملموساً يؤثر في كل جانب من جوانب حياتنا، من الصحة والتعليم إلى الصناعة والتجارة، وحتى في منازلنا بات الذكاء الاصطناعي يشكل جزءاً لا يتجزأ من حياتنا اليومية. مثال في قطاع الصحة، أصبح الذكاء الاصطناعي أداة حيوية لتشخيص الأمراض بدقة أكبر وتحليل الصورة الطبية وحتى تطوير الأدوية المخصصة لكل مريض. وفي مجال التعليم نرى أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي تستخدم لتقديم تجارب تعليمية مخصصة لكل طالب بناء على احتياجاته ومستوى التعليم. أما في الصناعة فقد أحدث الذكاء الاصطناعي ثورة في الأتمتة وتحسين الكفاءة التشغيلية. الروبوتات الذكية في المصانع اليوم قادرة على اتخاذ قرارات في الوقت الفعلي وتقليل الأخطاء وزيادة سرعة الإنتاج بشكل غير مسبوق. أما في التجارة الإلكترونية نرى كيف تعتمد الشركات الكبرى على الذكاء الاصطناعي لتحليل سلوك المستهلكين وتقديم توصيات مخصصة وتحسين تجربة التسوق بشكل عام واقتراح خطط تسويقية تواكب متطلبات العصر. لكن الأهم من كل ذلك هو كيف يمكن لريادة الأعمال أن تستفيد من إمكانيات الذكاء الاصطناعي. اليوم نرى العديد من الشركات الناشئة التي تأسست على أفكار تعتمد بشكل أساسي على تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي، سواء في تطوير التطبيقات الجديدة أو تحسين العمليات التجارية أو حتى الابتكار في مجالات جديدة بالكامل. وفي هذه الفرصة الهائلة التي يحتاجها الذكاء الاصطناعي تأتي أيضا تحديات كبيرة ومسؤوليات جسيمة ينبغي علينا مواجهتها بوعي وحكمة. أن الذكاء الاصطناعي رغم قدرتها المذهلة يطرح مجموعة من القضايا التي تتطلب منا التفكير السليم ووضع السياسات المناسبة لضمان استخدام المسؤول والمستدام لهذه التقنية. منها على سبيل المثال أحد أكبر التحديات في عالم الذكاء الاصطناعي هو حماية الخصوصية. تعتمد أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي بشكل كبير على البيانات، وكل ما زادت جودة البيانات زادت دقة الأنظمة. ومع ذلك يجب أن نتساءل كيف يمكن ضمان استخدام هذه البيانات بطريقة تحترم خصوصية الأفراد؟ هل يمكننا تحقيق التوازن بين الابتكار وحماية الحقوق الشخصية؟ هنا تقع المسؤولية على عاتق الحكومات والشركات لضمان حماية البيانات الشخصية ووضع اللوائح المناسبة التي تحافظ على خصوصية الأفراد. من بين التحديات الكبرى التي يفرضها الذكاء الاصطناعي هو تأثيره على سوق العمل. مع زيادة أتمته من المتوقع أن تحل الآلات محل بعض الوظائف التقليدية. هذا يفرض علينا التفكير في كيفية إعادة تأهيل القوى العاملة وتوجيههم نحو مهارات جديدة تتناسب مع متطلبات العصر الرقمي. يجب أن يكون الذكاء الاصطناعي وسيلة لتحسين حياة الناس وليس سبباً لفقدانهم وظائفهم. نحن بحاجة إلى سياسات تدعم التدريب على المهارات الجديدة وتشجيع الابتكار في مجالات جديدة تماماً. الذكاء الاصطناعي يثير العديد من التساؤلات الأخلاقية. على سبيل المثال كيف يمكننا ضمان أن تكون الأنظمة الذكية تتخذ قرارات أخلاقية؟ وكيف يمكننا التأكد من أن الذكاء الاصطناعي يستخدم لصالح البشرية وليس ضدها؟ نحن بحاجة إلى إطارات قانونية وأخلاقية تتضمن استخدام هذه التقنية بشكل يخدم المجتمع ويعزز قيم الإنسانية. كما أصبحت الأنظمة الذكية أكثر تعقيداً وانتشاراً، زادت المخاطر المتعلقة بالأمن السيبراني. يمكن للذكاء الاصطناعي أن يكون سلاحاً ذو حدين، حيث يمكن استغلاله في الهجمات الإلكترونية بشكل متزايد. هنا يجب أن نكون مستعدين لمواجهة هذه التهديدات بوضع استراتيجيات أمنية قوية ومتقدمة لحماية البنية التحتية الرقمية. من الواضح أن الذكاء الاصطناعي يحمل بين طياته إمكانيات هائلة، لكنه في الوقت نفسه يتطلب منا تحمل مسؤولية جماعية من الحكومات، المؤسسات، إلى الشركات وحتى الأفراد. جميعنا لنا دور في توجيه هذه التقنية نحو الخير والابتكار المسؤول. علينا أن نعمل لوضع السياسات واللوائح التي تضمن استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي بما يخدم مصالح الجميع ويقلل من المخاطر المحتملة. وفي الختام أود أن أعرب عن شكري وامتناني لكل من ساهم في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر، وأخص الشكر إلى سعادة الدكتور عنادي المباركي، وأتمنى أن يكون هذا الحدث نقطة انطلاق لمزيد من التعاون والشركات المثمرة، وأتمنى لكم مؤتمرا ناجحا وزاخرا بالإنجازات، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
A great thanks to Dr. Mohammed Ridha Qadir, the Vice President for Academic and Graduate Studies Program, the University of Bahrain, Kingdom of Bahrain, and now with Dr. Ahmed Al-Anizi, Assistant Secretary General for Council Affairs and Future Foresight. الأستاذ أحمد العنزي كان في القاعة الثانية، فاليوم الحين هو معنا، يتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
السلام عليكم، معكم أختكم مفضل معالي نهب عن الأستاذ أحمد العنزي الأمين العام
نورين
في إلقاء الكلمة. في البداية أتشرف أن أكون بينكم، وأشكر الدكتورة عنادي على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الذي يعني يكون فرصة حق تبادل الخبرات، وأن نتعرف على الجهات، يخلق نوع من الوعي عشان احنا نتعرف على الجهات الثانية ومجهوداتها في الذكاء الاصطناعي. في بداية كلمتي أود أن أشير إلى أن النمو الاقتصادي المستدام لم يعد هدفا تتطلع إليه الدول فحسب، وإنما أصبح إطارا علميا وعمليا تنسج به السياسات والمشروعات الحكومية كافة، وهو قائم على تضافر جهود قطاعات الدولة ومؤسساتها المختلفة. ومن أهم ركائز ذلك الابتكار التكنولوجي، والذي يقوم
أستاذة فضة ممكن تفتحين الكام إذا لو سمحتي؟
آسفة. لأنه محطة الإسلام. ومن أهم ركائز ذلك الابتكار التكنولوجي، والذي يقوم ببناء مجتمعات مستدامة تتبنى وسائل التكنولوجيا بأطيافها كافة لتحفيز النمو الاقتصادي وتعزيز التنمية المستدامة. فالابتكار يمثل المحرك الرئيسي والقوة الدافعة للتطور والتقدم في الدول، بينما تلعب ريادة الأعمال دورا حيويا في تحويل الأفكار الابتكارية إلى مشاريع وأعمال ناجحة. الحضور الكريم، من هذا المنطلق يأتي دور الابتكار وريادة الأعمال في تحفيز النمو لمعظم قطاعات الاقتصاد. فالاقتصاد الصحي يعد من أبرز القطاعات التي شهدت تطورا سريعا في الآونة الأخيرة، حيث ركز على الابتكار والتشخيص الطبي والرعاية الصحية باستخدام تكنولوجيا الذكاء الاصطناعي والبيانات الضخمة، مما ساعد على كسر الحواجز وتخطي الطرق التقليدية في تشخيص الأمراض. أما في قطاع التعليم، أصبحت الأدوات التكنولوجية والتطبيقات الذكية جزءاً لا يتجزأ من تجربة التعلم الحديثة، وهي من أكثر التحولات المبتكرة التي أحدثت ثورة في طرائق التدريس والتعلم، حيث تعزز التكنولوجيا التعليمية من خلال التعلم التفاعلي والتعاوني، إذ يمكن للطلاب الاستفادة من منصات التعلم الإلكتروني عبر الإنترنت للتفاعل مع الزملاء والمدرسين. ومن منظور آخر نجد أن التطورات التكنولوجية لعبت دورا محوريا في تعزيز نمو الشركات الناشئة في الأسواق الناشئة، فقد أدى توافر الهواتف الذكية على نطاق واسع وزيادة انتشار الإنترنت وظهور المنصات الرقمية إلى خلق بيئة مناسبة لازدهار هذه الشركات الناشئة. كما يعد توظيف التكنولوجيا حجر الزاوية في التنمية الحضرية المستدامة في المستقبل، حيث تهدف المدن الذكية إلى تحقيق الاستدامة الحضرية من خلال استخدام التكنولوجيا الحديثة مثل الذكاء الاصطناعي والحوسبة والواقع المعزز لتحسين النتائج وتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة وتحسين جودة الحياة ورفع كفاءة العمليات والخدمات الحضرية. السيدات والسادة الحضور، مما لا شك فيه أن الذكاء الاصطناعي هو أحد مجالات الابتكار التكنولوجي والإبداع لتحقيق السيادة الرقمية والازدهار والتنوع الاقتصادي، مما يشجع العديد من الشركات لتغيير استراتيجيتها لتوائم الاستراتيجية الخضراء ودعم وجود بنية تحتية للنمو الاقتصادي. وتشير التوقعات أن تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي سوف تسهم في زيادة معدلات نمو الإنتاج المحلي العالمي بنسبة تصل إلى نحو 14% في عام 2030، أي بنحو 16 تريليون دولار. كما يمكنني القول أنه من المتوقع أن يؤدي تعاظم دور تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي والتوسع فيها إلى عدد من التحديات، يتمثل أهمها فيما يلي: اختفاء الوظائف القائمة، ومن ثم زيادة معدلات البطالة. على الرغم من إمكانية توظيف الذكاء الاصطناعي في عمليات الدفع السبراني ضد الهجمات السبرانية، فإنها يمكن كذلك أن تستخدم في تطوير برنامجيات حديثة وشن هجمات سبرانية. أما أيضا المخاوف المتعلقة بمركزية النفوذ بيد عدد قليل من الشركات العاملة في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي أو الدول الكبرى على نحو يعكس في تعزيز الهيمنة السبرانية. التأثير على خصوصية المستخدمين من خلال استخدام البيانات الشخصية، خاصة في ظل توسع في استخدام كاميرات المراقبة إلى جانب الهواتف الذكية. ونذكر أيها الحضور الكريم هنا سياسات دعم وتطوير تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي لتحقيق التنوع الاقتصادي، وتتمثل أهم تلك السياسات فيما يلي: الاستثمار في بحث والتطوير في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي، تعزيز النظام البيئي الرقمي للذكاء الاصطناعي، ضرورة بناء قدرات بشرية والاستعداد لتحولات سوق العمل، زيادة التعاون والتنسيق الدولي في مجالات تطبيق الذكاء الاصطناعي. وفي الختام أرجو أن أكون قد وفقت في طرحي في ظل ما تشهده العالم من طفرات كبيرة في التكنولوجيا فائقة التطور. شكرا.
A great thanks to Fadha Lem'aili on behalf of Mr. Ahmed Al-Anizi, Assistant Secretary General for Council Affairs and Future Foresight. شكرا للأستاذة فضة Lem'aili. والآن معنا الأستاذ ناصر الشيخ من دولة الكويت، رئيس الهيئة العامة للشباب، ينوب عنها السيد وليد الأنصاري، يتفضل يلقي كلمته. وبرجاء فقط فتح الكام معنا علشان تنورونا ونشوفكم.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام أستاذ وليد، إذا ممكن تفتح الفيديو.
أوكي. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد أشرف خلق الله أجمعين. بداية أحب أنقل لكم تحيات الأستاذ ناصر أحمد الشيخ، مدير عام الهيئة العامة للشباب، والذي كان يتمنى أنه يكون موجود بيننا في هذا المؤتمر المميز على مدى يومين. حقيقة متابعتنا بما تم تداوله في هذا المؤتمر خلال اليوم وبالأمس، لله الحمد نحن في الهيئة العامة للشباب نعتبر البيئة الحاضنة لكل هذه الأفكار، على الأقل في دولة الكويت، كل هذه الأفكار والتطلعات الشبابية في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال، حيث أن استراتيجية الهيئة العامة للشباب تنص بشكل مباشر على دعم الأفكار وتشكيل بيئة حاضنة لهذه الأفكار للفئة العمرية من 14 سنة إلى 34 سنة حسب مرسوم الهيئة العامة للشباب. لا يقتصر دور الهيئة العامة للشباب لدعم هذه الأفكار أو التطلعات في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي أو ريادة الأعمال أو غيرها، إنما يمتد ذلك إلى تضمين كل برامج ريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي وكل المؤشرات التي يرتكز عليها العمل الشبابي في الأنشطة والفعاليات والبرامج التي تدعمها وتنظمها الهيئة العامة للشباب. لله الحمد حاليا نحن نقوم في العديد من الأنشطة والفعاليات، بل وندعو كل الشباب المشارك معنا في هذا الملتقى بأن يساهم في عملية إثراء البرامج والأنشطة من حيث تقديم الأفكار ومن حيث تقديم المبادرات والحصول على الدعم، سواء الدعم المادي، الدعم اللوجستي، وكل أنواع الدعومات المتاحة عن طريق عن طريق الجهة الحكومية وهي الهيئة العامة للشباب. ذلك لأن حقيقة أن الهيئة العامة للشباب تعي لأهمية تطوير الأداء الشبابي من خلال الاعتماد على ما يتم في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي، في مجال ريادة الأعمال، في مجال الأعمال الناشئة، وهو هدف مهم جدا بأن نطور عملنا في الهيئة ولا ننغلق على أنفسنا في قدراتنا المحلية فقط. ويمتد ذلك أيضا إلى المشاركات الخارجية. لله الحمد نحن في الهيئة العامة للشباب عن طريق الشباب المنتسب لنا نمثل دولة الكويت في العديد من المحافل والمؤتمرات الخارجية لجميع المجالات، منها الصناعات الإبداعية وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي. ونرى إقبال العالم وتوجهها الحثيث تجاه هذه البنود، ولذلك نحن أمام مسؤولية نسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن احنا نكون قدها في عملية نقل التجارب الشبابية من دولة الكويت إلى العالم. ختاما أتمنى من جميع المشاركين في هذا الملتقى أو هذا المؤتمر التواصل المباشر مع الهيئة العامة للشباب لإثراء الأفكار الإبداعية، وخصوصا مع مسميات وخبرات الإخوان المنضمين لهذا الملتقى. والأكيد أن في الهيئة العامة للشباب نحن راح نكون سعيدين بهذا التطور النوعي في التعامل مع هذه الفئات من الناس. شكرا لكم على هذه الاستضافة، وإن شاء الله تكون الاستضافة القادمة على أرض دولة الكويت، ونراكم سواء في الهيئة العامة للشباب أو في أي جهات أخرى. شكر خاص للدكتورة هناد المباركي صاحبة الدعوة الكريمة على جهودها وعلى احترافيتها في التنظيم. شاكر لكم وحسن استماع. شكرا.
A great thanks to Mr. Walid Al-Ansari on behalf of Mr. Nasser Al-Sheikh, General Manager of the General Authority for Youth. والآن مع كلمة سعادة الأستاذ يوسف المرزوق رئيس جريدة الأنباء يلقي عنه بالإنابة الأستاذ أحمد مغربي. تفضل أستاذ أحمد مشكورا.
شكرا لكم سيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم أحمد مغربي، ألقي الكلمة نيابة عن السيد يوسف خالد المرزوق رئيس تحرير جريدة الأنباء. وأود أن أعبر عنه بالوقوف المميز من رواد الفكر والابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال وفارقها على تنظيم هذا الحدث البارز الذي يحجز رؤية مستقبلية متقدمة ويجسد طموحاتنا في بناء اقتصادات أكثر قوة واستدامة، والذي نفتخر دوما بانطلاقته من دولة الكويت الحبيبة. ويعتبر المؤتمر امتدادا لتلك المبادرات والفاعليات الهادفة التي ترتقي في التنويع الاقتصادي والتحول الرقمي على المستوى الخليجي والإقليمي والعالم. الحضور الكريم، نعيش اليوم في عالم يتغير بسرعة مذهلة بفعل التطورات المتلاحقة في الذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا، وهذا التغيير الجذري ليس مجرد تحدي بل هو فرصة استثنائية لإعادة صياغة مفاهيمنا الاقتصادية والاجتماعية لبناء مستقبل أكثر ازدهارا ومرونة. وإننا في منطقة الخليج وبفضل الرؤى الحكيمة والمستنيرة لقادتنا نقف في طليعة هذا التحول مستعدين للاندماج الكامل في الاقتصاد الرقمي العالمي. كما أن الذكاء الاصطناعي اليوم لم يعد خيارا بل أصبح عنصرا حيويا يدفع عجلة الابتكار ويوفر حلولا عملية للتحديات الكبرى التي تواجه القطاعات المختلفة من الرعاية الصحية والتعليم إلى الطاقة والبيئة. وفي هذا الإطار نرى ضرورة ماسة لتبني استراتيجيات شاملة لتعزيز قدراتنا التكنولوجية وتطوير البنية التحتية الرقمية وتكريس ثقافة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال في جميع جوانب حياتنا. الأخوات والإخوة الأعزاء، إن التقدم في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي يدعنا أمام مسؤولية كبرى تجاه الأجيال القادمة، ويجب أن نعمل على تمكين الشباب وتزويدهم بالمهارات والمعرفة اللازمة لمواكبة هذه التحولات ليصبحوا قادة المستقبل في مجالات التكنولوجيا والابتكار. ومن هنا تأتي أهمية تعزيز التعاون بين المؤسسات التعليمية والبحثية والقطاعين الخاص والحكومي لإيجاد بيئة مواتية تحفز الإبداع وتدعم تطوير تقنيات جديدة تسهم في تحقيق التنمية المستدامة. كما أن دور الإعلام في هذا التحول لا يقل أهمية، حيث يقع على عاتقنا كمؤسسات إعلامية وطنية مسؤولية نقل المعرفة وتعزيز الوعي المجتمعي بأهمية الابتكار والتكنولوجيا وتسليط الضوء على قصص النجاح والممارسات الرائدة. ونحن في جريدة الأنباء نؤمن بأن رسالتنا تتجاوز نقل الخبر إلى بناء مجتمع واع ومبتكر قادر على التعامل مع متغيرات العصر. ختاما، أدعو الجميع إلى استغلال هذه الفرصة للتعاون وتبادل الأفكار والخبرات بهدف وضع أسس صلبة لمستقبل أفضل يتسم بالابتكار والتميز. وأشكر كل من أسهم في إنجاح هذا المؤتمر وعلى رأسهم دكتورة هنادي المباركي، وأتمنى أن يخرج المؤتمر بتوصيات عملية تساهم في تعزيز منظومة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال في منطقتنا. خالص تحياتي للحضور الكريم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
A great thanks to Mr. Ahmed Al-Mughrabi on behalf of Mr. Yusuf Al-Marzouk, the Al-Anba Editor-in-Chief, for his speech. شكرا لك أستاذ أحمد المغربي. والآن معنا من دولة الكويت سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور عصام الرقبة، مدير مركز التدريب الهندسي والخريجين بكلية الهندسة والبترول جامعة الكويت. تفضل تلقي كلمتك مشكورا أستاذ عصام.
اوكي، السلام
أعتذر
عليكم.
منك. أعتذر من يلا، لأن الحين موعد دكتور رياض بعت لك أنا الأبديتد أجندة.
معنا الحين يعني الأبديت وصل لي مع الدكتور عصام، ما عليه، وراها إن شاء الله أستاذ رياض.
إن شاء الله، سموحة منك أستاذ رياض.
لا بل تفضلوا. اوكي، السلام عليكم. اول شيء بداية يعطيكم العافية على إقامة المؤتمر، والشكر موصول حق الدكتورة هنادي المباركي على الدعوة الكريمة. بس بداية إن ودي ألقي الكلمة سريعة. إن بس بقول لكم أن من دواعي سروري أن أرحب بكم جميعا في افتتاح فعاليات المؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي الخامس تكنو الابتكار وتكنو ريادة الأعمال وتكنو الذكاء الصناعي نحو التنويع الاقتصادي، والذي نفتخر فيه دائما بانطلاقته من دولة الكويت الحبيبة. المؤتمر هذا يعتبر امتدادا لتلك الفعاليات الهادفة التي ترهف فيها المجتمعات الخليجية والمحلية والعالمية نحو النمو الاقتصادي والاجتماعي والتكنولوجي. الحضور الكريم، لقد كانت دولة الكويت سباقة في الاستثمار التكنولوجي والتقنيات المتطورة والخدمات الافتراضية والابتكارية نحو التنويع الاقتصادي القائم على برامج الابتكار وبرامج ريادة الأعمال، وتماشيا مع رؤية الكويت التنموية 2035 التي تركز على النمو الذكي المستدام والتحول الرقمي لتصبح دولة الكويت مركز مالي وتجاري جاذب للاستثمار على المستوى الإقليمي والعالمي، وموائمتها مع أهداف التنمية المستدامة 2030 أو 2035. يعتبر الاقتصاد الرقمي استثمار طويل الأجل ارتكزت عليه الدول العالمية نحو التحول الرقمي، ويدخل الاقتصاد الرقمي في جميع مجالات الحياة الاقتصادية والتكنولوجية والمالية والأكاديمية. ضيوف الكرام، نحن نعلم جميعا أن الدول لديها تحديات كثيرة في منظومة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا، ولكن في دولنا الخليجية تختفي التحديات من خلال الانضمام إلى برامج مسرعات الأعمال وحاضنات الأعمال ومراكز الابتكار وريادة الأعمال، والحصول على الدعم المباشر اللوجستي مثل التمويل والاستشارات والتدريب. لذا تأتي أهمية المؤتمرات العالمية عن طريق تبادل التجارب والخبرات العالمية الناجحة وخلق شراكات استراتيجية في مجالات الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الصناعي، وتوليد الأفكار والأدوات والاستراتيجيات الابتكارية للتطبيقات المستقبلية. أخيرا وليس آخرا، ما بيطول عليكم، أن أتمنى لكم جميعا النجاح والتوفيق في أعمال هذا المؤتمر، وأشكر القائمين على هذا المؤتمر، وأرجو أن تصبو قراراته وتوصياته إلى حجم المسؤولية الكبيرة الملقاة على عاتقنا جميعا من أجل توفير حياة كريمة ملؤها الرخاء والازدهار لشعوبنا. وفقنا الله لما يحبه ويرضاه، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يعطيكم العافية.
Allah Yafiq. A great thanks to Professor Issam Lurguba, Director of Engineering Training and Alumni Center of the College of Engineering and Petroleum at Kuwait University, and Assistant Professor of Chemical Engineering from Kuwait University. And with us today is also Mr. Riyad Yusuf Hamza, the President of the Royal University for Women. تفضل معالي أستاذ رياض حمزة، ونأسف على هذا اللغط. أو اللخبطة.
شكرا جزيلا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، بداية أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل للمؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي الخامس لدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال، كما أشكر صاحبة الفكرة والساعية دائما لهذه المبادرة سعادة الدكتورة هنادي المباكي على حرصها ودأبها باستمرار هذا المؤتمر والساعي للتعاون والعمل المشترك. الحضور الكريم، بات من الواضح أن تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي واحدة من أهم منصات تعزيز الابتكار والنمو الاقتصادي في العصر الرقمي في العالم أجمع. ففي دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي أصبحت هذه التقنيات جزءاً عالميا متزايد الأهمية. الاقتصاديات تعمل على التحول نحو الرقمنة والتكنولوجيا والتقليل من نمط الإنتاج الذي عاشته غالبية سنوات القرن الماضي وعقوده. والمتابع للتحولات العميقة التي تجري في المنطقة يلاحظ بجلاء سعي رؤى الدول الخليجية والدول التي صاغت رؤاها قبل ذيوع مصطلح الذكاء الاصطناعي قامت باستثمار المرونة التي تتمتع بها هذه الرؤى لتضمينها جرعة مناسبة من المبادرات الخاصة بالتحول الرقمي والذهاب إلى تعزيز الاستدامة والنمو الاقتصادي عبر تبني التقنيات المتقدمة بما في ذلك الذكاء الاصطناعي. وتتسم منطقتنا منطقة مجلس التعاون بمسار نمو سريع، ويفرض التحول نحو الاقتصاد الرقمي ضرورة ملحة لمواكبة التغيرات العالمية، إذ تشير التوقعات إلى أن سوق الذكاء الاصطناعي في منطقة الشرق الأوسط ومنطقة الخليج العربي خصوصا سيشهد نموا كبيرا. فوفقا لتقرير أصدره الانترناشنال داتا كوبريشن، من المتوقع أن يصل الإنفاق على الذكاء الاصطناعي في المنطقة إلى 8 مليارات دولار أمريكي بحلول العام المقبل. وأزاء ذلك ووفقا لدراسة أجرتها شركة ماكنزي، فمن المتوقع أن تصل مساهمة الذكاء الاصطناعي في الناتج المحلي الإجمالي لدول الخليج العربية إلى حوالي 96 مليار دولار أمريكي بحلول عام 2030. هذه القيمة المضافة تشير إلى الفرص العديدة التي يوفرها الذكاء الاصطناعي، بدءا من تحسين الكفاءة التشغيلية في القطاعات الحيوية مثل النفط والغاز والقطاع المالي، إلى تعزيز الابتكار في القطاعات الناشئة مثل التجارة الإلكترونية والرعاية الصحية. ويذكر جميع الحاضرين ولا شك دور الذكاء الاصطناعي في تصميم البرامج المحلية في كل دولة لمحاصرة انتشار الفيروس والحد من تأثيراته. ومع ذلك فإن التطبيق المنفلت وغير الرشيد لتقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي يطرح عدة تحديات. من أبرز هذه التحديات هو التأثير على سوق العمل، حيث من المتوقع أن تستمر بعض الوظائف التقليدية في الاختفاء نتيجة للأتمتة. تشير التقديرات إلى أن ما يصل 40% من الوظائف في الشرق الأوسط قد تتعرض للتغيير أو الإلغاء بسبب التقنيات الجديدة بحلول 2030. في المقابل من المتوقع أن تظهر وظائف جديدة تتطلب مهارات متقدمة مثل تحليل البيانات وتطوير البرمجيات وإدارة النظم الذكية. وفي المقابل فإن الأدبيات التي تم الرجوع إليها من أكثر من مصدر معتبر تتفق في الإشارة إلى أن ارتفاع استخدام تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي سيولد الحاجة إلى العديد من الوظائف الجديدة، أبرزها هندسة الذكاء الاصطناعي لتصميم وتطوير الأنظمة الذكية، علماء البيئة علماء البيانات الذين يمتلكون المعرفة لتحليل البيانات واستخلاص الرؤى منها. فمما ساعد الذكاء الاصطناعي في التحليل، إلا أن العنصر البشري هنا مهم وحاسم. كذلك تحليل التعليم الآلي، يعمل المحللون على بناء نماذج تتنبأ وتحلل هذه البيانات. كذلك الأمن السبراني، مع تزايد الاعتماد على التكنولوجيا ستكون هناك الحاجة إلى حماية البيانات والشبكات، وستكون في بالغ الأهمية. إدارة المشاريع التكنولوجية، ستتعاظم الحاجة لإدارة مشاريع الذكاء الاصطناعي وتنسيق الفرق المختلفة لتحقيق الأهداف. تتطلب المواجهة الفعالة لهذه التحولات تغيرات جذرية في النظام التعليمي. على الجامعات والمعاهد التعليمية في الخليج أن تركز على تعزيز مهارات الطلاب في مجالات التكنولوجيا والعلوم التطبيقية. وفقا لتقرير المنتدى الاقتصادي العالمي، يجب على دول الخليج الاستثمار في برامج التعليم والتدريب المهني لتمكين القوى العاملة من التكيف مع متطلبات سوق العمل الجديد. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر معالي الأستاذ الدكتور رياض حمزة من الكلية الملكية للبنات. A great thanks to Mr. Dr. Riyadh Yusuf Hamza, President of the Royal University for Women. والآن معنا من الكويت الأستاذة هبة الرفاعي، مدير عام الصندوق الكويتي الوطني للمؤسسات الصغيرة والمتوسطة، وينوب عنها الأستاذ فيصل الصفار. يتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
بداية أود أن أشكر سعادة الدكتور هنادي والقائمين على الدعوة الكريمة، متمنين للجميع وضيوف الكريم دوم التوفيق والنجاح. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني أن أرحب بكم اليوم في افتتاح فعاليات المؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي الخامس تكنو الابتكار، تكنو ريادة الأعمال، وتكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي نحو التنويع الاقتصادي لأهمية الاستراتيجية كاستثمار طويل الأجل تتمتع به الدول عبر النمو الذكي المستدام القائم على الاقتصاد المعرفي وتبادل الرؤية المستقبلية والتجارب والخبرات والتطبيقات الناجحة، في حين أصبحت مخرجات برامج الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي ذات أهمية إيجابية كبيرة من خلال استخدام التقنيات الجديدة وتسريع الابتكارات الطبية والتكنولوجية لمحاولة تجنب الخسائر الاقتصادية والاجتماعية التي أضرت في العالم أجمع. السيدات والسادة، تعد الكويت واحدة من الدول الرائدة والفاعلة التي تدعم كافة المبادرات والاستراتيجيات والبرامج الفعالة للابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال، وتماشيا مع خطة دولة الكويت التنموية لعام 2035 لتحويل دولة الكويت كمركز مالي واقتصاد قائم على المعارف، وكذلك رفع المؤشرات التنافسية المحلية والخليجية كمؤشر الابتكار ومؤشر علوم التكنولوجيا ومؤشر ريادة الأعمال ومؤشر براءات الاختراع وأيضا مؤشر الحقوق الملكية الفكرية. ضيوفنا الكرام، من الموضوعات التي سوف نتطرق إليها خلال فعاليات هذا المؤتمر في غاية الأهمية، فإننا على يقين بأن هذا التجمع متميز بما يضمه من خبرات خليجية متخصصة قادرة على التوصل إلى التوصيات تلبي التطلعات المنشودة لجميع دول الخليجية في استخدام التكنولوجيا لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة الشاملة. وأنا هنا معكم ممثلا عن الصندوق الوطني لرعاية وتنمية المشروعات الصغيرة والمتوسطة، وهو جهة حكومية كويتية تأسست لتعزيز روح ريادة الأعمال ودعم المشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة في البلاد. ويهدف الصندوق الوطني إلى تمكين الشباب الكويتي من تحقيق طموحاتهم في مجال الأعمال من خلال تقديم التمويل والإرشاد والخدمات الاستشارية اللازمة، كما يسعى إلى تعزيز دور القطاع الخاص في الاقتصاد الوطني والمساهمة في تحقيق رؤية الكويت 2035 عبر تحفيز الابتكار. وفي عصر التحولات الرقمية المتسارعة، يعد الذكاء الاصطناعي أحد أبرز أدوات التطور التي يمكن أن تحدث تأثيرا كبيرا على القطاعات المختلفة، بما في ذلك قطاع ريادة الأعمال والمشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة. وفي هذا السياق يأتي الصندوق الوطني لرعاية وتنمية المشروعات الصغيرة والمتوسطة كداعم أساسي ومحوري في تحسين بيئة الأعمال في دولة الكويت من خلال تمكين الشباب الكويتي وتوفير البنية التحتية اللازمة والشاملة لتحقيق النجاح والنمو المستدام. وفي نهاية كلمتي أود أن أعبر عن شكري لجميع المتحدثين والمشاركين لإنجاح هذا المؤتمر ليحقق أهدافه وطموحاته، سائلين الله أن يوفقنا جميعا لرفعة الدول الخليجية والعربية والعالمية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Great thanks to Mr. Faisal Al Saffar on behalf of Ms. Hiba Al-Rifai, the General Manager of the National Fund of Small and Medium Entrepreneurs. And وبهذا نكون وصلنا إلى نهاية اليوم الثاني من المؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي الخامس تكنو الابتكار وتكنو ريادة الأعمال وتكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي نحو التنويع الاقتصادي. نشكر جميع المشاركين اليوم ونشكرهم على كلماتهم وعلى ما أبدوه من حرص المؤسسات والهيئات على أن نواكب في المجتمع العربي والعالمي أحدث التقنيات. والآن مع الدكتور مؤنس شجاع يبدأ المحور الأول للمؤتمر التكنولوجيا الصحية والطب عن بعد. تفضل دكتور مؤنس معنا تفتح المحور الأول مع جزيل الشكر.
الله يزيد فضلك. يا هلا وسهلا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. واضح الصوت دكتور هنادي؟
واضح تفضل.
اي نعم. بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وآله وصحبه أجمعين. نجدد الترحيب بكم اليوم الثاني في المؤتمر الافتراضي الدولي الخليجي الخامس تكنو ريادة الأعمال وتكنو الاقتصاد. نفتتح جلستنا لهذا اليوم مع الدكتور عصام حسن Facility of the College of Economic and Business Administration University of Technology مسقط. دكتور عصام موجود؟
موجود يمكن بالقاعة الثانية، بس في عندنا بعد كذلك متحدث من اليابان سيشارك دكتور كوبيتا. دكتور كوبيتا is there. دكتور كوبيتا بس دقيقة.
تفضل. الدكتور عصام موجود معنا.
الله وبركاته. كيف الحال؟
دكتور
عليكم
عصام
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
يعطيك العافية. يا هلا دكتور عصام. تفضل دكتور عصام، لكن راح يكون في عندك مشاركة من اليابان دكتور كابيتا، فتقدر تبتدي الآن. تفضل.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا، بارك الله فيكم. مشكورين على حسن الاستضافة بداية، ويشرفنا أن نكون معكم في هذا المؤتمر الجميل، وأتمنى التوفيق لكل المشاركين والحاضرين إن شاء الله. Well, today I'll be presenting about or I'll be speaking about the need of focusing on healthcare as well as telemedicine, and how we can embed innovation and entrepreneurship and AI. To start with, هو دكتور, is it possible to share? I do have a PPT. Is it possible to share إذا في مجال؟
اي نعم. go ahead. Yes.
Okay, تمام. Yeah, this is, I think so. It's now shared if I'm not mistaken. واضح okay, تمام. Good. Yeah.
اي نعم واضح.
ممتاز. So healthcare, telemedicine, and innovation. We do have these concepts about innovation, technology transfer, and we speak about as well as entrepreneurship and AI. It's there as well. How we can embed these terminologies in the healthcare sector and telemedicine. Let's start with the first point, which is about one of the aspects that we could focus on is having remote surgeries, teleradiology, Internet of Things could be embedded in health sector. And let's say embedding robotic surgeries might be emphasized, and we might need that aspect more, especially in the GCC countries, and to develop people who can use that robotic surgeries, for example. Adding the blockchain of secure patient records. Let's say that now we are in the era of a multidisciplinary and cross-disciplinary, and it doesn't mean we are not interrelated. No, we are interrelated. So embedding technology might need to focus on the trust, how to make it trust, and people feel it's secure. So safety and security of privacy of data of patients is very important. One of the examples of innovative tools is to use the 3D printing. Lately, people started to use 3D printing in some of the surgeries. So like bone surgeries, they are using 3D printing. So how that could be implemented as well. I'll just add telemedicine startups. We have telemedicine startups could come to the market. It could be created. We might have a fear that AI could take some of the jobs, but we could have telemedicine startups and invest in that as well. Monetizing innovation, like for example, we can have subscription models. You have an application, you can subscribe in it, and you can get the services that you need. It's a data-driven healthcare. We need to go to that level of automation, getting the data. It's not enough to have a data, but how to utilize this data. Positioning telemedicine as an innovative solution is one of the things that could be implemented as well. But this might need a change of a mindset of people that who are in the health sector, people who are using the technology as a patient, how the technology adoption could be implemented very well within the community and among stakeholders as well. Storytelling, highlighting on patient success stories through using innovative ideas and technology, using testimonials and case studies in the campaigns. Now, the reason of this presentation is to say that healthcare industry might need to focus on business ideas, marketing ideas, entrepreneurship and innovation, and that could open a lot of doors as well. Innovative focused curricula medical schools. This is one of the points that could take us to the metaverse and the edutech and how that could be implemented among, let's say, medical schools, especially that the need of enhancing the skills of students, Generation Z are there, so Generation Y, how that could be tackled. The partnership between edutech companies, healthcare providers, private sector, public sector, community, education institutions. So the role of having edutech in supporting innovation is very important. Metaverse simulation, as mentioned, and we have a cross-disciplinary collaboration, as it was in the beginning mentioned as well. Scaling innovation to understand different markets. Well, absolutely, the medical is a part of, it's one of the sectors in the economy. And there is something called, let's say, medical tourism, how that could be enhanced. The need to work on people's knowledge, skills, and abilities, how to have the best doctors. So that particular country could be a hub of let's say, people who are professional specified in specific areas. Develop innovative workforce. I'll just highlight on some of the data from Scopus database showing the numbers of studies related to healthcare, telemedicine, and innovation. And there is a huge, let's say, a tremendous increase in the studies. And we can see, but then it started a little bit to come lower, but then started to increase again. United States was the most country or territory, followed by United Kingdom, publishing or having papers on these aspects. Healthcare, telemedicine, and AI. Well, to define the role of AI in diagnosing and diagnosing the diseases, this is one of the things. Secondly, predictive analytics and robotic surgery, as mentioned. The other point is the role of telemedicine, especially by having AI chatbots, virtual health assistants, And that could be for the rural areas as well as for the old people who cannot go to the hospitals. And the early disease detection, especially when you have a data-driven insights. It's a cost reduction through automation, but that means, again, the organizational culture of the healthcare providers and sectors as a public or provider or a public or a private hospitals can think about it. So it's a change of an organization culture towards automation, AI, and utilizing technology. AI in supply chain could help as well in inventory optimization, the predictive and maintenance of medical equipment, what should be tackled, personalized patient communication using AI. Now, this is the way that could be the human touch as well, which is lacking in AI, how that could be emphasized, and targeting health campaigns through data analysis using Google Ads or telehealth services. Educational technology integration, as we say, the simulation, AI-driven, VR, surgeries, interactive learning for medical students, and some platforms which could be like an open resource education platforms, Coursera, Udemy courses, are there up to the level of that students or medical student can use it or can have it. Now, related to the studies about healthcare, telemedicine, and AI, again, as it's shown that United States was the highest, let's say, papers published from United States, followed by India and China, which means that now some of the developing countries are also trying to come in the pipeline as well. And the number and the statistics of documents shows that there was a raise. Until now, it's raising. So it's a hot topic. It's a trendy topic as well. The future trends is to have a wearable tech merging with telemedicine. So people can wear smartwatches, and the smartwatches could be for telemedicine. Ethical implications of AI usage, as we mentioned, the privacy, the security of patient records and photos are crucial and vital, and this could be on a national level, consideration, and international level as well. Scaling personalized telehealth services globally. Now, healthcare, telemedicine, and entrepreneurship. Defining healthcare entrepreneurship. Now, this is one of the aspects could be taken as well in consideration, that we need to have more focus on entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship in the field of healthcare and telemedicine. These are some of the example of successful examples, like you have a digital pharmacy platforms. You can focus on a telemedicine solutions. Potential markets, as we mentioned, or it's mentioned that the rural healthcare and aging population, as well as you could have a business models that could be highlighted, like pay per use. There is a concept in marketing, pay per click. This is called pay per use. And there is a subscription, there is a business to business services. And the venture capital trends in telehealth startups could be taken into consideration as well. Building a brand trust through hospital partnerships, like collaboration with different stakeholders. Digital campaigns like using social media, pay-per-click, we have search engine optimization and how that could be implemented very well. These are some of the examples that are worldwide implemented, but how that could be implemented in different contexts and cultures, and will the culture accept that? Program teaching of entrepreneurial skills, and here we could highlight on how medical students could be given entrepreneurship education or as a courses of entrepreneurship education to change the mindset towards going to entrepreneurship, innovation, and critical thinking, innovative thinking. AI and telemedicine training courses in business schools could be one of the trends that could be tackled by different schools, the collaboration by different schools, business, management, social sciences, medicine, engineering, IT. Now is the time to do that. Mentorship platform for healthcare entrepreneurs. There might be a key success for, let's say, entrepreneurs in the healthcare industry, how the mentorship program could be given to the new young, let's say, entrepreneurs in the healthcare industry. Scaling telemedicine startup globally, entrepreneurial opportunities in prevention healthcare, bridging the gaps between the medical education and the entrepreneurial skills, relating topics towards whatever mentioned, taking it from business and marketing and edutech, cross-industry collaboration. The revenue opportunities could be by having AI-powered health apps and applications, telemedicine subscriptions that could generate income to the entrepreneurs, marketing synergies that could be patient-centric campaigns. Now you have the data, you have a digital customer experience, how to make that on patients and how to satisfy customers' needs and wants, which are the patients. Example, influencer marketing, content marketing strategies are vital in healthcare industry because it's one of the, as mentioned, we do have a medical tourism. EdTech enabling healthcare transmission by training professional to adopt AI and entrepreneurial skills, but this needs that the educational institutions might need to rethink about, is it a traditional way of education? Is it a modern one? Are you all going to use different labs? Interactive learning platform for skills upgrade. Some case studies about telemedicine startups with universities bridging the gaps between innovation and entrepreneurship. It's not enough to have the innovation, the IP, then you will need to commercialize it. So how you should do that and how you could do that and how you could create startups and SMEs. These might be two different directions. Vision for future, and this would be my last slide, is about leveraging AI and innovation for healthcare improvements, amplifying innovations through marketing, edutech fostering healthcare leaders. So thank you very much, and I'll be more than happy to be in touch with you for any questions or any inquiries. Thank you very much again for hosting me, and I wish we can meet in next occasions as well. Thank you very much.
You are welcome, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Isam Hussein from Facility of College and Business, Economic and Business, Muscat. Our next guest, Professor Tomoki Murayama from Japan.
Excuse me, I'm here.
Okay.
Excuse me, so I'm now the Kubota, so I'm the second speaker.
You are welcome, Professor Kubota.
Okay.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm Naoki Kubota from Tokyo Metropolitan University, Japan. So thank you very much for your invitation. So in order to deal with real-world data in real time efficiently, we focus on topological approach in our research. So if we can extract topological features and structures, so we can apply them to the inference, prediction, optimization, and analyze in topological big data by using topological intelligence. So the definition of topological twin is very simple. This is just extended from the definition of digital twin. The aim of topological twin is to extract topological structures hidden in the physical space and reproduce them in the cyberspace, and also to simulate and analyze the physical space in the cyberspace. Okay, so I skip the detail. So this is today's main topic. So this shows that trailer has developed as a living laboratory. So if we can bring this trailer house to the parking space of the hospital or elderly house, so many people can know various users experience with AI and robot. So therefore, we call this system user experience, UX delivery service. So we can measure and estimate cognitive and physical ability through real escape game without using boring math exercise nor physical tests. So we try to use this Trail Living Laboratory for healthcare. So this is a main goal of our research. So this shows the sensor layout. So we use so many different types of sensors and robot in the system. One of them is a shearing robot. So this robot can support human daily life, and also so we can measure human behaviors to avoid the occlusion. Okay. So this shows one example of the privacy protection. So if we can generate this kind of movies from the real measurement data and behavior estimation, so we can protect. So we can protect the privacy. So in elderly monitoring, and then so we can generate this kind of movies. As a result, we can use this kind of movie for the machine learning for healthcare, elderly care, and rehabilitation support. Okay, so this is the advantage of our research. And also, so we can analyze this kind of behaviors. This is used for human elderly cognitive ability estimation. So here there are many sensors is included in the block, and then so we can analyze human behaviors and so cognitive thinking through the test. So this is an estimation of human physical muscle activation. Of course, we don't use any marker or any wearable devices. We just use RGB depth data from outside. And then so we can estimate everything by using very many sensors in this area. Okay, so we can apply this system for the real escape games. So actually, exercise and cognitive dementia prediction exercise is really boring, but so they can enjoy the escape game, and then without knowing the measurement, so we can measure human physical and cognitive ability. This is a point. And then so we can deliver this kind of user experience by using trailers. So and also so we can measure daily activities and hobbies. So now, so we are building the startup business in Japan, and then so we try to use the elementary technologies for the AI application. So and then so we can popularize healthcare gamification. This is the aim of my research. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that's all.
Mu'nis, thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah.
Now the next presenter, it's Dr. Mohammed Al-Shamsi. Is Dr. Mohammed there?
Yes, I'm hearing you, Doctor. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Mohammed.
No.
The floor for you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Hanadi, for your invitation. I'm very glad to attend this conference with you. And I think you want me to speak in English. I'll try my best. We have actually instead of presenting an idea and information, I rather prefer to present for you our experience and our real practice through 20 years or over 20 years. So we have actually a project. We have already achieved our idea, and our product is already in the market. So the idea was started before 22 years that we have to explore or research in the area where nobody touched it, which is actually our desert, or the Arabian land desert. So my research, Muhammad Al-Dharif Al-Shamsi, was a researcher of wild herbal medicine. It was impossible issue in the beginning, but now actually we have achieved a lot of results, and we have been involving many of the laboratories overseas and local and universities and scientific people in this project. Now we are glad to tell you that we have been achieved a number of herbal medicine scientifically. It's not just herbal medicine, which is the domestic one, but it is scientific like any medicine. And this medicine made of wild herb in the desert. Because we chose the desert because the herb in that area is still not touched, still not contaminated, and also not a subject for the pesticide and fertilizer, which is the chemical toxic. Since that time, we have been able to produce a herbal medicine for the human being, and also for the cosmetics. These are all it's high standard. And also we are now on the agriculture and animals. So really we have been covered both, including now the essential oil. I don't know if you hear me well now, Doctor.
Yes,
Hello?
yes. Go ahead.
Okay, very good. So actually we have succeed, and some of our products are already published on international scientific journal in America and different places. And even in Kuwait, we have awarded silver medal before maybe 10 years. So really we have fantastic product. We have been able to tell you now how we reach this. We have been studies the herbal, and we have been traveling in all Arabian Peninsula desert. Are you talking me? And we have been really achieve a lot. Now, this is the advantage of utilizing the natural source. It is to have the discovery. You have to look for the place where is not being touched or nobody try, which is we found is the desert is one of the more potential. Now our products, I'm just telling you what has happened. I'm not telling you what is the theory, which is for could be done or not. I'm saying about the product, which is already in hand, already in the market. And since 20 years, we are treating a disease, very harmful disease like psoriasis, which is everybody knows this disease is uncurable. You just go to the internet, you find every health authority will tell you this is, you have to live with it. Now psoriasis can be cured. It's already cured with hundreds and also eczema. Now the asthma is, everybody say asthma is you have to live with it. Asthma is can be treated in 90 days only. Doesn't matter if it is 30 years been suffering. Now the cost is nothing. If you treat asthma, for example, I'm just trying to give an example from the reality, from the actual. So I don't want to talk just like just general information. Any patient suffering of asthma or psoriasis, he need a treatment a yearly over 100,000 dirham. I'm talking about UAE dirham, or say maybe around 10,000 dinar, Kuwaiti dinars. Now, even if this cost, they will never get cured. By our product can be cured within 3 months with less than $1,000, 3,000 dirham, 300 Kuwaiti dinar. Now, this is all. I hope my computer was working. It was actually failed to work on the desktop, but I can show you the cases. I can show you the hundreds. And we are exporting already this product to the international pharmaceutical company. And mashallah, it is spread around the world, GCC and many countries, even some Europe and Australia. So therefore, now where's our treasury? Treasury is the desert. I'm a person who born and he been traveling in this desert 40 years or 45 years, and I know every single plants and what is the use of it. That's why when I went there, I don't have a problem to identify the medicinal plant from our Arabian desert, which is there are very few herbal is there or plants, but there are real high efficient. This is proved now scientifically. We are using 3 laboratories from France. We're using the Al-Qura University, Chennai University, Egypt Central Laboratory, and in the UAE Central Laboratory, and everybody engaged. We work in the high class. So we'll go back now to the discovery or research. If we have to research, if we have to support our economy, we have to discover something new. We cannot sit and waiting other country to export for us every single things, but we have to work. I'm retired actually from the government and very position in the petroleum company, but that doesn't stop me to start my project. My project now, we have the, alhamdulillah, we have the big land given by the government for medicinal plants. And we have the factory, can produce over around 100 products. And we are capable to cooperate with any party, either export to them or import from them. And we work really in a good project. Now, any project, I'm an expert in industrial, actually, since my early age. You cannot make a project or factory or production if you do not have the source. Now, most of our GCC country, for example, factory or manufacturing, they are only bringing the raw material from outside and mix it with the water or with other solution and pack it and send it. These cannot be say factory. You are not factory. You are just mixing the other side product. Our business is different. We are starting from grow the plant in the desert or in our similar to the desert land. We harvest it, we extract it, we take the natural ingredient, we manufacture it, we pack it, and we give it to the customer under our guarantee. So we don't need to import something from outside. Even the expertise, we are using our own expertise. So that's why we have permanent project. Anybody want to plan his project, you have to think first about the source, where he going to get his material. Don't make a building and some machine from China or from Europe, building from different supplier, and then you get the raw material from outside and you pack it. What's your discovery in this? What you are giving to the country? You have to make everything from your own source. Okay, sources, there are still 100 places not being touched or not being surveyed, because our survey here only most of our research on the hello, sorry.
Go ahead. معك نسمعك تفضل.
Okay, the screen was gone. Most of the research, I want to point this one, and please take notes. We have been 100, 220 year and 40 and 50 year research by university, by a research center, and we spend million. But show me one product. There is no product. We make the research. We reach to the very encouragement products, and we publish it on the journal and put it on the file, and it is gone, die. And the person who discovered it, he was afraid to show to the people, maybe they will steal it from him, and he also died. So we lose all our research for 50 years back. So therefore, there is no, this is what we discover is not for me, because I'm going to leave this world. So it should stay for the people, and that's why in our Sunnah, you cannot hide the knowledge. You have to tell everything, otherwise it will be questioned. Therefore, we are ready to cooperate with anybody. We are going to teach everybody now. We are starting a training center also to teach the people about the wild herb, about their use, about their extraction, about and we are not going to follow the standard practice which the people use, and that delay us 100 years. We are our own method. We have started our own technique to reach our target now, and we know there is no similar product in GCC country or in Arab Middle East or in many of our area country. So we have to go beyond this, routine which is implemented. You have to do this. You have to do according to this. We have now established really.
Mr. Muhammad, something wrong with him. Thanks a lot, Mr. Muhammad Al-Shamsi, the Director of Research and Development, Abi Botanical Corporation. Okay.
Okay. You tell me if I finish my time. I'm sorry. I'm just.
Yes, your time is over. Accept our apology, Dr. Muhammad. We have the speakers from Japan.
Okay.
Would you present them, please? Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Now with Professor Tomoki Murayama, Medical Director, Kyushu University Hospital.
Thank you for introduction. I'm Dr. Tomoki Murayama from Kyushu University Hospital, Japan. So I'd like to start my presentation. Okay, today I'd like to introduce our telemedicine activity connecting international doctors. Okay, before starting my presentation, I'd like to have a brief introduction of our university hospital, having more than 1,200 beds and around 1,000 medical doctors working for it. It's the second largest university hospital in Japan. So that as you know, now that the world is moving to the aging society like that. Japan is already in quite a hyper-aging society, and Kuwait is also it's going to the aging society like that. But this is just a global tendency, as you see. This is a Kuwait situation. Now just 7.6% of the people is over 60 years old, but for the maybe in 2050, around 40% of the population will be more than 60 years old. This is so-called aging society, just like us. And now that we are almost exit of the pandemic, but before the pandemic, the NCD is a very big issues for us. Because NCD kills 41 million people every year, which is occupied 71% of all deaths in the world. The most important factor is increased life expectancy, and of course there is other reasons such as the slow progression of macro-level policies to address NCDs and local and regional medical disparities. But anyway, we should think how to tackle with non-communicable diseases such as central vascular diseases, cancers, respiratory diseases, and diabetes. Okay, so for the central vascular diseases like a stroke or the heart attack, it's quite important to avoid diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia, and smoking. And for the cancer, early diagnosis and minimal invasive treatment is quite important. Okay, this is the situation in Kuwait. The prevalence of obesity is becoming higher and higher, unfortunately, and also prevalence of hypertension is quite high like that, and still tobacco use is very high. And furthermore, population with diabetes is increasing like that. So many of you have some risk of these kind of central vascular diseases, and also talking about the cancer, the estimated number of cancers in Kuwait will increase like that. So it's quite important to share the knowledge of the experience about how to tackle with this hyper-aging society between Japan and Kuwait, I think. But Japan has a bit different situation. As I said, we are already in the very hyper-aging society, so that's why the cancer incidence is quite high comparing to the global standard. But comparing to its incidence, mortality is low like that. I myself the gastroenterologist, so I'd like to watch the gastric cancer status like that. The incidence of gastric cancer is quite high in Japan, but its mortality is almost 1/3 of its incidence. But in other countries, the incidence and mortality is almost same. So what's the difference between Japan and other countries? This is just my private opinions, but we have a lot of many health providers, and medical cost is very cheap compared to the other countries, because almost all of them are covered by national health insurance systems. So the patient only should pay for the 30% of medical costs, and 70% will come from government or companies they are working for. And all the medical cost will be set by the government at a cheap price. And we have a very good health checkup system with very cheap cost also. And based on those situations, most of the cancer and diseases will be diagnosed at a very early stage, and the minimum treatment will be done for such diseases. And we have a lot of medical companies which providing the various modalities and equipment. But I think the most important part is education. We have shared our knowledge and experience with our juniors and also provided from our seniors. like that. On daily basis, we have been provided many education from doctors, and also we have provided our knowledge and experience to juniors like that. So that our hospital have accepted many foreign trainees like that. Almost before the pandemic, we have accepted more than 60 trainees every year like that, mainly from Asian countries. Okay, just like that. Well, these kinds of the human exchange program is quite useful for medical education. Sometimes we go abroad to share our knowledge and experience like that. But unfortunately, this kind of activity is unsustainable due to the time or the travel cost or something like that. So we started the telemedicine activity to make this kind of education sustainable. By the combination of on-site training and the telemedicine, we can make this kind of medical education sustainable and fruitful. Okay, so we have expanded this kind of activities with the various countries and the regions and the continents like that. And for medical doctors, especially for surgeons and endoscopists, the learning the techniques and the tips from experts is also quite important. For the medical congress, this kind of especially in foreign countries, this kind of the live demonstration is quite popular. But for the guest faculty from abroad, it's very difficult to do some procedure at a different hospital due to the language barrier or the different situation and the different team members, and sometimes they feel some jet lag. So we have conducted this kind of the live demonstration from the hospital they're usually working for. Using this kind of the internet, this is, of course, this is just a telemedicine. That they can, the guest faculty can feel very convenient to do to show their procedures and techniques to the audience in the main venue of the Congress. These are our contents. As you can see, we have a variety of contents. I myself is an endoscopist, so that's why the endoscopy is the first, followed by surgery, pediatrics, oncology, and something like that. So we have organized more than 1,900 events connecting more than 1,060 institutions in 83 countries. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we cannot go anywhere, as of course, as you know. And at the beginning, no one knows what is happening about these new diseases. So that's why we conducted the international teleconference on COVID 3 times in early 2020. And this conference was broadcasted via Zoom and YouTube, and more than 4,000 people joined joined our teleconference to learn what is happening in the Asian countries and how to protect the medical staff from new diseases. Of course, in the pandemic, it's so trouble for us, but for the telemedicine guys, there is some good situation, because due to this situation, internet connectivity has been dramatically improved in various countries. Before the pandemic, we cannot do any good teleconference with those developing countries due to the poor internet situation. But during and after the pandemic, we can do a very good discussion with good image quality and sound quality. Of course, such kind of telecommunication system itself has been dramatically improved. Before the pandemic, to do a live demonstration, we should prepare many engineers with complicated system like that. But now we just prepare the one engineer and with simple telecommunication system. This is good enough to broadcast a live demonstration. That means reverse type live demonstration can be done. That means usually the in the live demonstration, experts show their techniques and tips to the young doctors. But due to the easier setting of live demonstration, now young doctors and surgeons can show their skills and techniques to experts in remote areas like that. This is a remote endoscopy training between Australia and Palau Island. So nowadays, for doctors in those areas, it's quite nice to have an education from experts. So this is a number of our telemedicine activities before, during, and after the pandemic. The number have not been so changed regardless of the pandemic. Okay, nowadays, of course, in Japan, the internet connection is more stable and becomes more larger. So that's why now they're using the dedicated internet connection. We can do some kind of remote instruction. So that this is a test connecting Kyushu University Hospital, our hospital, and expert in Sapporo, 1,004 kilometers away from our city. So from the expert in Hokkaido, we got some of the remote instruction about the laparoscopic surgery simultaneously. And now the robotic surgery is quite popular in Japan, and we already made a clinical practice guideline for telesurgery. Passing the access right of the console for robotic surgery, nowadays we will be able to do a live surgery in the remote areas like that. Okay, this is my wrap up. That telemedicine is useful for sustainable medical education. Nowadays, we can share medical knowledge, experiences, and techniques among countries on a daily basis. Telemedicine can contribute to filling local, regional, and global medical gaps. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Tomoki Murayama, Medical Director, Kojo University Hospital. Dr. Hanadi.
Yes, I'm with you. Great, thanks for all the presenters for specific topics we discussed today as a first important track about the healthcare and telemedicine. I think we are delayed. We need now Dr. Saleh Al-Anizi to taking care about the next sessions. Dr. Saleh, is Dr. Saleh there? Dr. Mu'nis, you can take care about the second session. We will have Hilal Al-Hilal and we will have Professor Krishna. I hope Professor Krishna is there. Professor Krishna. Hilal موجود?
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are in the same room. Can you raise your hand or an attendee room? There are attendee room.
موجود أشوف أنا دكتور.
موجود يلا يتفضل دكتور هلال الهلال. You present the Hilal till Dr. Saleh Al-Anizi joining us.
Mr. Hilal Hilal, SME's consultant and marketing consultancy from Kuwait. تفضل. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Good evening or good morning, everybody, wherever you are in this life, in this world. My name is Dr. Hilal Al-Hilal. I am now marketing for the freelancers, advisor, coaching, and planning. For the last 10 years, I've been training and I was consulting in addition to teaching people, especially during the pandemic, regarding the freelancing. And what I have found after like a long study, let me just get this down. There is three pillars people as they need it. The freelancing itself, the purpose they are searching, and the audiences they're trying to reach. Which at that case, we are asking ourselves why, because we have to know the why before we start going on and dig deeply. So there is three whys, starting from why people do, especially during the pandemic, they start thinking about in depth by freelancing, side hustling, side by side to their job they are doing in the morning. There is lovely doing work for your purpose, for your insight and depth of your power of love of productivity. That's the lovely thing about it, and which is promising to take you to independence. So it's the most key factor here and key driver that because people doing the freelancing in a step to go totally free. And I was witnessing people, those who went from like working a full-time job in the morning to their full flexibility and working freelancing until the very moment now I'm speaking. It is not just in Kuwait, not just in the Gulf region, it is worldwide, a growing business and a growing economy. That thing leads us to the path of their stability and creativity, which is it gives them the challenges because there is inconsistent income and not as before that every 25th or every 27th they have a fixed salary coming. There is the time that's unbalanced between job, work, life, family, these things distracting them and makes them fatigue. So during digging themselves in that business, making them in the limited resources of networking, and the goal here is to build a supportive ecosystem to make them overcome these challenges here. And what I mean about this sustainable ecosystem, it's a place where there will be collaboration, there will be resources, there will be financial planning, marketing planning, exchanging, how should I put it, exchanging, let's say, experiences and showing the skills, showing the know-how, showing how to do things, and increase their quality of networking. Not like a number, but quality networking, that there is a lawyer, that there is like a marketer, there is a printer, there is everybody there in their surrounded circle. So the steps for this creating supportive community got key points in here. We need like to be engaging with freelancers and the clients, so to know from the two sides of the coin who needs what and why they need that. They need during all the time a mentorship. Someone is to guide them, as if it is like a compass behind it, or a GPS system to tell them do this and do that. That's the mentorship needed. They need too many resources, starting from agreement, starting from how to do this billing, pricing, and it's on and on and on. Even the time tracking is a fatal thing here to them because many of them, they don't keep time tracking, not even pricing time for themselves. On the other hand, the productivity for them needs some tools, needs some skills. So the basic things that they do or need to do more productive work, so they can handle more than 3 clients, they need time management strategies, they need skill development strategies, and how to deal with money of all kinds. And then here, I'm speaking about a study with conducted over like 173 freelancers. So, in a part of side hustling, those who grew full-time as a consultant, some went balancing 2 jobs, and the lesson here of the importance of ecosystem, and they need that thing. I saw them always hooked to these fancy brands like Fiverr, LinkedIn, Upwork, Khamsat, the social media, all of kind, and they are taking some content from here, some lessons from there, they get some clients somehow sometimes, but it's not stable. Pardon me. So here comes the idea of building and connecting a collaborative place where they communicate 24/7 and always focus on their strength and make their weaknesses weaker to vanish or make them stronger. So the vision behind all that is there is a goal. We need to make like a collaborative, a friendly, an open space so they can join, so they can scale up and grow behind a way until they reach the moment they get their flexibility. So we are delightful to launch a meaningful and good Zawiya community. It's a website, it's a community where we had a weekly discussion, we had a weekly mentorship, we had private membership, dive and dig, everybody with me or with others with the same experience, collaborating to help. In addition to the resources, we have ebooks, we have all kinds of things that cross to your mind, that thing. So we can nutrate them as a freelancer, so until the moment they can nutrate clients from a willing buyer to buyers. And we have here to make them stronger. All that's happening is to connect the gap between the know and how and the need. Thank you very much. If there is anything, any question, I'm delightful to answer.
Thank you, Dr. Hilal. We would like to thank you very much. We would like to Dr. Professor Krishnan now, Najathan. We will wait to check with him. Prof. Krishnan, welcome back to our meeting. We would like to show us what will today say. We are happy to listen you. Thank you, Dr. Krishnan.
Can I share my presentation?
Dr.
Can you see my presentation? Can you see my presentation?
Your sound, it's low. Can you raise your sound, please?
Can you see?
Yes, I see you. It's very good. Very nice. And now it's very.
The sound is also should be good now. Yep.
It's very nice.
Yep. Thank you very much. And thanks, Dr. Hanadi, for once again inviting me. It's a pleasure to always come and talk to this forum. The topic that I have is how is EdTech shaping the future of learning? This is very interesting because one of the largest EdTech company in the world, at least an Indian company in the world called Byju's, has just gone bankrupt. And that's very interesting. So when we talk about EdTech shaping the education technology, shaping the future of learning, you also see that some of the companies are going bankrupt. Why is that happening? And what is this entire trend about? By the way, I'm also involved in EdTech. I'm launching my own EdTech startup. So there's a lot of learning from that. Over the centuries, if you see education, how has education changed? There are two parts to everything. There's value creation and there is value capture. These are two different things. If you look at the value creation per se, over centuries, this has not changed. We are still there's lots of knowledge available historically. In the olden days, with scientists, with researchers and everybody, even now, there's so much of knowledge that is available for us. And it's constantly evolving and it's available for everyone. Unfortunately, the challenge for education is to enable the learner to acquire the right knowledge. It doesn't matter that the knowledge is there. Knowledge is there and everyone knows that, but the challenge for education has always been one of enabling the learner to learn. Teachers and gurus have been doing the jobs. And that's the problem with the entire education system, because teachers and gurus have limited time. You don't expect them to teach 24 hours a day. They have 8 hours of teaching to do. They have to learn themselves. They can only do so much. There are only so many good teachers and gurus that are available in this world. That has been one of the biggest blocks of learning, education. If you come to the second part, how is the learning captured? How is the process of learning captured? It's always been this one. We have so little of the value being really captured. So few people are getting educated. And even many of the people who are getting educated are not employable. Why is that? One, of course, is availability of teachers. The second, of course, is how are we educating people? Our methods of education hasn't changed dramatically over centuries. I'm not talking about decades. I'm talking about 2000 years of learning. If you go back, we are doing learning exactly the same way. We are doing learning in schools. We are doing learning in universities. These are edifices that we create, where teachers come, students come, and a teacher can teach so many students. So there's a capacity problem. You have to build a lot more education institutes. You have to have a lot more teachers so that you can effectively teach. So the entire problem with the education system has been one of value capture, not of value creation. And that is what EdTech is trying to solve. How do we actually change the way we capture the value of education? How do we deliver that? So what I did when I'm doing it is I always look at this model of innovation, which is developed by Henderson and Clark in 1990. And if you look at that, there is one simple thing that comes up. Always people use different tools. But tools are only part of a system. You can take, for example, if you take education, Bloom's taxonomy is a tool. We've used Bloom's taxonomy to make sure that learning is effective. But it's only a tool. It doesn't change a school. It doesn't change the college. It doesn't change the university structure. You still are delivering by the same teachers, but in a different way within the same structure or the architecture, as we call it. The second one we talk about is, can we improve the environment of education? So make schools more fun, classrooms more fun to do. You talk about putting some amount of, making classrooms healthy by putting air conditioning, making sure that the children have all the sorts of things that is necessary for them to learn and so on. Excuse me. But over the period of time with technology, we've also have some architectural changes. How do you use digital tools in existing institutions? And this is one of the interesting things about EdTech. What has happened is that we are using digital tools exactly the same purpose as we taught before. The process hasn't changed. Instead of using a blackboard, we are using more intelligent boards. Instead of doing physical experiments, we're doing experiments with the things which are more technologically sophisticated. But fundamentally, we are doing the same. So what are the changes that are happening? So I see this are the sorts of things that are happening. There are digital learning tools that are come up. Things like the Khan Academy, Coursera, that deliver content online. It hasn't changed the school. It hasn't changed the university, but it's just an app that is available. Schools today are accessing Khan Academy. Universities are accessing Coursera for content. That's what has changed, basically. Not much has changed. Then you have learning management system, whether it is Moodle, Blackboard, Canvas, all of this. These are managing information. They are not changing schools. They are not changing education in any way, but only providing management. Then you have adaptive learning technologies. These are emerging ones, still not something that is common. We have gamification. These are tools that to engage people to learn. There is emergence of VR, virtual reality, or augmented reality in education, emerging things. And we are beginning to use data analytics. These are some of the things that technology is bringing. However, today, when people talk of EdTech, they are talking about these as tools. They are not talking about these as fundamentally systems that will change education. We are still saying, oh, my digital learning tool will change things in terms of how learner learns. And to do that, we need to understand how different players look at education and how are those needs changing. If you look at education, there are 4 clear players that are happening there. There are learners, there are educators, there are institutions, and there are parents and sponsors. I put the word parents and sponsors simply because today education is becoming lifelong, and hence even companies are sponsors of education. If you really look at them, each of them has very, very different needs. A learner needs quality. He wants learning to be personalized. No longer are people happy to have a standard course. They want it to be effective. They want it to be relevant to the marketplace, that it will get them a job. That is something that is very clearly. In the earlier times, all it mattered was having a degree. Today, many companies don't even bother about a degree. They tell you that degree doesn't matter. It is your qualification which matters. Are you employable is a question that people ask. So there's a fundamental shift there. Second, educators. They are saying we need efficient tools. We need to assess and engage our learners. And they are having very different ones because in the earlier times, schools and universities were smaller, where you could very easily directly engaged. Today, if you're looking at digital learning through Zoom and things like that, you need more efficient tools for actually engaging and assessing the learners. Institutions are coming up with completely different one. They're saying no longer is it scalable to build schools. I have a school with so many students, thousands of students. Can I build a school with 10,000 students at the same place? There's no way we can do it. Cities are crowded. There's not enough space. You can't just add classrooms. You can't just keep on adding teachers and students. There's a limit to what you can achieve. It's a function of multiple things. They're saying we need a reliable system for management and delivery of education. How do we do that? Then the parents and sponsors are coming up with completely different requirements. They're saying, no, we need transparency in education. We want to know what is happening with our education. They are asking that we need to know what is the cost. How can the cost come down? And they are saying, I don't care about degrees now. I want employability. I'm paying so much for my wards, my children's education. I'm paying so much for my employees' education. Are they employable? Do they come out of education as people who can readily get this one? So how is this needs being met today? These needs are being met by schools and universities. I call them commodities. Schools and universities are no longer different from each other. Everything is a commodity. No two schools are different. They have absolute similarities. The differences are all window dressing. It's all marketing that is making the difference appear. But at the end of the day, it's exactly the same. They are all identical. They have the same curriculum. They have the same exam system. They have the same evaluation practices. So if you look at it, there is nothing unique about them. They are all commodities. So if you are a parent today, I would recommend that don't bother about the reputation of the school. Just put them in any school. Your child will get the same quality of education. Unless there will always be outliers, there will be one or two very good education institutions. There will be some 10% which are very poor. However, today we are also seeing digital learning tools. We are seeing Coursera, we are seeing Upgrad, things like that, which are coming and then say, no, we are actually custom built. However, those models are still emerging. No one knows how these are going to be there. They are technologies that are there, still to be matured. It's still evolving. Then there is data analytics. Today, we can get much more information about what education is about. So data is very easily available. But the newest thing that is coming out is what is called adaptive learning systems. Systems that are changing depending on the skill of the person, and the curriculum changes, the content changes, and so on. Underlying these things, which are very visible, are things that are not visible to normal people. Schools require energy. Energy has become a very big one. Does your school provide a great environment? Does it provide air conditioning? Does it provide fans? Is it a good environment for children? That's a factor. Even though you might not think they are very important factor. Classroom equipment. Now, these are again commodity that are existed for long. The school facilities, the learning tools, these completely commodified, that exist there. Very few people look at it, but there's a lot of things that we can do as to improve it. A lot of things that we can do to innovate there. We still do experiments in schools and labs the old-fashioned way. Can we adapt new technologies there? That's also EdTech, by the way. That's also education technology. Could we change the classroom equipment for things like experiments and so on? Can they be digitally done? Do we need to have it the old-fashioned way? Can all of that learning dramatically change? How do we use technology there? That's one big domain that's been left out by people, most education technology people. Then there are books. In the era of chat GPT and open learning, what's the role of a book? Today we have access to so much of content, so many of the books. When will books get replaced by digital content? However, it's not something that is happening very fast. It's something that should happen. How can you replace books with something more exciting for people to use, something more that is aligned for people to learn better? Digital content is something that is growing day by day, but can it be customized? Today, a lot of the digital content that is happening is conversion of existing ways of teaching into digital. When I say that, I'll explain that a little bit. So today you have a mathematics teacher teaching a concept. What is digital content happening is video recording of what the teacher teaches in the class. It's not really digital use of digital power. It's not really the use of digital technology to learn. There's a whole different way that we need to look at digital content. That's a difference between digitization and education technology. So how do we get there? And that is a huge area and massive area of investment and development. Then there is this big topic of educator skill development. My wife is a resource person for training teachers in India. The message is that there are 100 people in our state that can do that. And the demand is for 2,000 people, 2,000 such trainers. Where are these skilled educators going to come from? How are we going to do this skill development for educators? We can do all technology, but if the teachers are stuck in an old-fashioned one, they do not know how to do that, how to effectively make use of that, is still back to square one. We are not going to utilize the power of technology. We're just going to use technology for the sake of technology, not utilize the power of technology. Then there are learning platforms. These are emerging. I was listening to the earlier presenter. That's a great learning platform for gig workers. I'm creating today a learning platform for adults on innovation. Completely different. It's very unconventional. It's not something that will be taught, but where instead of teaching 50 students or 100 students a year on innovation, I can actually reach up to 50,000 students. How do I use technology that way? There's a whole host of research and innovation that's happening there. And finally, digital learning tools. How do we use AR, VR to actually learn? How can we get better at learning using digital technology? Really use technology for learning, not for technology to improve processes of teaching, not for improving the process of education. So really do that. So if you look at it, there are a lot of things that are happening in the genesis phase and the custom innovation space. The left side of this is all about innovation. And today, there's so much opportunity. So we are just scratching the surface of EdTech. We are going to see a huge, huge movement on using education technology to redefine the way education is done. So I go back to this slide and reflect there. And I'll come finish that. So what are we trying to see as transformations? We are seeing learning platforms which moves things from schools and universities to online platforms. People can learn at their own rates. We're seeing outcomes. The outcomes will no longer be degrees and certificates. In the future of education, no one is going to be bothered about degrees and certificate. They are going to be looking at micro credentials and employability credential. That's a very different way of looking at it. Curriculum. People are going to say, no, I will define what curriculum I want to follow, what I want to learn. I'm not going to depend on a university, excuse me, or an education board to design what I should learn. I want the choice based on my needs. There will be transparency, which is about gamification, digital dashboards. We're not going to depend on progress reports. We're not going to depend on PTA, Parent Teachers Association meetings. Today, a lot of parents get details about the awards performance only in the progress report. They are going to be thing of the past because you will have digital dashboards, you will have gamification. Technology will enable new ways, not to enable existing ways. Today, a lot of tech is focused on how can I make my existing ways digital. The future is going to be saying, oh, I have a digital technology. What can I do with this? So these are the 5 parameters on which we see education transformation happening, EdTech transforming education. So I've looked at education from the lens of an innovator and then said, how is this going to happen? How are these going to impact us as future communities? And these are some of the key things. So if I look at it, I think sooner than later, we will have radical innovation happening in education. And then universities, the big universities and things like that will become history, will no longer be the ones that tell us how education should be happening. So that's what I wanted to share. These are, so if I'm actively working on curriculum, redefining curriculum in my domain, which is innovation. I am working on micro credentials and employability credentials as a code, changing from certification and degrees. I am saying, how can I use technologies in new ways to create learning platforms? So I'm personally engaged in many of these, in all of these elements. And so I was super excited to share what I could add to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnan, Professor Krishnan. Thank you, Dr. Hilal. We are grateful for the knowledge and experts you have shared, as you have added significant value to this discussion. Thank you very much, Dr. Hilal, Prof. Krishnan. We would like to talk with Dr. Hanadi also. Dr. Hanadi,
Yes.
are you here? Thank
Yes,
you, Dr.
I'm
Hanadi.
here. Yes, we will open discussion. Hi, Krishna. Hi, Hilal. It's amazing presentation for both of you. I'm impressed to seeing this information. In fact, for the education, Mr. Krishna, Professor Krishna, for the education, did you think the new generation will accept all the new tool and the new strategy for the education?
I think the new generation is frustrated with what is available. Today, a lot of the new, I would specifically speak My son is getting educated in Europe. He completed his education in Europe. I've seen people get educated in the US. I've seen people getting educated in India. And I can tell you that there's a marked difference that people are expecting. Today, a lot of degrees are expensive, but they are not making sure that people are employable. That's true not just in India, that's true across the world. And people are frustrated. I take expensive education loans, and the end of it, I can't get a good job. That's a problem for people. And that is because we are teaching old stuff, not really relevant to what people need for the current generation.
And do you think the new program for innovation and entrepreneurships or technology transfer will be helping those students to attract those students to be part of those centers in the university?
The short answer is no, I don't think so. I think that many of the courses are very poorly designed.
Okay, it depends about the design of the course.
Absolutely. It's a problem with the course design, not with the learners. We seem to blame the learners for a lot of problem. No, I think it is the entire system that is broken. We are taking an old way into a new world.
Okay.
And that needs to change.
Okay. Dr. Hilal, what is your opinion about the latest platform for the freelancer? Do you think this one will be cutting edge the full-time employee?
Well, to be honest, so far I have 26 registered subscribers. On the other hand, this community it's about to be the new trend for, or instead of the direct mentorship or direct consultations, because it is cost-worthy. On the other hand, that one, it is open for 24 hours 7. So it is from all to all. There is no one guy lecturing another one for 1 hour or 2 hours and then vanished and finished. No, it is like for 24 hours availability. That's why there is like a lot of thirsty people need that fountain and going for that fountain and enjoying that fountain.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much.
More to be subscribers.
Yes. Professor Krishna, is the teaching the innovation in early stage for the student will be important to teach them about the innovation, let's say in the high school? Because the problem, it's what we're facing in the university. The inventors may be doing some inventions in the end of the college and the graduation project. But before that, they told us we don't know anything about the invention, about the registration, about the process, about the prototype.
Again, as I said, the problem is not theory. You don't want to teach theory. For example, in the Indian schools, the curriculum, they have introduced a course, they have introduced a subject called Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Who is teaching it? The economics teacher is teaching Innovation and Entrepreneurship. That's not helping. That's not a solution to the problem. If you want young people to innovate, you have to coach them on innovation. You cannot teach innovation. So there's a difference between teaching and coaching. A lot of things that is happening in schools is teaching. I talk, you learn. But innovation, if it has to succeed, people have to be coached. They have to do things to learn. And that is not what is happening. So yes, you need to go to schools and show them but you don't need to teach them, you need to coach them. Do we have the system to do it? I don't think so.
Krishna?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, what is your opinion, you and Hilal, and also Dr. Saleh, for the future, for the technovations in our country or for the next decade?
No one can stop it. It will happen.
How we accelerate those process?
Getting more innovators, coaching them. They will seek out where they can do it. People are not going to wait for people to come and tell them. They will go and find out. They will do it by falling down multiple times, but they will do it. What we can if we develop better curriculum, better coaching methodologies, we can help this process become fast.
Okay. Dr. Saleh?
أهلا دكتور، أهلا وسهلا.
If you have any discussions, Professor Krishna, he is certified from 360 Innovation. He is also graduated from the Harvard University. He is a top advisor through the world in innovation, but it's not well known same as other who will be available all the time on the social media and speaking about the innovation. And in fact, they don't know what is the definition of the innovations. You know, now you will see many marketing for the people as a speaker. They speaking about the topic, just they pulling the theory from the internet, and they present themselves. I'm a speaker in innovation. I'm an innovator. I'm knowing about the innovation. When I announce about my my initiative in 2020, and I've been in contact and invited in several media channels, let's say for the radio or for the TV. I told them, look, I'm in the domain more than 30 years, but I keep hearing the people in the previous years in the media and everywhere talking about the innovation. Could you stop some people and ask him about the definition of the innovation? Could you stop them and ask him what do you mean by entrepreneurships, and what is the difference between inventors or entrepreneurs and inventors? And they told me no at all. I told them, look, I will start my statement by defining first what do you mean by innovation, to make it so simple for the other who is talking about the innovations, because also the people for the media, they don't know anything. They just ask you general questions. They don't care what definition by innovation or technovations or techno-entrepreneurships. Then this is the main problem for us. We're seeing many people talking about the innovation, but unfortunately, they are away from the innovations and entrepreneurship. I think the time will be over. Thank you so much for Professor Krishna. You will be a strategic partner for our conference. I invite you from today, 10 to 12th of November next year. And also, Hilal, you joining us this year, but you are an old friend for us. We hope so to seeing you next year. Dr. Saleh, thank you so much for chairing these sessions. You are also a partner for us. And for the next sessions, Dr. Hassan Al-Bahrani will taking care about the next track, talking about smart cities and infrastructures for the airport life. Thank you so much for the presenter, and Dr. Hassan, the floor and mic for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Good morning or good evening for the rest of the world. I believe we are in session number 1. Is it Smart Cities, Dr. Hanadi? Just to confirm about the session and the guests for the roundtable. I believe we have, let me just double check the calendar. All right, yes, we have the smart cities, infrastructure, reimagining the urban life. I believe we have Dr. Sabih. We have also Nico Fikuma, and we have Nico Fikuma from Japan. I hope that I pronounced it correctly. Professor Nico, you are the director from JSPS Cairo Research Station. Is Professor Nico available?
Yes,
Yes.
I am here. Hello.
Welcome to our session, and I need also to say hi to Dr. Sabih Khaisuf from IEC Council member for Africa and Middle East, Hyperloop TT Infrastructure Lead MENA region.
صبيح قاطع خصاف.
صبيح خطاب.
خصاف.
أهلا وسهلا. خصاف.
أيوة.
أهلا وسهلا.
يا هلا بك.
We will start our session today with Professor Nyuko. Did I pronounce it correctly?
Yes, Naoko.
Now.
Yes.
Naoko. All right, Professor Naoko. It's my honor to have this roundtable. It's my honor to have you here at this conference, and you can share your screen by clicking at the bottom. You can share your presentation and start your time, and be aware that I will record any recommendation that you will present it in my notes.
My screen?
Yes, I can see your screen. All right, everything is clear. Be aware that I will record your recommendation after your presentation. After the closing of the roundtable, I will put it in the recommendation for this conference. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Hassan. I'm Naoko Fukami. I'm from JSPS office in Cairo. JSPS is the Japan Society for the Promotion of Science. It is a funding agency under the government of Japan. And actually, I am architectural historian and urban historian. Perhaps not appropriate to speak about smart cities and infrastructure. But from my point, I want to say something towards the smart cities and infrastructure today. So, okay. So, what is smart city? A smart city is an urban area that leverages digital technology to optimize city infrastructure, facilities, and operations, aiming to enhance the convenience and comfort of business and residents. And another one said, a smart city refers to sustainable, environmentally friendly urban areas that utilizes advanced technologies such as ICT and AI to efficiently organize and manage infrastructures like energy, transportation systems, and administrative services. What is the purpose of a smart city? The goal of smart city is to solve urban problems and create a livable environment for the residents. As a researcher in architecture history and urban history, I am currently studying the urban history of Cairo. How can we use advanced technology to solve problems in historic Cairo and create two livable cities? So we have many issues in historic Cairo. Coordination between different administrative bodies, such as Cairo Municipality, the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, the Ministry of Culture, and Ministry of OGAF is not functioned well. The Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities aims for restoration focused solely on registered cultural properties and is reluctant to promote heritage utilization. The Urban Development Fund, established directly under the Prime Minister in 2021, often carries out development through a scrap and build approach. This method disrupts the city's fabric and, while traditional in practice, raises concerns about its sustainability for historic cities. We have water and electricity infrastructure problems. Rising groundwater levels are damaging historical buildings. Due to extremely low rainfall, the sewer system is inadequate for handling occasional concentrated rainfall, leading to road drainage issues. Additionally, aging water and sewage pipelines present further challenges. Also, in electricity infrastructure, aging and ad hoc repairs increase the risk of accidents. There is no provision for city gas, and LPG is used as a substitute. We have a transportation infrastructure, also it's a problem. Narrow, winding historic streets are frequently by modern commercial trucks, tuk-tuks, and private cars, making pedestrian traffic difficult and sometimes resulting in accidents. Additionally, traditional cafes, storefronts, and workshops encroach on the streets, adding to congestion. To preserve the historic city layout, it's essential to make efficient use of these narrow winding roads, possibly by implementing timed traffic restrictions or small-scale public transport solutions. For the public spaces, traditional cafes are mainly used by men only. Before the pandemic corona, mosques served as a gathering places, but most now remain closed outside of prayer times. Women's public spaces are limited to small squares in front of schools where they drop off and pick up children or clubs that children attend, excluding low-income women. Without parks, children often play in the streets, which are unsafe due to traffic. As public spaces are closely tied to community, the community's presence is diminishing. There used to be associations similar to guilds, but they no longer function. For the housing and education, the poor live in makeshift buildings on large plots owned by Ministry of OGAF, with poor or in private poor sanitation. Many lower middle income people live in low-rise apartments built by the government in the 1960s, or in private 8-story apartments developed since the 1980s. Only a few middle and upper income individuals reside here, very small number. There is no website to provide information to people attracted to the historic city's charm who wish to relocate here, with real estate information primarily spread by word of mouth. For the education, large estates were converted into public elementary and middle schools during the Nasser era, but many are closed. And the disaster prevention and health sanitation, fires caused by the deteriorating electrical wiring often occur, sometimes affecting abandoned historic buildings. There are no hydrants or firefighting systems adapted to the narrow streets, and fire prevention relies on private efforts. Rare earthquakes serve as a reason to demolish deteriorated buildings registered as dangerous by the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. Earthquake-resistant methods suited for historic districts should be adapted for earthquake preparedness. And waste collection is insufficient, and stray dogs and cats are not managed, leading to issues like the falling and scavenging. There is little awareness of waste management, with no sorting, frequent littering, and unsanitary road conditions due to the smell of rotting food waste. For the tourism, recent development by Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities have made several monuments beyond the well-known Almuriz Street accessible for a fee. However, there is little information for visitors, and the traditional method of guided tours by licensed professionals remains common. Monuments that are not open to the public are often locked and not well maintained. Efforts to preserve streetscapes remain limited, with significant room for improvement. Due to low public awareness, residents have not yet taken steps to participate in the maintenance and management of heritage sites. A critical approach to integrating IT and AI within the context of historic city preservation. Here is a breakdown of 6 keys and how they might address practical challenges in historic urban areas like Cairo. The first one is digitalization of building information. By digitally recording the data, such as building age, number of floors, ownerships, function, household numbers, and resident, city planners and preservationists gain a comprehensive real-time overview of the city physical and social makeup. This can improve the decision-making by clearly identifying the high-priority structures, at-risk buildings, and areas where urban density or degradation may pose risks. And the second one is enhanced understanding of issues. With personal data collected responsibly and ethically, this system could improve insight into social economic challenges, such as overcrowding, aging infrastructure, and public health needs within dense urban areas. Mapping this data geospatially could also reveal spatial patterns that correlate with these issues, which might otherwise remain obscure. And also we can find historic information. It adds the values of historic city. And the third is facilitating SDGs. This approach supports the sustainable development goals by aligning urban preservation with targets for sustainable cities and communities, and promoting an innovation in infrastructure, Goal 9. It would also contribute to reducing the inequalities, Goal 10. If data is used to improve resources and infrastructure in underserved areas. And our community-centered revitalization of Souk Siraha in Cairo is under the canopy of UNESCO, and there is a 4, 8, 10, 11, 17 is connected to the SDG goals. The fourth is a problem identification and AI. AI can be used to analyze data, identify recurring issues, such as structural vulnerabilities or areas at high risk of deterioration. For example, AI could predict where building materials might fail due to age or environment stressors, allowing for primitive maintenance. And the fifth is practical solution and historic preservation. Integrating IT and AI in historic preservation does raise the question of how these technologies translate into concrete solutions. For instance, insights gained from data analysis could inform policies for pedestrianizing specific streets to reduce vehicle-induced vibrations near fragile structures or optimizing tourist flows to minimize wear on vulnerable sites. The sixth is balancing privacy with data collection. The collection of personal data is essential, particularly in historic areas where residents may be aware of surveillance. A transparent approach focusing on aggregated data rather than individual tracking would be crucial, emphasizing that the data collection is the communal benefits, like infrastructure improvement, preservation, and enhanced safety, may help build trust with residents. This digital approach could thus offer a structured, proactive model for preserving historic cities by blending traditional preservation practices with smart cities innovation. Kyoto in Japan has been a fascinating example of smart city transformation, balancing modern technology with its rich cultural heritage. Here are some key aspects of its approach. The first one is smart tourism and crowd management. Second one, the data-driven urban planning. The third is environment sustainability. The fourth is cultural preservation through technology. These efforts make Kyoto a prominent model of how technology can enhance city life and tourism while preserving cultural and environmental values. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. You shared about government integration. In addition to, you shared information about how electrical and water infrastructure, in addition to the utilization of transportation infrastructure, the housing and education infrastructure. You also give us information about building, information design, understanding issues, utilization of technology, predict solution as part of the smart cities, balancing data privacy, which is very, very important, Professor, between balancing privacy of the information and utilization of data. In addition, which is globally focused now about the environmental aspects for energy transition, energy or environmental sustainability, and how it is important for utilization of technology and AI. In addition, for the innovators to use those type of technology to build us a smart city in the world. Thank you, Professor, for your insightful presentation and
Thank
speak.
You, Dr. Hassan. I am, as I said, I am not a specialist for AI or IT, but from my side, I can point the problems. And if the AI and IT can solve the problem, it will be very happy and it will be a new future Cairo, historic Cairo. Thank you so much.
You really pointed to the many important factors within your speak. Thank you very much, and please have you in the session in the round table after Dr. Sabih. Dr. Sabih, welcome to this session and this talk. I'm really honored to have you in this round table, and I'm pleased to invite you to this conference. And of course, it's a special application, special thanks to Dr. Hanadi for gathering us here in this conference with a huge effort provided by Dr. Hanadi and the ecosystem environments she provided in this conference, how we are integrated to provide a useful information across all over the world. Dr. Sabih, floor is yours. Please share your screen. You have your time, and I will be here recording the insightful information that you will provide.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hassan. And I agree with Dr. Hanadi. She's a dynamo of these events. And, you know, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak my second time on this event. It's my pleasure. Let me see if I can manage with, I try to share my screen. Can you see it?
I believe it's transferring now. Yes, we can see it. You can click the full screen view, and floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. I can't say morning or afternoon. I'm sure people joining from around the globe.
Hi, Professor. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you very much, Doctor. It's a pleasure to hear you and be with you today.
Professor, your voice, your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Dr. Hanadi. We can hear Professor or Dr. Sabih. His voice is clear.
If you, I mean, I can't take my headphones, but it's worse. Make it worse. If you, Dr. Hassan, if you hear me, that's good.
Yeah, I can hear you. Maybe the problem
your mic
from Dr. Hanadi. Dr. Hanadi, can you hear me? Dr. Hanadi, I will call her. Don't worry.
Hi, Dr. Hassan.
Hi. I believe we can hear Dr. Sabih.
Yes. Hi. The problem is from me. I'm muting myself.
Yeah, all right.
I'm so sorry. Before you start, Professor Sabih, he is from ICE. He reaching, I think, the position of Vice President in ICE. ICE, it is Institutions of Civil Engineering in the United Kingdom. This institutions is one of the oldest institutions about the civil engineering in the world. Maybe the age, as they mentioned for me before, 200 years. I'm the first member from the Middle East joining ICE since 1992. This is just, I call it for, I need everybody knowing for the history. I'm the first person who is initiate the ICE in the Middle East, and also be a member with them since 1992, and the record is there. And in 2006, I met the president of ICE, and I deliver a speech with him and discussion for a future collaboration. Today, in the previous week, Kuwait University and ICE have a collaboration, a new collaboration, and doing some student chapter or some collaboration with the student in College of Engineering. But they miss this information about me. I'm the first person from the Middle East who be associated or be member till today with ICE. More welcome, Professor Sabih. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hanadi, and we are proud of you. You are a valuable member of the Institution of Civil Engineers. Yes, the Institution of Civil Engineers is one of the oldest professional institutions in the world, founded 1818. And we are very close to the Houses of Parliament in London. Today, I will be speaking about resilience and sustainable transportation system for resilience and transport and cities. Let's see. Okay, as Dr. Hanadi and Dr. Hassan said, my name is Sabih Kisaf. I'm visiting professor at Harriet Watt University. I'm also helping other UK universities in the Middle East. I'm a member of the Institution of Civil Engineering. I'm fellow of the Institution of Civil Engineering, follow the Highways and Transportation and Charter Management Institute. I used to be for 3 years the IC Council Vice President for International. Currently, I'm the IC Council member for Middle East and Africa. My day job, I work for Hyperloop Transportation Technology. For me, London is home, but I've been in the region, in the UAE specifically since 2007. I worked on a number of projects in the Middle East, in Abu Dhabi Khalifa Port Industrial Zone, Abu Dhabi Integrated Public Transport Network System, Doha Metro, Dubai Metro, and since 2016, I'm with the Hyperloop Transportation Technology. I will speak about the technology at the end of my presentation, but for today, I'll be just doing a brief introduction and definition, and then we talk about UN Sustainability Goals, what they mean, what they are, and resilience and sustainability in transportation. Transportation is the backbone of any society, and without resilience and sustainable transport, society will not develop. Then I will speak about strategies for building resilience and sustainable transport system. Without strategy, we will not be able to implement anything in life, and transportation is one of the aspects of civilization, any society. I will give some examples of successful implementation of resilience and sustainable transport system, and we'll give example from our region, from the GCC, and from around the globe to show how cities can implement sustainable, resilient transport system. And then at the end of the presentation, I explain, give some details about the resilient and sustainable transport system of the future, which is the Hyperloop. And then I'm more than happy to take questions or leave it to Dr. Hassan to decide. When we talk about sustainability, it's in reality, we've been talking about sustainability recently, but in reality, sustainability been with us since 1987. And it's defined in the United Nations as meeting the needs of present without compromising the ability of future generation. Basically, we cannot continue doing what we're doing without thinking of the next generation. Resilience in the context of risk management, resilience is defined as a system ability to continue functioning as an acceptable level efficiently in the face of disruption or unexpected condition. We know, and we faced in different parts of the world, recently in Spain, when we faced with natural disaster or climate change, the system has to be resilient to continue functioning, or at least for a short period, and then we continue working. Talking about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, most of the people on this call are aware and know about the United Nations 17 goals. I'm not going to dwell on them because everyone knows them, but I will, explain and dig deeper in the goals that related to sustainable cities and communities and sustainable transportation system. We know goal number 11 states that make cities and human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Our cities, if they are not sustainable, it means we will not be able to continue building as we do to date. And then it has to be inclusive. It has to accommodate everyone's needs and safe for everyone. And I talked about sustainability. And we talk about one of the goals 11 is the sustainable transport in any cities. The role of transport in sustainable development was first recognized in 1992 by the United Nations Earth Summit and reinforced in its outcome document in Agenda 21. Basically, as I said, without a resilient transport system, we cannot call our cities as resilient. And if we talk about resilience from the transport point of view, what we mean. Transport refers to the ability of the transport system to withstand and quickly recover from disruption, such as natural disaster, economic shifts, or technological advancement. We know, I live in Dubai, and we had the flooding, and Dubai demonstrated its resilience basically within days. The city back working normal. The same happened in other GCC capitals. That demonstrates that the GCC countries, GCC capitals, are building the cities to be resilient and sustainable. When we talk about sustainability, sustainability encompasses economical, environmental, and social dimension. And also for those who not based on UAE, in the UAE, Abu Dhabi, Istidama, they add the fourth pillar of sustainability, is culture. You cannot talk about sustainability without taking consideration the culture of the city, the culture of the nation. And focus on minimizing negative impact while promoting equity and accessibility for all users. We cannot talk about sustainable, resilient transport system if not accommodate all the needs. Everyone needs people, who need the transport system. It has to accommodate. It has to be safe for everyone. Resilience and sustainable transport system and to enhance mobility, reduce carbon footprints, and increase the adaptability of urban environment. When I came in this part of the world from London, working for London Underground, I came to Abu Dhabi, Dubai. Basically, the public transport non-existent. The closest to a public transport was a taxi, which is where private taxi owned by individual. And look what happened in all the GCC capitals. And I will give examples on how public transport system being implemented in a very short period. And therefore, we have to have, a transport system that take people from their cars and put them on public transport, but also give them the option if they need to use their cars. The principles of resilient and sustainable transport system, the first one is multimodal integration. You have to take in consideration all the available mean of transportation for you to make your system resilient and accessible to everyone. And therefore, if we talk about resilience and integrated system, it has to accommodate the first and last mile. Accessibility and equity. From the accessibility point of view, everyone should be able to use it anytime, whenever they want. That's a resilient and sustainable transport system. And also equitable. Basically, we cannot, price some part of society out of the public transport, and therefore we should have an accessible and equitable transport system. When you talk about public transport, it has to be community centric. It has to be to take in consideration the need, and more specifically, when you implement this system, we have to have a strategy that will minimize the effect on the communities. Yes, they will benefit from the public transport in the future, but in the short term, we have to make it possible for them to continue their life with minimum disruption. Environmental stewardship, again, we have to implement transport system that has and should have low emission, and we should consider all alternative transport system available for us, and we have to have an infrastructure that accommodate a future technology enhancement. We talked about what we want and how the transport should look like. But then in order to implement it, you need a strategy. Without strategy, without vision, and without leadership, you will not be able to implement any transport system. And again, I will give the example of Dubai. Basically, when Dubai built the first metro in the Middle East, everyone basically laughing, who's going to use the metro in Dubai? Now Dubai reached its maximum ridership 5 years ahead of its time. The properties around the metro system are 25 to 35% more expensive than away from the system. And therefore, basically, if you invest in transport system, people will come and use it. Active transportation infrastructure. Again, you know, when we think of transportation, sometimes people think of cars, trains, and so on. But the reality, an integrated public transport system should accommodate walking, cycling, in order to have, you know, accessibility for first and last mile, and also not just, you know, providing walking and cycling, but has to be safe for people to use it. Smart technology integration. We know our traditional transport systems still rely on old systems, and therefore, if we're going to implement the smart technology, has to take in consideration the current situation, plus we should be able to accommodate any future technology. It's either for highways, for roads, for bridges, and also for cars. One of the biggest issues we're facing is the charging points for future electric cars. Resilience in design. When we design our system, it has to be resilient. It has to be able to take any changes in the environment or economic changes. Also, if we are in an area where there is flooding, it has to be resilience to flooding or earthquake. The economy play a big role in implementing any resilient transport system. And therefore, we should have strategies, economic incentives for and policies to encourage the private sector, and the policymaker should considering like the mechanism to fund transportation systems. And we know very well that transport systems basically are born to expensive, but and will not recover the capital cost. And therefore, we have to think of ways working with the private sector. Examples of sustainable systems. Amsterdam is one of the cities, its most walking, cycling friendly cities in the world. And it's basically been working on implementing walking and cycling strategy that allow people to use their cars, but also for people to use the bike, shared bikes, and walk. Dubai Expo. When Dubai won the Expo 2020, people thought we in the Middle East will not be able to, organize big events. But Dubai Expo was the most successful expo in the history of expos, and it's provided a transport system that accommodates the needs of everyone. Another city which is example of transport system is the Coritiba in Brazil, and they have a system which basically BR system that allow the implementation of less expensive option to implement system will cater for short-term needs, but could be expanded in the future. Now, when we talk about the future of transport system, as I said, the Hyperloop. What is the Hyperloop? And the Hyperloop is as a technology is not something new. It's been in the concept of transporting people in a tube is old, but the new technology is in vacuum tube. And it's, in a nutshell, basically it's a capsule inside a vacuum tube, levitating and speeding
Doctor,
at 1,200 kilometers.
would you like to take a break and
No,
just
it's
take
okay.
water? Okay, don't worry. It's okay.
I have sometimes issue with my throat.
That's okay.
Nothing
It's
to do
okay.
with sport. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, yeah. It's basically you have two vacuum tubes with a capsule, two capsules going different ways, and the capsule can accommodate between 28 and 50 passenger. And the way the system work is basically for us who work in the railway system in order to have a transport system, at grade or elevated. For railway system, there are two friction you have to overcome. It's one, the wheel track friction, and the other one is air friction. And with the Hyperloop, we levitating and a vacuum, we get rid of these friction and we can go at faster speed. And this is a typical picture of how a Hyperloop capsule looks like. One thing which I didn't mention in previous slide is basically the system will be able to generate electricity more than it's needed to operate the system. That make it most efficient and sustainable. The system is high speed, efficient, safe, and the reason for safe because any system, a transport system, 70% of accident caused by outside intervention of human error. With the Hyperloop in its own dedicated way, basically we eliminate all potential accident. Sustainable, use less electricity than is needed and generate more electricity. Frictionless, basically there is no interaction with any other systems at the same level. Profitable. We've done a number of feasibility studies and all demonstrated that basically the system can pay for itself, and the ability of the system to be flexible for both passenger and freight. And how Hyperloop technology in line with the UN sustainability goals. Number 7 is ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all, because of the energy we generate more than we use. Goal number 9, build a resilient infrastructure, promote sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. Goal number 11, make cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And goal number 13, take urgent action to combat climate and its impact. And 17, strengthening the means of implementation and revitalization of global partnership, sustainable development. And this coming from the way we, the business model we proposing is basically work with local authorities, with local partners in the countries where we're going to implement the system. And with this, thank you very much indeed. I'm happy to take any questions, or I leave it to Dr. Hassan to decide.
Thank you, Dr. Sabih. You shared many items. Let me summarize your speech. You started with the history of sustainability and the resilience. And as per my definition, the resilience is the function during crisis, which is really important. You also highlighted the UN goals for the sustainability and the resilience. I will talk about the poverty in a while, and one of the item, how the technology and the smart city help the poverty in the world. I will provide you with one slide talk. You talk about goal number 11, and specifically about the inclusion. And also in my slides, I will provide how inclusion supports poverty life, and in addition to utilize that within smart cities. You also talk about transportation. You focus on the transportation. As you mentioned, transportation is the boon for energy transition or infrastructure for any smart cities. As an example, you give us what happened in Dubai during floods and how they did recover as a resilient within days. You also talked about the principles for sustainability and resilience, multimodal integration. You talk about the accessibility and the equity. You talk also about the community life, about how they need to be focused for the community and targeted what they need. Also, you give also highlighted to the environmentally friendly aspect as one of the principles. And later in the next stage, you talk about the strategy to implement the smart city within transportation, and you give us a good example factor of why we need a capital investors to invest in the smart cities transportation, and what is the implication for that, especially one of the also strategies to be active for transportation infrastructure and to be safe, available for everybody. I believe you also mentioned the safe cross and using bikes within cities to be accessible. You also talk about the technology and how smart of utilization of integration of the technology during the design of the smart city. Resilience design, which you need to manage the risk of any crisis, and you need to highlight it within your design for infrastructure. Also, the impact of a huge capital investment and the impact for the economy itself. And this is one of the factors of the strategy. That's why we need investor from private sector. You give us a lot of examples of implementation of sustainability and resilience within transportation. One of them is Amsterdam. And by the way, the last travel to my Amsterdam, I used the bike all the way during my visit to Amsterdam. Also, you highlighted the Doha World Cup, Dubai Expo 2020, Tokyo City, and Brazil Public Price Station or transportation there. And then you talk about the technology hyperloops and the utilization for that technology, how this technology, I will start with the goal of that technology, which is frictionless utilization of frictionless, which give us the profitability, which reduces the friction and the energy to mobilize the equipment from place to place, saving costs, saving energy, environmental friendly, safe for the incident, and of course, profitable as an economy or investment for infrastructure of course. Also, you highlighted number of highlighted goals. And if you can allow me, can you go back, Doctor, to the slides for the goal, number 7, 9, 11, 13, and 17? If you can, again, share that important slide, which I will put it as one of the recommendations to focus on in this conference for the smart city. I would like just to highlight those goals. Goals number 7, really across to be affordable and reliable and sustainable for modern energy for all. And thank you, Doctor, for this highlighting the goals. Goals number 9, building resilient infrastructure, which also talk about it during your examples. 11, make the city inclusive. And 13, the urgent action to be compete with the climate change. And everybody are suffering from the climate change today. And we need to work today for that design and strategy in building our cities in the future. Also, you talk about goal number 7, the strengthening and the mean of implementation for initiative. I will utilize the remaining time, if you allow me, Doctor, to just share my screen. I will share my screen, Doctor.
I will stop
please.
sharing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to share the slide for the poverty and the impacts of utilization of technology. And this is the paper of one of my conference. The green color in the graph, it will show you the population within 1,900 until 2015. The dark black color is the poverty trend. And as you can see in the history, especially in the middle, the first introduction of the personal computer in the world in 1971, and you can see still the poverty trend is going up. But once China and or introduce the implementation of market reform and plus the growth rate around 10% where the China implement the one-child policy. But in addition to that, still the population are increasing. But in 1981, computerized banking, then 1986, the average 5%, the first World Web introduced, and then in 1996, the first internet-only banking is funded. 2007, iPhone release. This type of technology within the history, and you can see the trend of poverty is going down. This chart gives you the proven data of how utilization of technology and infrastructure directly impacting the poverty in our world. Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. I would like also to thank Professor from Japan. Is she with us? Is she still with us? I cannot see. Yes. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you very much. If you would like to add anything after Doctor, we have like around 10 minutes more. Let's discuss about the goal with United Nations and also what you have been talking about, Professor, about the smart city. What do you think, Professor?
Professor Sabif, the lecture is very important. And if we can use a Hyperloop, how to say, the method, it's also good. But for example, the Hyperloop is for the long transportation. But usually how to say, the bicycle and walking or something, the very human, the very basic human needs and very not so long, short distance. The transportation will change or not? I want to ask. For example, in Cairo city, there is a historic Cairo city. It has a very intricate the Islamic culture made how to say, the very intricate street patterns. But very basic one. My hope is to protect, to preserve the historic situation. If we lost, we cannot never create. So it's a very important point for me. But how do you think the smart city perhaps historic city also can be a smart city as a different method, I think. And also in Cairo, the government how to say, to demolish the old area and to make a new huge road. It's not a good way. The huge street can escape the historic the core. This is my opinion.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I would like to talk to you or asking this question for both of you. I didn't yesterday with Mr. Ibrahim Limtawa from Bahrain. He shade or put the shade light about the dashboard about utilization of Internet of Things and how it is reducing the response time within the traffic, within the issues happening with the cities, and how emergent response utilization of Internet of Things. I would like to ask Dr. Sabih, what is the utilization of Internet of Things, especially for the sector you talk about it in the transportation? What do you think?
Okay, I mean, I put my heart as a, public transport addict. When I go to London, I never use anything than public transport. And the reason why, because it's available. And therefore, if we're going to implement any transport system, we have to make it inclusive. We have to make it accessible to everyone. And generally, if I have, and here in the region, I have my 4x4s, and if the journey takes me 50 minutes or 1 hour between Dubai and Abu Dhabi, but you're going to give me a public transport system which take 1.5 hours, I'm not going to use it. And therefore, if I'm going to provide a public transport system, it's not A to B. It's an experience from your home to your office. And we have to have a vision for first and last mile. How are we going to do this first and last mile? Is it walking? Is it cycling? Is it combined with Uber or something else? We have to have implement a strategy that take in consideration the need of the passenger. We can implement any technology you want. And if you forget about the end user, you have not implemented anything. And therefore, for policy setting people, you have to think how you're going to make this accessible to everyone, and one can use it. Plus, it's not going to be taking more than it's, people jumping in their car and getting to the other part of their journey.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor, would you like to add anything about Internet of Things with the smart cities? Can you hear me, Professor?
For me?
Yeah. I'm asking if you would like to add anything about Internet of Things for the smart cities, because yesterday in the conference, during the same session title, we highlighted the utilization of Internet of Things. What do you think?
Internet?
Internet of Things.
Yes. For example, we have so many information, but Internet can preserve and to make a very the treasury or something. So that the Internet, if we use Internet quickly and also the very the smart way, we can gather the more information. For example, we have so many old photos, but not exactly the collecting. And also the local people has so many the knowledge. If we can to collect and to preserve and to use for the preservation is very nice for us.
Great. Dr. Sabih, I would like to highlight one of the attractive factor for capital investment within transportation, especially number of stations. You give us an example in London, how it is helping a lot the small businesses, the shops that's opening, stopping, buying things, traffic, number of population, of utilization of transportation in a very short time. This capital investment, do you think that can help also the small business and entrepreneur?
I travel to Hong Kong a lot, and for people who travel to Hong Kong, they will recognize that the public transport in Hong Kong is one of the best. And the reason for that, because the operator have different business model. And by the way, Hong Kong transport system, the only system which not subsidized. But how they manage to do it, basically they are a combination of transport operator and property developer. And what they do, they build TODs, transport-oriented development, and they sell the land and they link the land. And people, when they have access to efficient clean, fast transport, reliable transport system, they live there. And this generates cities, we generate communities, which make it easy for you if you need to be at certain time in your office, you know when you're going to leave the home. And if it's basically integrated, it's taking consideration first and last mile. I went so many times in Hong Kong, never late. You know when you reach the station, you know your train or your bus or your metro is there or your tram. And therefore, it's the transport system in Hong Kong. We know Japan has the best transport system in the world, but I think as example of economic and business model, I think people should look at Hong Kong business model.
Great. You remind me about my visit in Tokyo, first time in my life during the university studies. I was amazed that the Tokyo station is counting per second. So I know when the station and the train is coming within which seconds, not which minutes, not which hour. And this is in 2003, 2000s, I believe, no, 2002, during the World Cup in between Japan and Korea. And it was really amazing city. I love living there and how it is smart within scheduling their train. Professor, I would like to utilize also the remaining few minutes for both of you about the AI, the intelligent, the artificial intelligence, about the smart cities and utilization of all equipment, all transportation, a huge amount of data that need to be managed and analyzed quickly, which give us a better result and actions with the Internet of Things. What do you think the implication for that, for transportation or any smart cities application? For both of you, the question for both of you.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to start if it's okay.
Please.
Yeah. Again, as I said, I used to work for highway agency and London Underground, and one thing we have is the inspection and maintenance of the system. And therefore, when you do inspection of the system, you have to go back into the records, extract. At the time, we had hard copies of previous inspection reports, and therefore, it's time consuming. Now with the AI, basically the AI can do this for you within a touch of a button. The same for future maintenance. Like we in the Hyperloop, we expect to use AI to monitor our system, the infrastructure, and also all the capsules and the tube will have sensors which give you instant access to the health of your system. If there is any problem with the system, and this is being implemented as we speak in different parts of the world. And therefore, AI is with us and it's being used everywhere. And therefore, I remember the day when we had people start using CAD. Everyone said that basically we're going to lose all the draftsmen. Now we need more CAD operator than any time before. And therefore, we have to use the AI to help us to be more efficient and use the technology for our interest.
Great insight, Doctor. How about you, Professor? We have a couple of minutes before we
also,
go.
AI is very important because of the huge amount of data. The AI can analyze it for a second or something. It's very important. And also, as I am outsider, so I cannot speak Arabic well, but the AI can translate or understand something. But perhaps to think the new stage or something, it's for human. It's human can do. And also we can use AI as a tool, but we have to, also solve the problem. AI can help, but we have to solve. So it's very important, I think.
Thank you very much, Professor. It was my honor to have you both in this round table. It is really informative presentation for both of you. I did recommend and put a note for all your recommendation in my notes. I will send it to the host, Dr. Hanadi, and she will publish it to all after the conference, of course. This is what I will do my homework. It is really my honor to have you. Thank you for both of you, Dr. Professors. And I can ask Dr. Hanadi if the next session is ready or she would like to add anything.
Yes, a great thanks for your open discussion between you, Hassan, Dr. Hassan, and between the presenter. Really, this discussion is value added for all because you will clarify some information and you will add also some information, and will be really added value for all of us, whether an attendees or whether are a speaker, learning from your experience. I need to remind all, our conference is practitioner conference, not academic conference. Of course, academic institution joining us, but our conference is focusing in a practitioner, with the people who is really implement the policy in the life, whether in the organization or whether in the ministry or whether in the countries. I think now we will searching about a trend. Is a trend there? Or Barry? I think Barry would ask from early morning. You will take care about the session. Julie is there.
Hi, Doc. Yes, Daniela, I think Julius is going to be joining soon.
Yes, you take care about now. We will shifting. Great thanks for all the presenter in the previous sessions, and welcome with the new presenter with the new tracks. It's about the it's talking about the hero's journey, and the hero's journey, one of the most important journey in the life, from inventor to impact entrepreneurs. The mic and the floor for you, Barry. Collect your groups.
Thank you, Doc. And just waiting a little for Julius to come on. I'm not sure if he's on yet. He is going to be our moderator for this session. I see Daniela is here. In the meantime, while we wait for Julius to get on, I can tell you a little bit about myself. I am Barry Tate, founder of Baseline Coaching. Thank you, Doc. Founder of Baseline Coaching, and I primarily work with new and aspiring entrepreneurs, helping them establish, scale successful, impactful businesses. I'm based in the Caribbean, but I work with clients globally, and my passion, my why, is based on a belief system that every family should be involved in enterprise. I have developed a coaching system that allows an individual to ascertain what the pathway to enterprise would look like. Although all of us should be in business, it does not mean we all need to be entrepreneurs. So I help individuals choose that pathway to enterprise or entrepreneurship, deciding if they are going to be investors, solopreneurs that scale businesses, or just well-wishers and supporters of already existing businesses. With me today is Daniela De Paiva. I'm going to give Daniela a little bit of time to talk and introduce herself. Hopefully by then Julius will be on.
Perfect, Barry. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hanadi, for organizing this conference and all the talks that we heard yesterday and today have been very open-eyed, for at least for me. I'm a senior partner at KiwiD Impact. I'm basically working consulting, and I developed a turnaround process for NGOs. Nowadays, we have this divide between the NGOs that are on this starvation cycle, trying to raise enough money just to stay afloat, and the other side we have the big companies. And my mission in this earth is how we connect these two things that make NGOs more profitable, and also collecting some of this extra cash that's on the other side should drive social and environmental change. I have a presentation that I prepared for today. I'll share my screen with you. Let's see how it goes. So, can you see my screen, Barry?
Yes, for you're sure. Good. 555.
Oh, perfect. So, view a slideshow. So we at the QED, we are basically trying to drive impact through sustainable solutions. We use a method framework combining design thinking, frugal innovation, and creative problem solving. The last days, we heard a lot about how universities are fostering innovation, etc. But we seldom forget that talent and innovation are spread equally, and we have innovation in all kinds of levels in our society. So frugal innovation is very instrumental in driving innovation with low resources environments, and of course creative problem solving. Sorry for not remembering the name, but yesterday someone mentioned that in Saudi Arabia now they are using already patents from kindergarten and first graders and fundamental school. So creative problem solving is really important to solve problems, and it's very important that we use this playfulness that children have to solve problems in easier ways, because we are so much focused on complex solutions. And by combining design thinking, placing the needs of our beneficiaries at the center of our interventions, combining with frugal innovation and creative problem solving, we have a very strong framework to develop scalable solutions in the long run. I touched briefly here on the services my company offers, but you are all welcome to check my credentials later on. We are basically doing consulting services. We run an incubators, training workshops, and a digital platform, and connecting NGOs, social entrepreneurs, impact entrepreneurs of all kinds with funding on the other side. And I guess today we are here to discuss why techno-entrepreneurship. I guess that's the most important. We will ask over the next days, the next decades, I think, because combining technology and entrepreneurship, we develop solutions that are not only local, but easy to scale globally with much more how can I say that, with a bigger impact over the whole ecosystem, and also how the role of emerging tech and for the social good, by using the AI for data analytics, predictive modeling, scalable solutions, we can work on how the climate change affects different regions, how these analytics can really drive supply chain efficiency and financial forecasting. So technology will be the big game changer for social good on the next decade, and also how we can enhance inclusivity, preservation, sustainability, blended with revenue, education, and most of all, a global collaboration by bringing all these tools together. I touch here briefly on a case study that we are on, a project that we are doing out of Malta. It's a tech-centric company that's basically the European Commission is basically is constructing a digital twin of the oceans. So this company is basically touching on the data that the digital twin generates, and then they are creating ecotourism experiences based on this, on the digital twin of the oceans. So they bring with VR and AR experiences for the tourists, and they also monitor marine ecosystems. They detect early threats such as pollution, overfishing, and combining it all with an AI interpretive center that has exhibitions. They can have education focus on the tourists, and also enabling people that are unable to travel to experience those experiences, and also people that are trying to reduce their carbon emissions by not having long distance flights, etc. I know that National Geographic did a great work on bringing all these documentaries for us, but imagine living this on real time, diving. If you are on a wheelchair or something like this, you can hike or you can do whatever other tourists do that you are unable at that moment, and they are on the early seed stage. So this is one of the projects that our company have been working on, and they are fresh out of our incubator. And but none of this comes without challenges, right? So unfortunately, mostly on the emerging economies, we have limited funding access, infrastructure deficits, talent pool limitation, market fragmentation, limited access to global networks, among many of the challenges that we all discussed today and also yesterday, that how innovation is always the thing to be avoided, because it's also a little bit scary, because we never know how the innovation will turn out. So our job nowadays is to enable incubators to really help the entrepreneurs to be on the other side, how the incubator is important to really bridge the gap between whatever the entrepreneur is doing and whatever is on the other side, by bringing infrastructure, financial guidance, talent development, and market readiness. So these entrepreneurs have enough time to focus on their innovations. On the other side, our next challenge is Global Impact Entrepreneurship Challenge that we are partnering with the Spirit of the Game Foundation. We have Trent and Julius yesterday introducing the Spirit of the Game. And together we are building a three phases challenge that will start local, move to a second phase regional, and a third phase a global challenge that will, and the winners, the final winners will receive up to 100,000 euros in prize. So starting local, the entrepreneurs will refine their solutions with the local support of their local incubator, focusing on problem definitions, SDG alignment, and financial modeling. Moving on to a second phase where the top ventures will receive mentorship, test scalability, and prepare for investor engagement, and coming to a third phase when they will be ready for a global stage and global expansion. And I'll call Barry to touch briefly on how small companies, solo companies, and any entrepreneur, wherever they are on their journey, could benefit from the challenge. Barry, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Daniela. Thank you very much. And great job so far. Allow me to give a little bit of context. Imagine this or consider this. Well over 80% of businesses globally are small businesses. Therefore, it's not difficult to consider small business as the backbone of the economy globally. And it's important to provide guidance because in my space, in my consultancy, when I'm working with new and aspiring entrepreneurs, for the most part, these individuals are coming with ideas to market because they identify problems others are experiencing that they want to solve. So for the most part, the entrepreneurial mindset is one that says, I'm here to add value rather than I'm here to extract value from the market. However, just as the spinal cord of the human body, if we look at all individual small businesses, micro businesses, solopreneurs, even medium businesses, if you consider each of them as a disc in the spine, how many of these discs can the body afford to be misaligned, out of place? It will just take one for the entire body or for the entire global economy to have restricted potential in terms of movement, in terms of growth, in terms of what can be achieved. And so addressing small businesses within the framework of impact early on can see regions, not just individuals, regions, increase their impact, increase the good they do within a global setting. It allows for individuals to achieve more once the mindset, the why, is refined. So when it comes to the GEIC, our challenge to entrepreneurs provides value on so many different levels. Firstly, it will help entrepreneurs understand that they can be agents of change regardless of their scope, their scale, or their line of business. They can begin to see themselves all the more as agents of change, and the challenge will allow them to leverage their why, their systems, their talents in a more systematic manner to create the change that they may be already carrying inside as a burning issue. A lot of my work helps individuals understand their why and their reason for coming into market in the first place. So I believe this challenge, I'm convinced this challenge and the initiatives of the ICC will help push the needle forward when it comes to impact. The ripple effects of such a challenge is obviously the ability to go beyond your line of business, whether it be through direct intervention in the community or collaboration with other entities. The scope, the playground, the landing path becomes a lot longer, a lot wider when we're able to direct our minds towards impact on a greater level. And the blended impact I see here, blended impact in building scalable businesses that combine profitability and purpose Again, looking beyond the what's in it for me component of business and accentuating and leaning in a bit more into what can I do for my community? What can I do for my region, for my nation? What can I do for the planet? How can I add value? And it is in this mindset entrepreneurs can move towards building networks. And as this challenge will provide the framework for a global network building approach, entrepreneurs, teams will be able to sit and communicate with like-minded entrepreneurs, partners from all around the world, and pool their resources, pool their whys to increase impact. The challenge will also allow participants to glean from mentors, top mentors, seasoned entrepreneurs in various industries, allowing them to maximize their impact as they go through the stages of this challenge. I think if there is a baseline towards or within the challenge, it would be that opportunity for collaboration and impact as a whole. I think that participants in this global challenge, as they work with mentors, glean from them, as they connect with people globally, the collaboration that comes out of it can be that spark, could be that catalyst for change we were talking about earlier, that would see a new generation, a new breed of entrepreneur that begins thinking all the more of impact even as they develop their why. And it will not be so much as an incidental going forward, but that we will see a full alignment of the body of the economy globally. As businesses, small businesses, 80% of the economies and more globally connect with each other, work with each other to serve their clients better, to serve their communities better, to serve the planet better. And I believe the opportunity for impact, the opportunity for collaboration, the opportunity for design, for resource sharing, and just the overall, almost like a win-win that will come out of me helping you, you helping me, but we're all working together to help everyone. That's almost a win-win scenario that entrepreneurs coming into the challenge, teams coming into this challenge, would be able to draw from, to tweak, to expand on their own ideas, on their own initiatives, get the support they need from within a global network, and really execute, really come up with variations, innovations, businesses that are going to do so much more than what the entrepreneur or the team may have originally intended as information comes their way. I've had the privilege of sitting in on a couple of presentations this morning and a couple yesterday as well. A lot of the speakers that have come to this forum have brought ideas to do good, to serve. I have not heard much of grabbing the bag, I'm going to do this and become a millionaire, although a lot of the ideas are multi-million-dollar ideations. But the why I've been gleaning from this gathering so far, this is my first time, I'm looking forward to sitting in and listening tomorrow and even in the years to come. A lot of the motivation, a lot of the whys have been, how can I do more? And this challenge is providing the framework to bring these and other fantastic ideas together, point them in the best possible direction when it comes to creating impact, and then leading, guiding, and supporting them for the entire journey. Thank you, Daniela.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Barry. And thank you also for pacing me a little bit with your wonderful voice.
Yes, one of the things that I would like to build on both Daniela and what Barry's just exposed to everybody, is that we theoretically live in a decentralized system. And this decentralized system usually counts for nations or continents, European Union, United States, and so on and so forth. But to be able to actually see ourselves as a race and humanity living on Earth, the decentralization needs to happen at a local level to the global level. How? You see the Global Impact Entrepreneurship Challenge. It covers a broad spectrum of both businesses, economies, ideations, and the outputs that these will give. These are not standalone businesses and should not be standalone businesses. Just like a government decentralizes its services to the people, the businesses should decentralize its services with each other. And this is a main factor that we want to push through the challenge, where it doesn't matter if you are in Africa or if you are in Europe or if you are in the US, your business is going to have the best chance to succeed if it abides by both the national regulations and the needs of the global community. This means that that business should actually run in the government, in the administrative territory of the government that has the best benefits for your business and also the best outputs for you as a global stage. And this will most likely mean that a lot of entrepreneurs are thinking of opening businesses in other countries and maybe other continents to be able to take advantage of the mentality or of the services or of the regulations of that specific government that they are in. And this is something that I fear should be pushed in all entrepreneurship endeavors, where you have the best chance to decentralize your business. And plus, go to the next level. We are looking at over 2,000 participants in our challenge. These participants do not compete against each other. They should be working as a team, because most of these businesses are going to complete each other. They're going to offer services that one of the other businesses needs. This way, you don't build an HR department. You decentralize it and you outsource it to another company that wants to build that HR. And this will give everybody a win-win situation, like Barry was mentioning just earlier. And this is elemental and essential to mold the mentality and mold the mindset of the entrepreneurs, where they no longer compete. We are living in a world that seeks community, seeks collaboration, and seeks unity on a global scale. We need to act on it. Daniela, I'm handing this back to you, and we should really get through this presentation, but I feel that we are going to touch base on more and more points as we move along.
Perfect. Thank you, Julius. Thank you, Barry. And I guess I'm more paced now. I guess from all this information that Barry and Julius brought for us, it's very important in my work. I always talk to my entrepreneurs when we are working together is, are you in love with your solution, or are you in love with the problem that you are trying to solve? Because we are all here trying to be in love with the problem that we are trying to solve, and not really trying to bring a solution to market that there's no market for it, no need for it, just because you believe that your solution is amazing. But we are really working with the entrepreneurs to move them from this view from, oh, I'm in love with the solution I created, from I'm in love with the problem I'm trying to solve. Today we have this amazingly complex problems, and we are still trying to solve this with simple solutions. And to Julius' point of decentralization, how we can build ecosystems and networks that will feed from each other and really use this decentralization to build stronger companies that don't need to build new departments because they have partners that will do that work for them, and with this build much more resilient companies and economies. Thank you, Julius, for bringing that aspect to the discussion. I guess another side of course, we touched a little bit briefly on what are the benefits for the companies, the entrepreneurs participating on the challenge, but we also have lots of opportunities for collaboration on the other side. Well, partners that will work on the design with us, accelerators, impact investors, and welcoming the policymakers that they will be very instrumental in moving change, moving forward. Our program also have the revenue sharing that will allow us to support the local ecosystems, and of course they will also hire new people and also increase the local resilience. As Barry brought the win-win approach, that when one of our companies win, everybody wins, right? So everybody is on the same game. We are here to prolong life on Earth, how long we can stay on this Earth healthy and bringing new ecosystems to life. And of course, the shared visibility and networks that will bring together. Imagine that we will all be working, collaborating with each other. As John Lennon would say, I have a dream, and that's the dream we have now, is to really create this network where entrepreneurs, incubators, investors, policymakers all work together to drive change. And those are the expect outcomes of our challenge, that will build scalable ventures that can work beyond the regional impacts, global network with all partners involved, all committed to social and environmental challenges, and increasing the economic resilience in all levels, regional, local, regional, and global. And in closing, I guess the power of techno-entrepreneurship nowadays is that it reshapes how we approach the world's most complex problems, and that we can use technology nowadays to be a bridge between the social good that was totally isolated so far, and really blending this with revenue and social value, and also driving systemic transformation, because at the end of the day, change by itself doesn't change much. So we need to really bring systemic transformation and impactful innovation together to build a systemic and explore new partnerships, and also expand the mission as we move forward. I invite you all to join our movement, collaborate for impact. We believe that all ventures have this capacity and ability to bring impact. We just need to reframe some of the frameworks that we are already addressing. But every company, and I saw so many companies here today, yesterday, and is just sometimes just reframe the language we are using, because most of us are already working with bringing impact and change to the world. So I invite you all to scan our QR code. One is with my personal information, and the other is the link for the challenge directly. And now Julius will invite us all for a discussion around social innovation and how the technology can enhance the global changes.
Thank you, Daniela. And thank you for that presentation. And as you know, we are talking about a global challenge. And this global challenge needs to be addressed as such. And from the point of view of the society that we now have today, we have the advantages through technology, through AI, through the innovations that have stepped up in the last 10 years to really become a global society, to really become humanity at its best and actually take this next step into what it really means to be a level 1 civilization. And for this, I feel that we need to address the pinpoint topics of today's issues and struggles when it comes to actually achieving this. Because if we look at the society today, and if we look at the technology that we're having, it's been a long talk. I know you've seen it throughout decades, but we are behind in mentality according to our technology. We have much more advanced technology than our mentality is showing. If you talk to a certain human and you realize that he has access to everything and has knowledge of nothing, this is a basic root need that needs to be addressed through our society. And this should have been mitigated by governments. It should have been mitigated by the central administration offices in a way to improve inequity and improve equality at a global level. But I would like my peers to have a word in this. From my opinion, it has not. And we can no longer rely on governments to do this. Barry? I see
I couldn't agree with you more, Julius. And you take me back to when I was doing my first courses on entrepreneurship. And this was the concept that was presented. As we look at society, wherever we are, we're going to see the failings of the quote-unquote government. And these failings, I think the term was institutional voids or something similar to that. Forgive me if it's not that. But in a nutshell, it is within a framework, governmental or otherwise, there are gaps. And the entrepreneur is the individual that can identify these gaps. Most times through the leaning of their own passion or their own experiences that they have fallen into this gap. And they have said, never again for me, or never again for me and my family, or never again for me and my country. I'm going to make a change. Bam, they have discovered a why. And that passion drives them to build something to answer that why. And you said something earlier, Julius, that I just want to bring back to the front, it is that even coming out of the challenge, but in a very real sense, we have to get to the point where we understand that business is not about competing to win. It is about collaborating to survive. And in collaboration, I think what you said, Julius, is that we don't compete, we complete.
Yes.
We've got to, so as we look at these institutional voids, and I'll give you a practical example from my personal story. Here in the Caribbean, coaching is not yet widely adopted or accepted. So it's a tough market from the jump. And to try to navigate this journey on my own would make it an episode of the old classic Mission Impossible. However, my mindset, my why, is to improve entrepreneurship for the African diaspora primarily, but for entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs globally. So what I did is that I created a free clinic, a free virtual clinic that allowed any entrepreneur or someone thinking about going into business to sit, have a snapshot of their business or their idea taken, and then get, by the end of the session or a subsequent report a couple of days after, get a clear strategy, a clear blueprint, a clear sense of direction as to what they should do next. Because after all, as coaches, our job is to primarily bring clarity. We consult and we will help navigate more complex concepts, but it all starts with helping the client look within, understand what's happening on the inside, and then use the power that they're already carrying to execute the vision they have set for themselves. Whether we help them refine the vision or alter it altogether, it's all about, it all starts with a sense, giving that sense of clarity. And so within my clinic, what I started doing, and it's been going very well so far, I have connected with coaches and consultants that I have worked with over the years, building my network, my personal network. And so now someone coming into a baseline clinic, my clinic, is able to get feedback from a plethora of coaches dealing with matters that I may know something about, but it's not my strong suit. And even if another business coach or consultant is in the room with me, because I have my niche, because I have my ideal client archetype, which may differ from the other coaches, we are still able to put our heads together and serve better. Now, the first thing I'll tell you guys, the first thing the coaches, when I reached out, started reaching out, the first thing they asked was, well, how much is this going to cost me? And what I said, I really didn't pay it much mind. And sometimes my fiance says, no, you should have charged for it. But what I said was, my clinic is free, so I'm not going to charge you to access to the people that come to me. I want us to get into the habit of working together to serve the lead. It's not even a client yet. And 9 out of 10 of the people that have sat in the hot seat in my clinic have said they have enjoyed the multiple prong, the broad sense of clarity coming from several experts, from social media management, content, copy creation, the whole 9 yards, graphic design. These entrepreneurs have showed and proven that a framework of support and guidance is still a major gap being left by anything the government in any country is bringing to market. And so filling that gap as an entrepreneur and then hearing about this challenge, that we can encourage other entrepreneurs to identify and they themselves fill other gaps in their local territories, I think is critical. I think in time to come, it will be quite lucrative. But I think more than anything else, it is what the world needs. People who are dedicated to complete good service and therefore last. Brands that will stand the test of time and become legacies that can be passed on to future generations of servants and problem solvers and innovators, I might add. That's my thought.
And this is what humanity should all be about innovation, serving to each other, and bringing always the next step. And this was my main thought when talking about decentralization of businesses, especially in the regards of government regulations, because we have reached a point again, back to technology and back to artificial intelligence and back to everything that is going right now, where you can go on AI and let's say you have a business model. This business model, you have XYZ services that you need to actually put forward. And if you go on ChatGPT or you go on Gemini or you go on any other AI and say, hey, my business is this. Where is the best place on earth right now? What government or what service structure or what taxation structure as well brings me the best options to promote my business? And most likely you are going to be able to open that business in that country, do services in your country, because we all do remote contracts, we all do remote partnerships. So the playing field is fully open. The entrepreneurs need to realize this. The struggle is no longer here. The solutions are at our fingertips. They're literally there, and they have been so long. And then we look at large corporations and how they are establishing headquarters in this country and this country and this country. This is exactly what they're doing, but they're keeping it to themselves. They're keeping it within Microsoft, within Google, within that large corporation. And this, okay, it brings a benefit to the economy, but it does not bring the benefit that collaborating with a local business in that economy would bring. And not seeing them as competition, but seeing them as these people literally have better ideas than our company can ever imagine. They will bring the next level. It's no shame to acknowledge that we are wrong. It's no shame to acknowledge that we don't know everything. This is a thing that humans need to literally be, because, and I say this in a personal experience, when I have my brother-in-law and he's trying to open up a company in Germany and he's struggling, he doesn't want to listen to me at all. That not even one advice. And I tell him that, why do you want, because this is the entrepreneurship journey. It's a struggle, it's torment, it's sacrificing your time, sacrificing. Why so much sacrifice? Why is this in children's heads? Because he's 20 years old. He has 20 years under me, and I don't understand why he's pushing so much to do everything himself. And I'm sure that we are.
But that's why this session's called the hero's journey, right? You need to answer the call to adventure and really go build things. And that's the call that we all need to answer, right? And that's the hero's journey. And then he needs to suffer until he succeeds.
Yes, but you end up individual. You end up with your own mindset. You end up with not listening to others. In other ways, the hero's journey is the humanity's journey. It's not an individual journey. It never was.
But that's why we are trying to provide here, is that we are walking the hero's journey together with the Global Impact Challenge, right? So how you can hear your voice, you hear your call to be a hero on your journey, be the hero of your community, to bring that change to the society within our ecosystem, within an ecosystem that will support you on that journey. So you don't need to, of course, you suffer a little bit, but you don't need to fall on each hurdle that will come your way.
And feel that you sacrificed a lot along the way, because that leads to what? Depression in the old age, which is something that no. So we need yes, this is the goal, and this is the target when we are talking about the Global Entrepreneurship Challenge. When Spirit of the Game is presenting to you that we can be better and we should be better and we need to breathe and leave impact. This is something that for us, we're talking to everybody, but we're also there on the front lines, building businesses, doing the programs, trying to get as much information and knowledge and the actual hands-on experience to guide everybody into this new world that we are building as a global entity, as a global community.
Yeah, because I think if I want to combine with what you two were just saying, Julius and Daniela, the hero, it's not so much a me conversation, it's an us conversation. As we come together, we discover that we are the hero, we are the champions of the cause, and we can get so much further along if we work together, if we build together, if we stand for the success of each other, as opposed to trying to initiate the demise of someone that we may consider being in our space, but realize that there is enough space for us all if our objective is to serve, if our objective is to have impact. There is enough room for each individual to have an impact. And that could take the form of the entrepreneur, or the investor, or the loyal customer, or the student that is going to give services as a part of an internship, the community that is going to come out when the entrepreneur is going to do something on a community level, the client. We all have a part to play in this hero story. And I think that is one of the key elements that is conveyed across the board by this challenge, that we can all build together.
Thank you, Barry. And yes, we will build together. And this is a very important factor. And I always, at this last 10 minutes, I hope to have questions from the audience. I see Dr. Hanadi has joined us. And I want to tell Dr. Hanadi, because I'm not going to be here tomorrow, thank you for this invitation. And we hope to actually bring a lot of our experience and bring a lot of our services into your region and into the locations that each and every one of you, not only the organizers, have joined here for, because you have joined to accumulate information, you have joined to see other people's experience and to see where we can build better. And I feel that it's time we catch up with technology fully. This is needed. It's no longer an issue of how can we do things or what we need to develop to do things, but just how can we educate ourselves to use what tools we have right now to build on what we need to build.
Great, thanks for your group and for Trent also. I know the Trent is there. I like your organization. Trent is partner with us in early stage from the first conference in 2022. And he is a strategic partnership. Really, we need to learn from each other. We need to support each other. We need to sharing the knowledge and experience between all of us. Even though we are in developing and you are in developed country and we are from developing country, we need the networking and we need the collaboration for both of us to supporting each of us to be freestanding in the market for all of us.
Yes, true.
Is Trent here to speak?
Yes, I'm here just under Julius's name here. But hi, everybody. This is Trent Simmons, the founder of the World Spirit of the Game Foundation and one of the global directors of the Global Impact Entrepreneur Challenge. And it's very interesting that term that was just used a couple of times, developing countries, developing economies. This is a big part of our message, is that we want people in economies that haven't made as much money to recognize that there's a difference. Like, you've got a lot of strengths that a lot of these so-called developed economies are lacking. There's a lot more sense of community and community support. And yes, Western economies have made a ton of money. Trillions, hundreds of trillions of dollars over the last couple of 100 years, but at what cost? A lot of people think, oh, wow, this Western economic system, it's great. Look at all the value that has been created. And yeah, it's true. Capitalism is a great way to reduce poverty if it is employed correctly. If it is employed with a government that is accountable to the people rather than to the corporate interests. And that, to me, is what entrepreneurship, why I've always been an entrepreneur, is that ability to try to make a change rather than simply buying a politician so that I can continue my inept and inefficient business practices. But it took me a long time. I started my entrepreneurial journey when I was 8 years old. By the time I was 9, I had started my second business. But it took me until I was 38 to wake up and realize that all these businesses I had started, they were kind of fun. They were a much more fun way of making money than going to a job every day where somebody else told me what to do. That was the kind of entrepreneur I was. I solved businesses. I wonder if I can make money doing this. Yeah, 6 months later, making money. 18 months later, I was bored. Because the thing is, I had a ton of mentors and coaches and fellow entrepreneurs. And during that 20 years, throughout the 90s and the 2000s, never once do I remember a single conversation about impact. It wasn't that we, sit down, meet another entrepreneur at a networking thing and say, yeah, what do you do? And they would tell me about their impact. No, they always told me about their product. They always told me about their business. They always told me about how they made money. So, of course, if that's the ecosystem that we all exist in, if that's the ecosystem that we live in and that we choose to support with our limited time here on this earth, that's the system our children are going to inherit. I do not want my child to go into that type of same system. I do not want my child to have to choose between making an impact and making a decent living. I do not want my child to have a midlife crisis. I want to help by putting him on the correct path from the beginning, but I can't do that on my own. We can't do that on our own. Spirit of the Game, we're an amazing organization all over the globe, so many passionate people, and we don't have nearly enough. At one point, we were up to 1,200 volunteers. We scaled back. We're going to start scaling up. Next year, we'll probably go over 1,000 volunteers. That's not nearly enough. We literally need millions. We need to move the needle on this entire industry called entrepreneurial support. We need to get everybody engaged, everybody involved, everybody reinvigorated and humble enough to recognize the fact there's a difference between regular entrepreneurship and impact entrepreneurship. Yeah, we need everybody's business skills, your intellect, all of the things you've done until now, but we also need you to be curious. We need you to get out there and talk to other people. We need you to seek out the struggling impact entrepreneurs in your community and go out of your way to support them, not for immediate financial gain, but for your children's future. Waking up in the morning saying, what can I do to make the world a better place for my children and my grandchildren? Imagine that. Imagine that, that's how you got out of bed in the morning. That's what woke you up. I wonder what I can do today. And then be curious and go and find out from people maybe that you think that you're their mentor because you know a lot more about the world of business. Well, guess what? A lot of them know a lot more about the world of passion. That same passion that maybe you had 20 years ago, but nobody helped you harness that passion. Instead, they just steered you into the make money or you're a failure mentality. Chasing unicorns. We got to stop it. There's really, at the end of the day, chasing unicorns is just gambling. It's just a different word for gambling. And we need to recognize that if your business is based on having to achieve tenfold return on one of the 10 businesses you support, you ain't that good at what you're doing. Okay? If 90% of the businesses you're supporting are failing, you're not very good. I'm sorry. Yeah, you might make a lot of money because that 1 out of 10, hits a 15-fold return. Yay, I made it. But guess what? You're failing your local ecosystem. You're failing to support the people who have more passion than business intellect. Work with those people. Lend them your skills. Because at the end of the day, your impact is not just about yourself. It's about who you inspire, who you empower, who you help to live their dream. One of my favorite quotes my entire life, and I read a ton, 2 to 3 books a week, is if you help enough other people achieve their dreams, your dreams will become a reality. Just do that. Just help the people. But help the people who are trying to help others. It's really simple. When you meet with somebody and you're thinking about helping them, ask yourself, are they trying to help others or are they trying to help themselves? And if the answer is they're trying to help themselves, take your efforts, your intellect, your support elsewhere, or imagine this, saying to them, I'd love to help you if you were paying more attention to society and the planet. If you were more engaged with helping somebody else, I would be your #1 fan. So I'm happy to help you on one condition. Figure out a way to use your business to help some others. And then I'm all on board. We all say that. If we all make that the minimum, just the minimum. Yeah, that's all we need is everybody in this entire global ecosystem of entrepreneurial support to make that the minimum. That's my final word. I know we have a couple of, I wanted to give the stage back to our speakers because I know we're 1 minute before the end. But thank you all for allowing me to hop on my soapbox for a second day in a row. I'm just really lucky to have such an awesome team. So thanks, Barry, Daniela, and Julius.
Thank you, Trent, for bringing us together.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Trent. Thank you for all the group of Spirit of the Game Foundation. It's my favorite foundation.
Thank you.
We will have a branch, inshallah, in Kuwait.
Sure. I'll take you up on that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hanadi. Have a wonderful
Thank you. Thank you,
day.
Danielle.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Barry. Barry, it's with us from early morning today. Thank you so much, Barry, for supporting
Glad
us.
to be here.
With us. Be with us. Still the remaining is tons of hours till we finish.
I'll be on later for sure.
Okay. Okay. Now, hi, Professor Naz. We miss you from year to year.
Year. I miss you too, Hanadi.
Yesterday, your vice president is presenting some presentations and give us some hints and notes. And we are proud and honored to have you every year. While for me and Professor Mike, we have strategic partnership, and he is my PhD advisor since more than 22 years. Then more than welcome, and your president so interesting from our event. Thanks, God.
Thank you for having me again, Hanadi. It feels like a family now.
I like your way. You always positive. You always laughing. You always take it easy. And this is best for the life, not to be more stressed and depressed.
We don't need that, Hanadi. Definitely we don't need. And after Trent's last statements, it's hard to go down, right? It's like we have to keep it up there. I don't know. We will try. Trent, you had amazing, very passionate and uplifting ending to the session, to your session. It was very good to hear all those things that you mentioned. I just wanted to have that. So I'm not the only one that gives that, the high level of energy. I'm seeing others.
Trent have a special personality. Trent, I like it. Trent is also, he have a special personality, giving power and giving ambitions for all the listeners. When you're listening to the Trent, really, I'm so interesting to be part of my event. Thank you so much, Trent. Thank you.
But let me tell you this, Hanadi. All these are stemming from you. You're an amazing leader. Okay, everything starts from you, how you're organizing, how you're putting together this conference every year. I'm really doing what Trent is doing over there right now.
Thank you so much.
You're doing an amazing job, considering from all over the world, hundreds of individuals are attending, and you are organizing in a way that you're making it seem easy. because everything is organized so well. But I know it's not easy at all. It cannot be, but you're doing an amazing job. Thank you so much.
Great thanks, Professor Naz, for your kind words. I appreciate it from you. Thank you so much also, Trent. Be with us. You can invite your speaker. I think your speaker in the room.
It is okay. Raphael, Professor Raphael Popper, are you here? Are we able to see Professor Popper? I think joining from UK, is that right? Maybe not. What about Amin, Professor Amin Al-Habaibeh? Al-Habaibeh.
Perfect, thanks.
I'm trying. I apologize.
No, it's perfect. My wife keeps her maiden name because it's very difficult to pronounce my family name.
May I say Amin? Is that okay?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. You can call me Naz. So I think we will start with you. Raphael may join later on, but if you don't mind starting the floor is yours. If you have your slides, I'm not sure if Hanadi is going to share your slides or you yourself.
I think I'll share them.
Okay, you have 15 minutes. And after we are done with every presentation, we will get questions. We will have great discussion, I'm sure, in this session.
Hello, everyone. I managed to join.
All right.
Okay. Raphael, would you mind? We are already set to go with Amin. Is that okay with you?
It's perfect. 15 or 25. I was informed last minute that we...
Yes. Unfortunately, Professor Leila Al-Harbi, she will be part of us having their daughters having accident, and she is in hospital. She informed me from early morning. Then I informed Professor Amin and Professor Raphael to taking 25 minutes, but the last 10 minutes is open discussion. Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Hanadi. How many minutes each?
25 because
25. Perfect.
Yes.
Okay.
We will
So
use one presenter.
Would you
the total is 2.
Okay. Would you?
The total is 2.
2. Yes.
Go ahead, Professor Amin.
Okay.
Good. Thank you. I'll try to share the screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depends where you are. I will talk today about building the bridge, fostering a thriving ecosystem, and I'll talk about how we bridging the academia and industry to drive AI integration via thorough collaborative innovation. My name is Amin Al-Habaibeh. I'm professor of Intelligent Engineering Systems at Nottingham Trent University. I'm also the Director of Product Innovation Center. Please call me Amin. And I'll start with the introduction about our research center, the Product Innovation Center. And our Product Innovation Center is a multidisciplinary center that involves multidisciplinary industrial applications and solution sort of provider to the industry, from renewable energy to medical product design, sustainability from the technology side and from the human aspect side. So if we look at our Product Innovation Center, please feel free to scan this QR code. It will take you to our Product Innovation Center. The Product Innovation Center includes different disciplines, from condition monitoring, enabling technologies, medical applications, people-centered design, sustainability, and within that there are different sort of enabling technologies and applications that we focus on. And the reason we focus on these aspects is because this is what our partners, what the industry needs, so that we can build on that collaboration to support SMEs, startup companies, and support the innovation towards a sustainable future from business point of view and from sort of energy and carbon point of view. So I'll just give you some examples of projects we've been doing. And again, there are QR codes if you wish to read more information about the projects. So one of the recent projects we published in Applied Energy is about the use of AI for net zero research. And one of the applications we wanted to do is, again, when from that we developed a lot of technology that we could support SMEs, startups, and also support the community. One of the technologies we have developed is to look at vision systems, GPS systems, and air monitoring or quality of air monitoring systems, integrating the data to create a density map of pollution levels within the time, geographical location. And we also looked at the behavior of e-scooter users, which is a technology is now very common with throughout the whole world and in different cities. And we have identified some technical issues and some human issues that maybe put some of the road users at risk. So we have identified that, and we have developed a technology that now it's in need. So we support other sort of companies now to look at the density mapping of different data, whether it's from vision systems or from the air pollution monitoring. And there is a QR code for that paper if you wish to read further about that one. Also, we work closely with the companies in relation to assessing performance of retrofitting of buildings. Now, this is a technical point, but it's very important maybe for people to be aware that buildings, if if there's an old building and we want to make it more efficient in terms of energy, we would insulate that building. But the problem becomes how to assess the expected performance of building. Now, normally, traditionally what people do, they will monitor a house, they put sensors and keep it running for very lengthy periods of time to be able to assess the performance of the building. We have developed novel approaches that now we are working with our industrial partners on, which is basically to use the artificial intelligence with very short period of monitoring to be able to predict the performance of the building over years to come. There is a QR code for one of the papers as well if you wish to scan that and to read further about those aspects. Other work ongoing at the moment is looking at intelligent rainwater harvesting system using AI with our partners Storm Saver. So we are developing collaboration on the next generation of rainwater harvesting to look at how we could provide an intelligent system to enhance the sustainability of the system and how to increase or enhance the performance of the system from users' point of view, and also to save more water. So there is a QR code for the company Storm Saver. We are working with them closely on 2 projects at the moment funded by Innovate UK. And also we also run certain projects with them to support the innovation and sustainability within the technology we are working on. The project I would like to focus on for the next of this presentation is it's more than £1 million project funded by Innovate UK with a scheme called Bridge AI with Morgan Sindall, one of the construction companies, global construction companies, and Constructsys, which is an SME software company. It's a collaboration between 3 institutions or organizations to look at how we could accelerate the use of AI to assess the construction industry carbon footprint. And again, there is a QR code if you wish to have further information about the project. And the focus here will be about this specific project because we are helping well-established companies. We are helping SMEs, and we are developing AI technology that could be integrated to support the industry and develop an ecosystem that actually sort of support innovation. So the use of artificial intelligence to evaluate the materials carbon footprint of buildings is the subject of this project. And it's very interesting, and we'll go through some of the details on that as a case study. So the motivation is net zero. Now we know that buildings are responsible for 30 to 40% of worldwide carbon emissions, and because of that, it's very important to address this problem from the major contributors of carbon buildings in this case. So this is where the project is focusing on. If we look at buildings, excuse me, if you look at buildings, you'll find there are some buildings very similar in their design and some are different. And the idea is how can we, from one experience of a house or a group of houses or projects, we could be able to predict using AI the carbon footprint or the embedded carbon within buildings and the operational carbon during the life of the building, that building. And this is what was the focus of this project. We would like to build from experience the data so that AI could basically predict to new customers very easily very easily could predict the carbon footprint. So these are examples of buildings within the Nottingham Trent University area. This is a city campus or part of the city campus. You can see some different buildings, different shapes, different sizes, and the key question is how we can build that experience, given that buildings are really have got different natures. And when we looked at this aspect to support construction companies to be able to sort of develop the AI technology, we looked at buildings, and what we found is that buildings have got features, and if we can identify the features of buildings that we are building, and in many, or people building in many countries, we should be able to identify that complex relationship between the building features and the cost, the materials used, and the carbon footprint. And therefore, if there is a new building being built, from that experience of many case studies of buildings, we could actually predict what's happening. And this basically will be very important to develop a software or to enhance the software that already exists called Carbonica, that calculates the carbon but needs sort of more manual input of data to a more automated system. So the aim of and the objectives of this project is to reduce embodied carbon by exploring and proposing the use of artificial intelligence with the assessment tool named Carbonica, which is a software already exists, to enhance to basically and address whole life carbon assessment within the construction industry. So we want to add AI to Carbonica software. So Carbonica software is a whole life carbon reduction tool. It is robust, highly credible, and easy to use. So the software already exists, but one of the limitations is that that could be addressed and enhanced further is that we would like to automate the data entry, would like to automate the prediction of quantities with limited amount of information, and that will help the industry, will help customers who are building in new houses, etc. So that becomes one of the key areas that we want to address. Now, let's look at understanding the whole life carbon in buildings, because our partners or our industrial partners could be within that cycle of activities. There is the product stage where you have products that have been manufactured to be assembled, as it were, in buildings. Then there is the construction stage, which is the most common, maybe aspects of construction industry where you have cranes and you have sort of vehicles and bringing materials and you have workers building the building. And once the building is finished, you have the user stage or use stage of the building where basically you consume water, electricity, gas, and basically the building becomes operation and you need maintenance. And at the end, you have end of life stage where basically at the end, basically you could decommission the building, maybe recycle materials and address any sort of waste material. And then basically that cycle, hopefully some of the materials will be reused in new projects. And this is all is covered by Carbonica. So what Carbonica does, for example, and this is a simplified sort of case study, you have basically components of a building and you have carbon per unit of each component. If we could predict basically the quantities of these components, we should be able to look at the embedded carbon. And from the design features of the building, we should be able to look at the operational carbon. And from there, we should be able to sort of predict the whole life cycle. And again, this is all about developing that ecosystem to support the industry within the sort of the construction industry to develop sort of more sustainable, low carbon, low cost applications. Now we looked at the features of the buildings that the AI could deal with to predict other aspects, quantity, cost, carbon, etc. So we looked at the building height, for example, building shape, size, material cost, some shape coefficients, for example, number of stories, frame type, windows type, etc. So these are general features. And once we know these features within a building, the AI, the theory is, the AI should be able to predict all other aspects of the building. And actually, we managed successfully to achieve that. So develop an AI model, which we are developing an algorithm as well, collaborating with our industrial partners to feed those algorithms. So the idea is if we have the building elements and the materials used, we should be able to define parameters and from there basically autofill that the data needed to create a predictive model to basically predict the quantities of materials, the energy that will be used, the carbon, embedded carbon, and basically we should be able also to feed that in the software and then do optimization as well. And that means we should be able to predict the cost of the project before it starts, and also to be able to optimize it by selecting different materials that is more environmental friendly or reduce the cost or the time of the project. So that's one of the key issues. So let's look at this case study using AI for building cost estimation. And this is an interesting way where basically the way AI works in this case and will benefit our industrial partners to say, give me the features of the building you want to build and I will tell you the cost of that building, without actually having an architect to build the building based on the features that it's expected from them. And the way we do that is basically by utilizing Building Cost Information Service Database, BCIS. And basically we had 1,007 samples of previous projects that they fed to the AI system to learn. And they were ranged between 1973 and 2020. And of course, inflation was adjusted based on those sort of dates, so that we have an important comparison that we can achieve, a reasonable comparison to achieve. So we looked at, for example, the features that we would like to look at, and what we found is the building number. Sort of building number was in the database. Of course, it's a unique number for the project. You have the location, the city where the building is, gross floor area, the year of the building, etc. So we've got different general characteristics of the building, and from there, the AI system should be able to to estimate the cost of the building. Now, again, that will create an interesting application for our industrial partners. And we looked at, without going into too much details, basically we've done data analysis to look at the correlation between different variables and in relation to the selection and the cost. And for example, we found the area is related to cost, very closely related to cost, which is expected. And not only we've done that, we actually looked at what key features from the list of features that we could use to accurately predict the cost of the building. And what we found is that the location, gross floor area, year of the building, purpose of the building, number of stories, foundation type, and frame type are the main aspects that will estimate the cost in that case very accurately. In that case, so we, of course, I don't want to go to too much details, but please, if you want to sort of know more about our project, please feel free to contact me, and I will share my contacts at the end of this presentation. So we've done a coding process so that the AI system could be used to learn from experience and predict the future, as it were. So all the keys, all the non-numeric values, we're giving a coding of numeric values so that the neural network, it could be used to train the data. And at the end of that training process, those numbers will go back to their text format, where basically a human being could understand what's happening there. And again, we've used artificial intelligence neural network model. And again, if you want to know more about the details of the technology, I'll be happy to share that. I mean, it's there on the slide, but I'm aware that maybe not everyone within the audience is interested to the mathematical side of what we are doing, but I just want to keep the sort of the general aspects that we do in relation to supporting the industry and the technology we have used. So that's the structure of the neural network. We have the inputs, which are the features of the building, and through the artificial intelligence system, we end up with the estimation of cost for a project that's never seen by the neural network. And that becomes very, very important tool. So instead of spending weeks trying to calculate the costs, for example, in a classic situation or classic scenario, we have seconds to be able to predict the cost from features. And actually, neural network was very successful in predicting what will be the behavior and the cost, etc., of the project by comparing between the expected and what we predicted through the neural network. Of course, the way we do that is because we already have got all the data, 1007 projects. We hide some from the neural network. We don't tell the neural network about, and then we train the neural network, and then we give it some of the projects that I've never seen before, and we see if it can predict that within the expected figures, and that was a very successful system. So we had the error with the region within 1.12 or 1.14%, with time of learning of the neural network between 77 seconds and 37 seconds. These are the top sort of two algorithms that behaved very well for our project. So now our industrial partners applying those algorithms to a software, to Carbonica, to make it more automated, and that will simply reduce the time, the cost, and create sort of a very efficient and productive industry. Again, this is just an example of how we work with industry to create that ecosystem of collaboration so that we can reduce cost and enhance efficiency. And also, perhaps our industrial partners could get a bigger segment of the market. So in conclusion, Intl works closely with businesses and industry to support innovation. Several examples have been highlighted. The recent project with Innovate UK funded project with about 1.4 million. We are developing AI algorithms so that we can support the construction industry to estimate the carbon footprint, the cost, and quantities of materials, so that the process could be optimized from early stage of the project. So that's my last slide. Thank you very much indeed. This is a QR code of my LinkedIn account. Please feel free to scan it with your mobile phone and send me an invitation, and we'll be happy to connect with you and discuss further collaboration. Thank you very much indeed.
Amin, thank you so much. I love these QR codes. I am right now going to LinkedIn. That's very good. Of course, it's a natural fit because this is your area, right? You're absolutely great at what you're doing, obviously, with your presentation. We just witnessed that. Thank you for sharing your work with all of us. We will get questions later after the next presentation, if you don't mind staying here with us. But great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks.
Okay, Rafael, we are ready for you.
Yes, can you give me rights to share the screen?
Sure, thank you.
Okay. Can you see?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Okay, so let me see if I'm sharing. Yeah, can you see my screen, my slides?
Yes, Rafael.
Okay, great. So yes, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are in the globe. This presentation is about a fascinating topic, which is building the bridge and fostering a thriving startup ecosystem. And just like the previous presenter, I will just briefly introduce myself. I have been building bridges across several types of organizations and ecosystems, starting a little bit about my journey in the early 2000s in United Nations, building bridges for Latin America and the Caribbean and Central Europe in UNIDO, then in academia, where I'm still linked to Manchester and Manchester Institute of Innovation Research in the university, where I did my PhD on foresight, and also started building bridges in several innovation ecosystems, where I also joined the entrepreneurship ecosystem with our own company, Futures Diamond, as innovation director and now as director of strategy, and working in Nordic countries, in Finland, also in Russia for a while. I'm still based in Finland in academia. And in more recent years, I've been working in Central Europe, especially in Poland, where I have created centers for foresight and internationalizations at Technology Partners Foundation. Different type of frameworks that I will be talking about, like knowledge transfer, establish companies, Green Iceberg Ltd in Poland, and continue affiliations with various universities across the globe, in Uruguay, in Sao Paulo, and now I am in Barcelona. It's missing from the slide, but this is a little bit about myself, building bridges around different world regions and across the Triple Helix. The Triple Helix Association is building bridges between industry, academia, and government. So this presentation, it's about fostering a thriving startup ecosystem using a holistic foresight-driven approach to ecosystem assessment. And building such robust innovation ecosystem requires both a holistic approach, looking into multiple perspectives and agendas, as well as looking into the future with the help of foresight. And this requires analysis of what we call factors of success or essentials for thriving, clustered around several categories of perspective. The technological one that drives different type of solutions, cutting edge infrastructure, and different type of innovation-friendly policy through technology and technological development. The economic perspective is fundamental for resilience and to create sustainable business models. The funding for such innovations for the ecosystems to thrive requires venture capitalists and many other multiple sources of funding. Nowadays, in many world regions, especially in Europe, that is leading some of the most advanced and ambitious agendas. The so-called Green Deal environmental perspective is important to develop green infrastructure, eco-conscious policies, and the political perspective allows us to look into what sort of regulations and public-private partnerships can drive growth. When looking at responsible research and innovation, the ethical perspective ensures transparency, social responsibility, and different type of mentorship programs that I will be referring to, as mentorship is one important pillar of successful innovation ecosystem. And then space from the perspective of urban and rural dynamics, balancing the growth through creating this bridge of complementarities and synergies between urban and rural spaces, and understanding and reducing those gaps and divides are important both in funding and in infrastructures. And then social perspective to foster inclusion, community building, networking are important. In this presentation, I will be sharing the results of a comprehensive, as I mentioned, holistic analysis of over 1,700 success factors mapped from nearly 600 sustainable innovations, mainly in Europe, but also considering innovations from around the world. It's a large database, and 5 pillars of innovation ecosystems are used to take into account how these 7 types of success factors can influence the 5 pillars of innovation ecosystems, namely funding, mentorship, infrastructure, regulations, and networks. Hopefully to help us identify some insights, which I will be sharing with you, some of them very soon. Overall, the whole methodology relies on a systematic 5-step. First, we identify through a European Commission-funded project more than 500 sustainable innovations. The project was completed some 4 or 5 years ago, I believe, but we built it in a self-sustainable way. So many master's programs to which I am attached and others I have been supporting through guest lectures have continued supporting the platform. So the database has grown to more than 600 case studies, nearly 700, but for this presentation, we have analyzed 598, so almost 600 case studies. And from this, we took into account 200 that are really relevant for the topic of a startup ecosystem mapping from the perspective of success factors analysis. So from these case studies, we identified 1,732, if I remember well, so over 1,700 technological, economic, environmental, political, societal, ethical, and spatial related factors of success that we mapped around these 7 categories, and we identified the top 10 lessons for each of them. Because of time, we will not look into all the top 10 lessons, but these have been analyzed in detail. There is a free tutorial or online course if you're interested looking into this. At the end of the presentation, we have question time, so I'm happy to answer questions. We have built a robust framework for action road mapping, and we have written a first volume of a Springer book, which I can also refer, is in the recommended literature. But for this presentation, we have further analyzed the critical factors of success, and we identify some 35 key insights, of which I will be highlighting a few. From the overall results of the project, as I mentioned, several roadmaps were created and a Springer book was produced. Now, back into the core of this presentation, I mentioned there are 7 different types of perspective or insights we are learning from, and here I would like to share around each of the 5 pillars of innovation ecosystem some important highlights. Due to time, I will highlight only one for each of these perspectives. So advances in technological investments and access to research and innovation are fundamental in the funding dimension for technologies. For example, in areas like biotech, advancements and biofuel and nano coating technologies. Access to funding is fundamental. Mentorship programs in tech literacy and sustainability practices, another important factor of success for the startup ecosystem. In terms of infrastructure, everything related to smart city and IoT, Internet of Things networks, mobility-related innovations and sensors and ICT infrastructure are important for an innovation ecosystem to thrive. Several regulatory sandboxes and testing grounds for eco-innovations, especially AI-driven solutions for air quality monitoring, for biofuel production, for example, and many other areas are supporting ecosystems to thrive. And last but not least, tech-based knowledge sharing, different type of platforms and networks to empower collaborative problem solving and in digital communities. Now, from an economic perspective, there are some important insights from the analysis we did that we need to look at. So here again, green finance, sustainable finance initiatives are, especially in Europe, with the Green Deal program in Horizon Europe and many other initiatives are supporting low carbon startups. Economic management skills. So more and more startups are receiving this type of cost-saving mentorships. Actually, the newly elected US government are getting from the richest man in the world, from Elon Musk, this type of efficiency Dodge department that is also prioritizing cost and efficiency. Infrastructure, circular economy, innovations, investments in recycling, life cycle management to lower cost is also a priority. And tax incentives in terms of regulations are really boosting ecosystems and encouraging different type of eco-friendly startups to flourish. And some examples we have from French tax credits for sustainable purchases are in our database. And then in terms of networks, once again, collaborative business ecosystems, not only for problem understanding, but in order to share different type of resources and knowledge to help local farmers directly selling their products in different type of markets, increasing their markets. Obviously, the environmental perspective is very important to create sustainable bridges. It's actually a must in every European project that we are involved. So grants for eco-innovation is becoming a critical factor in Europe and other world regions, I believe so. So projects converting plastic waste into energy are some examples, and different ways of reducing pollution and conserving limited resources that we might have in water scarce regions. Advisory and mentorship programs on green business models. So mentorship on short supply chains for organic food producers to reduce transport emissions. In terms of infrastructure, green tech innovation comes again, especially in urban development. For transport infrastructure, there are many initiatives that are emulating bike sharing and public transport systems in various European countries that are encouraging the reuse of individual automobiles, and regulations to protect and conserve our natural resources, our water systems, and national conservation targets very much aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. It's showing as part of the environmental insights, and green startup collaboration. So collaboration networks are important, but particularly focused on green and eco-focused startups. And for example, in the recently completed last days, I was in Malta in the Global Innovation Forum organized by the International Telecommunications Union, and one of the winning startups was developing an eco-label that, with the help of different type of digital twins, was completely mapping the whole DNA of the whole production and supply chain. and the products and the materials used. So green startups are actually winning in many of these contexts, and they are becoming very hot for venture capitalists. In the political dimension, this is an important bridge because it's very linked to regulation and to different type of public, private, and joint funding for green finance initiative, especially in Horizon Europe and the next framework program. That will be the case in Europe, and mentorship programs to help industry with specific advice, mentors with political regulation, with sector-specific standards to understand what are the key regulations in sustainable energy mentorship, and then infrastructure regarding data privacy and security standards, GDPR compliance, safeguarding consumer information, and international policy support. Border trade, cross-border trade, reducing different type of compliance costs to support EU-wide policies. Once again, in Europe, this is an important topic. No surprise, as most of the cases are European. Some of you might be connecting from the US, from Africa, or from other world regions, from the Middle East, but this is a hot topic and very relevant green type of initiative and policies in the so-called European Union Green Deal to support startups aligned with international sustainability goals. Social insights and connecting with different segments of society is important, especially underrepresented funders, social enterprise funds, minority funders, creating equitable startup growth, and culturally sensitive mentorship programs. With founders, with multicultural insights, especially now with increasing migration from multiple reasons, because of conflicts around the world, because of climate migration and aging as well. Planned and unplanned migration requires culturally sensitive mentorship programs. And for that, infrastructure for equitable public space for networking, co-working hubs for people with disabilities are also becoming important insights and factors of success of thriving startup ecosystems. And of course, with the migration elements, visa policies, supportive immigration, and that's a hot issue all over the world, right? So this was one of the big issues of the political campaigns in the US, migration and border immigration policies, and how to enable international funders to contribute their skills, their cultural richness. And last but not least, community-led education initiatives, supporting through workshops on ethical sourcing and sustainable entrepreneurship. Ethical dimensions, especially with the growing importance of responsible innovation, is a must, is paramount. So funding channels emphasizing startups that comply and promote social and ethical standards, social impact funding, transparent funding, and mentorship programs to support this transparency and trust building. So mentors that provide support to consumers and different type of stakeholders. Different type of infrastructure related initiatives for ethical product development, avoiding that algorithms include biases, and how to take into account the use of AI in areas or regions of the world where data is not taken into account, the local data, but is built on and has biases from developed countries rather than developing country data. Anti-discrimination policies is a hot issue for thriving ecosystems, innovation ecosystems, including in hiring policies and avoiding discrimination. And last is accountability and collaboration, ethical networks and structures. And in the last dimension, which is spatial, and here we're talking about building bridges between urban and rural spaces. It's all about funding programs and tax incentives, encouraging these both urban and rural startups, supporting balanced regional development and national development and supranational development with localized mentorships that cater specifically and focused on unique opportunities and challenges of startups in rural areas, as well as some in urban areas. Sustainable transport link between those regions to create sustainable synergies and facilitating collaboration and workforce mobility. Many as well living in rural areas, but working in urban areas thanks to digital transformation solutions. Regional zoning for innovations. And the last insight has to do with local resource sharing platforms and platforms that enable startups to share resources, co-working spaces, and so on. With all these insights in mind, I only highlighted a couple within each of these categories, but you can imagine with over 1,700, it's an overwhelming amount of data on success factors for innovation ecosystems. My final remarks to share today before the opening for questions is that there are some important key elements to achieve success vision for building a strong bridge for a thriving ecosystem. So to bridge the gaps and to cultivate such thriving ecosystem, it's important to develop a policy and ecosystem resilience approach. So to establish policies and frameworks that enable such innovation ecosystem to adapt, to grow, and to endure, to sustain different type of challenges coming from the environment, climate related, like the recent floods that we had some days ago not far from here in Barcelona, in Valencia. And there are still some warnings across Spain because of the weather conditions, social and economic shifts. So we need to develop policies that promote resilience and ecosystem that are resilient. The second is promoting empathy in innovation, to have human-centered approaches that value social enterprises, social and environmental impacts that help us.
1 minute,
yes.
if you, because we need time for discussion. Thank you.
Yeah. This is my last slide, as I said. Thank you. So promoting empathy is important. Conducting wildcards and weak signals analysis so that you build truly resilient policies and ecosystem, and fostering knowledge transfer through knowledge valorization, co-creation, and sharing. And last but not least, empowering everything with strategic foresight and decision-making, anticipating, recommending, and transforming future. So by embedding all these principles, these 5 recommendations, I believe that it is possible to foster a thriving startup ecosystem. Here are some further readings, and thank you very much for your time. So less than 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafael. Thank you, both of you, Professors Amin and Rafael. Great 2 presentations we had for this session. Now I'm opening the floor for discussions, any questions anyone may have. Anybody would like to raise any questions? I have some questions if you... You will need to unmute yourself if you have any questions. I'm not seeing any raised hands. Okay, everybody's being quiet. Amin, I have a question, if you don't mind answering this. I know you mentioned Carbonica. First of all, great innovative ideas there. Carbonica, intelligent carbon calculation tool you mentioned.
Yes.
And it helps with that driving down the environmental impact of all the assets, right? That's the aim. But my question will be related to the data that will be inputted into it, because the result will be based on the data that is. I wonder how that data is gathered, because if it is not reliable, the result won't be at the end of the day. Could you please explain a little bit us that how that's gathered and how the input is happening a little bit?
Thank you. This is very, I think, an interesting question. Thanks for sort of asking about the data. The data comes from 2 sources. One is the database of previous national 1007 projects. So all the data actually are real data from previous projects that were, projects were initiated, built, and operated. So we know all the actual information about buildings from that database, and we know the cost of the projects from that database, which is the construction industry keeps and maintain, so that as records of what happened in previous projects. Now, Morgan Stanley as a company as well has got its own data from its previous projects. So we take their data, or they provide their data to us, so that we can actually learn from experience to be able to predict the carbon, the cost, and the quantity of materials for new projects. For example, if assuming they have done 50 schools in the past, built 50 buildings for school purposes. Now, if there is a customer comes with the new school and they say, well, I want a 3-story school for 200 students, and etc., in terms of the characteristic of the building, there will be 50 examples of projects that has got some overlap of features between the new project and the previous projects, and therefore we should be able to predict materials, carbon, cost, etc., from previous projects. Now, the argument could be, what if it's very, very unique project in its own right? But normal construction industry, they are very conservative in nature, in a way that most customers would like to build a house that similar to, maybe in some features at least, houses that built in the previous decades, because they know they are reliable, they know they are stable, etc., etc. So most of the features like foundation, frames, number of stories, etc., they will be very similar to previous projects, and therefore we should be able to predict with high accuracy what would be the expected cost or carbon or time needed to build such project.
It sounds like it is time consuming, right? It is. It takes a lot of time from the data collection, which is there already, but still the putting in there and getting the result. It sounds like, is there a time frame? Or no, but my questions might not be that accurate because it's not an area I'm so much familiar with.
The data we get from the database or companies, we can in days sort of arrange it in a way to be fit to the neural network, and we've seen that we could teach the neural network in seconds about the data. And then with the press of a button, we can predict any new building based on the features. So there isn't much penalty in terms of time in terms of arranging the data for the training process. However, there will be significant savings when we have a project that the customer brings to the table and say, I want that specific generic characteristic of a building, and therefore we can press a button literally after we add maybe 9 features or 10 features of the building, press a button, and suddenly all the output will be there for them, and then they will look at the results, and then they will see if they can afford it, if the time is suitable, if the carbon is suitable for their objectives. If not, we can think about different materials as well, and we will look at different sort of strategy to redesign the building with the less story or less area or different materials, so that they can achieve what they want within the constraints of the objectives they have.
Thank you, Ami. How much of it, what is the percentage you think that it is being implemented? Because there are cost implications, obviously. It sounds like you may have some suggestions to reduce this or do this or use this material. It's better in terms of the environmental impact, reducing it. But do you think many of these individuals would be inclined towards implementing it, although it might be costly?
I think there is different objectives most customers or companies would like to achieve. Some is reducing the cost, some reducing the time of the project, and some reducing the carbon or the whole life carbon of the building, because they have carbon targets they want to meet. So there are, there are constraints, and depending on the customer and what they want, we should be able to automatically calculate these figures automatically through AI, and also AI will help to optimize. So if they want, let's say, a cheaper building, then we can look at the materials to say there is a material that will provide a lower cost, but it's high in carbon. So it depends what the customers want. If they want to reduce the carbon, then there is a material there which has got lower carbon emission, but there will be issues maybe related to time of delivery, because the logistics of providing that material would come perhaps from another company or country, and would take time, etc., etc. So there are, and maybe the construction industry might not have experience in dealing with such material. They need training. So there are many variables that we need to address. But already the construction industry will deal with that on a daily basis. But there are some of these numbers and figures, and the let's say the profile of the discussion happens with data that is done or driven manually, in terms of the feeding the data to a software, or manually to Excel sheets or to other sort of databases. What we are doing is, with the press of a button, we should be able to get those numbers. So that will help in the decision making from early days of the project.
Thank you, Ahmed. We have a couple of more minutes. Anyone has any questions? I have a question for Rafael. We have just a couple of more minutes, Rafael. You mentioned funding, Building Bridge is the aspects of it: funding, mentorship, infrastructure, regulations, and networks. I think infrastructure and funding, they go hand in hand, right? So when we are talking about infrastructure, could you please tell us a little bit about developing versus developed nations, because the differences are there when we are talking about infrastructure? What are the implications and what that impacts? Like, what aspects of your work that is being impacted?
Yes.
I know it's a really big question to answer in a couple of minutes. I am so sorry.
No, thank you very much. In fact, some people might want to put infrastructure together with funding. I put normally funding separate for several reasons, because funding can enable both infrastructure and technology development and different type of initiatives to bring together communities and networks, and to help as well capacity building and mentorship. So I prefer not to mix the two. What I would agree is that perhaps infrastructure can be put together with technology, and investments in rural broadband and different type of technologies to empower rural areas, as well as in urban areas on technology hubs. It's one example. For example, when looking into sustainable transport networks, how to enhance connectivity and accessibility is one area which I would add. So green infrastructure initiatives, such as, for example, renewable energy programs, help to reduce environmental impacts both in urban and rural areas. So these efforts can help both type of spatial dimensions that we were discussing, the urban, to support thriving ecosystems. When it comes to funding, I think the balanced approach encourages investment in underfunded areas. Okay, and then in some countries, in some developed countries, you will be surprised how well connected rural areas are. I don't know where you're based yourself, but rural areas.
I'm in New Jersey.
In New Jersey. Oh, okay. So you're in the US. So that might be the case there. So some people prefer sometimes to move from the urban areas to move to more rural, because actually the infrastructure, digital and broadband and connectivity is well enough, especially after COVID, We all have learned that it is possible to survive without physical meetings. In fact, this conference is fully online, right? But a couple of weeks ago, I was in Nigeria, where critical infrastructure deficiencies were unfortunately eye-watering. In some of the places where I was in the conference center itself, there was no Wi-Fi. So I had to tell my students in Warsaw and other Białystok in Poland that my lecture would be canceled. However, just a couple of hours ago, I managed to give a lecture to some students in Warsaw from Barcelona, and it was seamless, right? So we can have different type of infrastructure related issues, regardless of whether we're talking about urban and rural, as far as we have the right technology in place. I would probably comment, you didn't ask, but there have been a lot of hype and over promising of AI in many areas, especially the previous, my co-presenter here. And I'm actually very pro AI in many aspects, but we need to be cautious when using AI also for different areas and type of sustainability. Mental health and AI can perhaps challenge the use of human creativity, empathy, and also visions about the future should be created by us. So I think we need to have the right balance in the use of AI when looking at innovation ecosystems. They might lack some of these tools and algorithms. I know that there was a discussion with the press of a button. You get the magic solution, but the magic solution is based on data, and the question is, where is this data coming from? Is there transparency about the data that is being used, the algorithm? And we might inadvertently be making decisions and building visions and policies based on heavy biases, which undermine fairness and sustainability of different type of communities, right? So I think over-reliance on automated decision-making might erode in the long term the collaborative spirit and nature of sustainable transformations, because it's not with the press of one button that you build a sustainable relationship with people, right? So just 2 days ago, I celebrated 18th wedding anniversary with my wife, and that's a sustainable social example of social relationship. We have built a family with 4 children, and it was not the press of a button. There are a lot of ups and downs. There are a lot of lessons learned. There are a lot of bumps, a lot of hypes, and there is a lot of communication and negotiation in terms of compromises and understanding each other's needs. And by pressing one button, we will not be able to communicate with all these communities, not just the urban and rural divides, but those who are disconnected from the data centers that are being used by the algorithms.
Sure. Yes, thank you, Rafael. Thank you. Very good points. I wish we had more time, but it's a little past 11 here. I know it's different times all around, but I think we are still on time, a little bit delay. Our next session, individuals, I can see some of them are here. Those of you who already attended the previous session, I think we had a great session. If you continue to be here, that would be great. If not, we understand because the time differences. But thank you again, Amin and Rafael. It was a pleasure having you both here in this session. Now we are going to jump into the next one, and surprise, it's me again. It seems like I'm also on the other following session.
Okay. Well, I want to say thank you, and I have a matchmaking.
I think we are starting with Tom Strodeback. Is that correct, Tom?
That is very much correct. Yes, thank you.
Is it? Okay, because it's slightly different on the agenda. I wasn't sure which one to go with.
The story of my life, it's fine. But yeah, Tom Strodeback. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome, welcome. And we are ready for you. I don't want us to make it more delayed, but if you can share your slides with us.
And I'm hoping you're seeing them now.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Well, thank you very much, and it's great to be here. And forgive me, I'm going to give the presentation. We have as I work at a university, Liverpool John Moores University, we have a big startup event, our kind of our first networking event. And my network coordinator, Lynn, broke her ankle. So I am outside the event giving this presentation, but I'll have to jump back in and take care of our professional network. And it's really, she's done such a great job, and it's such a great event, and I feel so bad she can't be here. But again, my name is Tom Stredbeck. I'm with Liverpool John Moores University. And the reason I'm here is actually just to give some of my background very quickly, is I've been working kind of in the startup community since the mid 1990s. I don't think I would have called it a startup then. The first company I worked for that was like a real company, like a real job, was called AmeriHost Inns, and it was a startup hotel chain, believe it or not, in the United States. And I had joined them around the time that they were trying to scale. And it's really hard, like, and it's all these strategic decisions to make. And I was just kind of a manager in that company, and I wasn't quite aware of what was going on. And now I kind of look back and think, oh, those are challenging. I know this organization through my relationship with NBIA, which I was a director for about 10 years. And then after that, I was a co-founder of a company in Dubai called Global Growth Hub, which is kind of what it sounds like. We helped companies that want to go overseas, access new markets, did a lot of work in and around Kuwait, did work in a lot of the MENA region. My partner, Omar, was originally from Egypt, so spoke Arabic and kind of made that market accessible to us. And so did a lot of different things. And then finally, I joined the staff here where I run the entrepreneurship program for Liverpool John Moores University in Liverpool, England, about 27,000 students, and also do the consultant titles. I do a lot of consulting with our faculty. So they'll bring me in and I'll talk about how they can introduce the concept of entrepreneurship to what they do. So I was thinking about the theme of this section, and I was trying to think, okay, can I think of anything new to talk about when we talk about money? Because there's a lot of information out there. And when we think about money for founders, this is kind of what we think about. We think about these 5 areas. And forgive me if you can hear all that noise in the background because there's students kind of running around me. We think about the 3 F's, the family, friends, and fools. That's raising money from your family, your friends to get started. We also have the possibility of raising grant financing. Some of the work I did, for instance, in the West Bank, which I'm currently working in, a lot of those entrepreneurs are funded by grants. Debt might be, potentially. In some markets, it's not a possibility, but some markets it is. And usually entrepreneurs at some point will use a credit facility or some sort of banking facility to help fund their business. I couldn't find an icon for venture capital, so I thought I'd use the Financial Times as my venture capital thing, because I read it every day and it's a good night. But there is the venture capital. I'm not sure if they'd be happy that I represented them by venture capital. And then there's the kind of the rare, but very, very common, not rare, but rarely talked about, very, very common way of raising money, which is to grow it, right? To start a business and use cash flow to grow your company. And what I thought I'd do is kind of think about each one, because each one has a risk, right? And each one has a moral hazard potentially. And so I thought I would talk about that, the moral hazard of transferring the responsibility of the success of a company to somebody else or to somebody else's balance sheet or something else that allows a founder to not necessarily focus on the most important things, but focus on risk or take more risk or whatever, because they all have that kind of moral hazard. When you think about the first 2, when you are using other people's money, sometimes you find entrepreneurs that lack the seriousness or the market drive. Maybe seriousness might not be fair, but the market drive may very well be fair. They're not really driving their company into a marketplace where they can get to the ultimate goal of every entrepreneur, which is somebody on the other side of the table or the other side of the software or the other side of the marketplace that says, yes, I want that. Yes, I'll buy that. I will pay you to do that thing, or I'll pay you to provide that thing to me. I, in my experience, have found that often these 2 sources of funds can be a hindrance to that. And in some markets, the grant mechanisms that are given will often encourage the development of a group of entrepreneurs that focus almost exclusively on grants. This is not to say that either of these things are bad, by the way. There's definitely reasons why you would look for grant financing, particularly in deeper technology, science-based technologies, where you really do need the funds to do really basic proof of concept work. And families fund companies all over the world. But as a person who works for entrepreneurs, I kind of work with my students. I'm trying to help them reduce the risk, and I want them to think about it. This is now on your balance sheet. We give a grant. This is now on your balance sheet. How are you going to use it? How are you going to convert it into value? Or is it just going to buy you time and you're going to waste that time and use it in a non-effective way? There's also, in the institutions that finance entrepreneurs, other ways that moral hazard could happen. We know of these stories of founders who have raised a lot of venture capital and have burned through it really quickly without really generating a business model that's sustainable. WeWork is probably the best known of those companies that raised a lot of money, got that SoftBank money, flew around the world, was changing people's consciousness, but was never really changing the real estate market in a sense that it could make money in the places that it had opened. And I'll tell you, I worked out of a WeWork in London for a long time. It was really nice. I loved it. It was great. It just didn't make any money. That was one of the problems with WeWork. It's probably the biggest problem. There's also the reciprocal thing too with venture capital and with other kind of financing mechanisms. Is the venture capitalist really thinking about duty of care? Are they focused on the welfare of the entrepreneurs? Are they the right venture capitalists can really open the doors that the entrepreneurs need and so on? Or is it a local angel that is more experienced in real estate and looking for 10 to 12% return? Those are the kinds of the challenges. And then you get into the kind of the broader world that can be an issue with venture capital, which is the financialization of the startup community, where they're really looking for assets that they can financialize and not necessarily thinking about the success of the entrepreneur, the community that they live in, and seeing that community, whether it's Kuwait City or Liverpool or whatever, be successful. So those are the kind of moral hazards that I thought, oh, we can talk about that. Obviously, the one that seems to lack that is if you're building a business from the ground up and you're generating your own revenues early. That's not always possible. Certainly certain technologies you can't do that with. And at the same time, all the things that I talked about are really important to the community. Tons of businesses were funded that very successful that we use were funded by the family that back their family member entrepreneur. Grants are super important. I know that some of our technology companies just wouldn't have been successful at Innovate UK grants, as an example. They are an essential component of the ecosystem. I think banks can do a lot more in supporting entrepreneurs. Frankly, I don't, that's one of my comments here. I don't know about where the audience is, but I know in the UK, I've met with banks and I'm like, I get what you're saying, but that's not really what they need. They need credit facilities. They need cash flow based on their receivables. They need you to make it easier. You know, that kind of that truth of, you owe the bank $10,000, it's your problem. You owe the bank $10 million, it's the bank's problem. That seems to be how they operate. And obviously there are a lot of excellent VCs that help entrepreneurs. So that's what I thought I'd just kind of share. I hope that was something that was reasonably interesting. And the last thing I will say is that regardless of the financing, regardless of the funding, and I wish I could quote the person, I think it was a man named Bill Allett. If you're familiar with the MIT entrepreneurship community, I heard Bill give a podcast, actually. It was really good for Harvard, which is right next door to MIT. He wrote a book called The Disciplined Entrepreneur, if you're looking for a really interesting book on entrepreneurship. And one of the things he said in that, and I've been working with entrepreneurs for 20 years and I never really put it the way, so easy, one of those things that are really easy to think about, but you've never put it that way. He said, when I'm looking at a company, when I ask the founders, is this, for that company to be successful, what do you have to be really good at? What is the thing or the things you must be good at for this company to be successful? And that might be a mechanism which we think, okay, to be good at that thing, do you need external funding? And then what is the appropriate funding you need to be good at whatever it is you've decided to launch? It was funny, I was on my way to work today, I was in the taxi, and a young guy, student, driving a cab, driving an Uber on the side, he says, I've got this great idea. I want to be, because I want to tell them what they do. Hey, let me pick your brain. Okay. I've only got 5 minutes, but I'll tell you what I think. And, he said he wanted to get into food. And it was really that conversation. Okay, what is the thing you are really good at to make the magic happen? And he's like, well, I'm really good at Caribbean food. And I think it should be something that isn't fried, because a lot of Caribbean food is fried. So I make it healthy, right? And he's discovered really the idea that he can now pursue and be great at. Then he can think about the funding. So yeah, that's my presentation. And I really appreciate being invited here. I'm sorry I can't be there. I've never been to Kuwait. I've been kind of in the region. I think close. I've been to Iraq. I did some work in Kurdistan for a while, and I've been in obviously Palestine, West Bank, and Saudi and UAE, but never over in Kuwait. So I would love an invitation to see your beautiful country. But anyway, thank you very much, and yeah, hope that was.
Thank you, Tom.
You're very
This
welcome.
was, yes, very timely, and you were on time also. Thank you for that as
You're
well.
very
I haven't
welcome.
been to Kuwait either, but maybe we can charter something to there next year, and we can go all together. That would be wonderful. But thank you for
Very
being
much time
with
for
us.
that. Yeah, and I'm pleasure.
Would you be
So thank
able
you.
to stay and wait until the end until we get the questions for you, or?
I will. So what I'll do is I'll try to hop back in, and unfortunately, like I said, I lost the person that's running the event, so I'm now the only person that can run it. And so I got some people to kind of cover, say, some time during my presentation. But if I can get the questions another way, if I'm not back, if I get the questions another way, I'd be happy to answer them online or through the app or whatever. My apologies.
No, that's okay. So you won't be joining back in like 30 minutes or so.
I don't think so, but if I can,
you don't think so?
you'll see
Okay.
me and I'll give you away.
Okay. In that case, anyone has any questions quickly, maybe we can complete it and then move to the next person. Anyone?
Yeah, I can answer some questions.
You were so clear that nobody has any questions, but I have.
Okay, go ahead.
You mentioned, Tom, duty of care, right? Could you please, any like example, like how or what specifically could be done about the lack of duty of care? Any example?
Well, you know, from the entrepreneurship perspective, I think it's difficult when you're an entrepreneur and you only have one source or two sources of funding, and one of the sources is not very good. And I'm thinking about some of the companies I've worked with that have raised money, raised venture capital, but they've raised it from a source that didn't necessarily know the market. There was a friend of mine, actually a scientist, PhD, that developed a technology that was able to predict tidal flows more accurately, which had the potential to save shipping companies a significant amount of money, because their ships wouldn't be like idling outside a port waiting for the tide to come in. They could plan their trip more effectively and use less energy. And his first round of money had I think they took 30% of equity, which is really high. It's too high. It's very, very difficult to raise money after that. And the funders, the venture capitalists, had really not a great deal of knowledge about the shipping industry, but they just kind of wanted to get in. They offered these terms that were onerous, and the company wasn't successful. So it's probably on the entrepreneur more than anything else. Now, I think, and you've certainly met investors. We used to take a group of about 150 investors to GITEX, if you know GITEX in Dubai, big tech show, and I talked to them and interviewed them and things like that. Responsible investors know their duty of care. They know, I'm not going to invest in a thing that I can't help, right? I'm not going to invest in a thing that I don't know. In fact, they'd say that's their biggest problem. I only invest in AI, and people bring me fintech, and if it's not AI fintech, it's not what I'm not interested. I can't help you. They have a sense of duty of care. But for the entrepreneur, they got to think about it. Like, they have to think, is this money the appropriate thing for me? Is it going to solve a problem? Is it going to de-risk my company in a meaningful way that I'll be ready for the next round, or I'll be over that hurdle, can grow, or whatever? That's kind of my short, it's not really short answer, actually. Sorry.
Thank you, Tom. So we are all wishing good luck with your work, and I hope she's going to get better soon, your colleague.
She broke her ankle.
Yeah, thank
so
you for being with us, and
thank
hopefully
you.
next time we'll see you again here.
I hope so too.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Sure. Okay, now I'm not seeing, is Jehan Farahat here? Oh, okay, I see. Now I see. Okay. Jehan, can you hear me? Or Dr. Farahat? You need to unmute yourself. Oh, hello. We cannot hear you as of yet. You need to unmute yourself, please. You need to unmute yourself. We are not able to hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, and now it's okay. You hear me?
Yes, it's perfect now.
Hello. Hello, how are you?
Good, good. How are you? Good seeing you here.
Thank
I
you.
say Jihan, but am I correct?
Yes, Jihan. Yes, Jihan.
Okay, okay. I can call you Dr. Faraha?
Yeah, Jihan. It's just Jihan.
Jihan is
No
good. Okay, you
problem.
can call me Naz. Welcome. I hope everything is good. Where you're joining us from?
From Egypt. I am from Egypt now.
Okay, okay.
Hello
What
for
time is it now
everyone.
there?
I'm so happy because I enjoy this fantastic conference with many يعني fantastic expert person also.
Yes,
I would
yeah.
like to talk today about how we can the new technology with IPR protection, like innovation and the creation, how we can protect our children and our people from new technology. New technology, they have two sides. The side, good side, she help in many things, and make everything more fast, and they make everything more easy, and even in the branch of innovation and the creation, they can make innovate the thing also. For example, before we have the company for perfume, she say to make new test or new perfume for 10 years, to make too much test and too much try, to have only one test of perfume. Now, with the technology and new technology, like we see Robert and the stuff like this, they can make for 10 minutes, for half an hour. They will have new kind of perfume and the new kind of essence different. This one company in Brazil, she talk about this. She say, I'm not the one I make my perfume now. This is the new technology, and the Robert, this is the one he make for me. I give him the name or what essence, jasmine or sugar perfume or whatever, and he can make for me many things. The another thing also, now we find he make everything like journalists, for example, they say, if I need to write very quickly and very good report for the journal or the magazine, I can just give the name, and he make everything for me and collect all the new information and the good information for me and they give it to me. So with the time, you will find that the people, they cannot have the power to make new innovation. The new innovation for human, we need to protect it. We need to teach our children in school and also in university or whatever. Count in your mind first, and after you go for the new technology to make for you your job. For example, also now inside the university and the school, the teacher, she gives some research for the student. Before us, we make this kind of research. We make it very good, and we have hard time to collect all the information to make it by your own or mind. Now, many people, what they try to make, they count on new technology. Give the order for the report or GP or stuff like this. He will make it for him and very good and bring all the information in all the world. It's not only in Egypt, and he can give it for the teacher. with the time, we have some afraid about the human innovation and human creativity. The patent, even the patent now, we have many kind of patent made by robots, not by person. They say from 50 years ago, they have before this kind of idea, but they make it like secret way. Some innovator person, he count a new technology and robot person to make for him all his patent and stuff like this. But now, even some lawyer in America, they try to make some case to give the power as patent for the report. And we have very good luck because the tribunal, he refused. He say, we give the patent for the human, for the person, not for the machine. You understand what I say? So it's mean what this? It's mean we have really some afraid about our pure innovation and the creation in our future, not only now. I know he gets so fast, but after 10 years, what will happen for the innovative person? He is still working by his mind, or he count a robot technology, very high knowledge to make for him what he want to make. This is something really we start to be so exciting about new technology and robot and the new kind of robot to help the people for everything, for all the for the engineering, for the hospitality, for the bank, even now journalists in TV, in everywhere. So we ask, what will happen for the human after 5-10 years? I think it is something we must a little bit worry about. And we put rules, we must put rules how we can control this kind of thing to have our human innovation and creation forever. I don't want after 50 years we will be not here, but yeah, the people after us, they will see before we have human innovation and the creation. You will be like post. No, we want to put some rules and some condition which time we can go for the new technology and robot and the old GP and the stuff like this, and which time we can stop and we say no, we just want the innovation from this boy or this girl or this man or this woman. We don't want for robot. This is something really we must be put it in mind to cover it in our great conference today. From the staff, also I would like to say we must give our knowledge for this kind of innovation and the creation and the future of new technology for our children in the school. It will be like book to study, to understand all the progress, what happened from the start until now, and also to open many ideas for our children, how they can act and use this kind of new technology. Because if you see now, you will see all our children run for TikTok and Face and another Telegram, Instagram. Arderwatagush, all this kind and all this name of the technology. So they lost many time, and even sometimes maybe they will catch some information is not for them age. If you remember before we are very young, we have limit for information. At 5 years old, he have some sort of information. 7, another, he give him more information for the life, for the things, for the method, for everything. Then, so it's mean it's very important to protect our children from free and open information for everywhere, from all the TikTok and Instagram, Facebook, and another new thing for the world, and to teach them how we can control this. I don't know. In Egypt, maybe the parents, they work hard behind the children to control all this stuff. But in a school, how they can control? In a club, how they can control? Inside the training, if he go training football or piscine with his friends, how we can control? So this also we must we try to put some rules and to take care about our children in this kind of period. My time, it's okay. I know it's
we have one more presentation, Rehan, and we will get questions at the end.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, we can continue with the next presenter, and then we can get the questions. I'm sure there will be a lot of questions.
Yes,
This is a very important subject, but thank you for sharing your insights. And yeah, this is very important, and I'm sure there will be questions. If not, I have questions. So if you can stay with us a little bit, that would be wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you again.
So enough. Thank you
Okay,
so much.
so
I'm so happy you are with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Next, we have Isaiah Engelbrecht. And Isaiah, you can introduce yourself. I'm not introducing each individual person here, but you're more than free to do so. Where are you joining us from?
Hi, good evening. Yes, well, I shouldn't say good evening. I should say greetings, the different time zones. I'm joining from South Africa, and we are just 1 hour behind Kuwait, currently 6:30 at the moment. Yeah.
6:30 p.m., yes. Here right now, 11:30 a.m. I'm in New Jersey.
Oh, hectic.
Yes, I'm still having my coffee.
Well, yeah, hectic, enjoy.
Okay, thank you for being with us. Do you have some slides to share with us, or?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you could do that.
Let me just check. Is it sharing?
Yes, we are able to see it. You can, yes. Perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. I'm just going to switch off my camera for the presentation to save bandwidth. Okay, it's refusing to. Let me continue. Should I just dive in?
You can start your presentation. Yes, thank you.
Are you able to? Okay, thank you. Well, yeah, thank you very much to all the organizers and Dr. Anadi, all the effort you went through to put this together. With a few minutes today, I really reflected quite hard on what I should be speaking about, looking at this topic, fueling innovation and creating access to finance. Because I have been in the innovation landscape over many years, government, private sector, and internationally, But the last couple of years, I worked with a municipality, a specific city, the city of Tshwane. I thought this may be relevant just to focus on the journey there with moving some of our innovators and entrepreneurs to finance. Sorry, my machine is acting up, but I think I'm getting there. Apologies for that. There we go. So this presentation is really looking at the critical role of municipalities, cities in fueling innovation, and then how to support entrepreneurs on their journey, especially with access to finance. To kick off my presentation, I think it's important just to introduce those who are not familiar with the word Ubuntu, which I think is a very important platform for us, and it really fuels innovation in the areas where we drive it. And Ubuntu really comes from isiZulu. It says umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu, meaning a person is a person of or because of other people. That mindset we see everywhere. We need each other to be human. This is essentially what this is saying. And with that said, when we practice innovation, because whenever you engage people in our communities, in the city where I am, or broadly speaking in South Africa, people have this notion of saying, I need to help others. And I think that sets a foundation for us with innovation. On this slide, Prof, I don't need to go into much detail, but it was just very interesting when you look at the linkages of Ubuntu and 5IR, or we can even say AI. Because in this presentation, I won't be touching on AI. We've had a lot of presentations on that. But really, from a human-centric focus, if you look at 5R, its premise that's there to enhance human lives, it aligns very well with the idea that Ubuntu underscores. 5R speaks about collaboration, again, aligning with Ubuntu, etc. So I think because of this foundation, when we launch innovation initiatives, especially open innovation, we tend to get good engagement between people. Now, with that context, intelligence and support. I hear myself. Is my machine, Prof, am I still clear and everything on your side?
Yes, we are able to see everything. It says the opportunity for municipalities.
Perfect. So with that background of Ubuntu, there's a vast opportunity for municipalities or cities to leverage off innovation. I'm using this example of the city where I'm based, city of Tshwane, and that I work with. Over 4 million citizens, 23,000 employees. But if you look at the ecosystem, broadly speaking, in the municipality, there's major universities, a lot of actors in terms of funding for innovation, over 130 embassies located here in the city. The challenge is with connecting those actors or role players to get value from innovation. And I think therein lies a significant opportunity. You would see silver member there in the top right-hand corner. Our city yesterday was recognized for how we structure innovation according to the ISO 56001 standards. And I think it's because of that structuring that one sees results. I'm then saying municipalities and other cities should leverage off this. Now, this is a strategy we followed that I'm not going to dive in. I'm just going to focus on the third pillar for this presentation, saying this as municipalities, we need to open our doors and create platforms for entrepreneurs, innovators, inventors to come and test, pilot, and demonstrate their solutions in the environment. And I'm going to share one or two examples around it. Because otherwise, how do entrepreneurs scale their solutions and access funding if the municipalities are closed door? This you would have seen is part of our strategy, one of the key pillars, and it produced real results. Let me just touch on this first example, where this is really at the grassroots level. We went into this community and had 6 workshops around creativity and innovation and looking at how we can fuel innovation. So Attendees came over 70, of which 60% plus was unemployed. And really the discovery there was when you engage people, you teach them about creativity and innovation, it's like there's a light that comes on, aha moment. They didn't realize that they can be creative and come up with solutions. Long story short, part of their journey, we launched the challenge, Innovation Challenge, and we said, come up with solutions for your community problems. 24 submissions were received. The picture that you see there, that's the 9 finalists, the top 9. What's interesting, the man in the middle, number 1, he came out of retirement at 76 because he said he had an idea years ago and he didn't do anything with it. Because of the workshops, he now came and he presented his idea and is now developing a prototype. The lady listed number 3 in her late 60s had an idea for over 40 years and she didn't do anything with it. So with this, I'm just saying, as this community, it's critical for us to go to the lowest level, grassroots, and encourage people to come up with ideas. We had like a Dragon's Den, they pitched, the winners were announced, 3 businesses so far registered, others being developed, and we had funders there. Not a lot of funding required, but now these community members, instead of feeling hopeless, they are building something. With that journey, a lot of spin-offs. When you do this kind of things, many partners come on board and many came to sponsor and assist the community. But let me just get to this example quickly. I know there's limited time. As the city, we launched about 3 years ago an inter-university challenge. We went through to the 3 major universities in the city and say, we need service delivery solutions. And at the bottom, those were our partners. And we challenged the students and we gave them these areas to say, we need ideas to solve these problems. 164 good ideas were submitted during that period. And interestingly, again, with their journey, we saw fascinating solutions that really solve service delivery problems, lower cost, implementable. And a few of those are now being piloted in the city. Some are still in incubation. But what was interesting, out of about 12 of them registered businesses, and I don't know if this is a good thing, Prof, but some left their studies to say, I'm going to focus on my business. And we'll see how that goes, but that's the level of excitement that this generated. We were supported by the French Embassy and we became part of the Blue Ocean Awards. With this slide, I'm simply saying that community to unearth the value in municipalities is important, because what you see here, these are the actors, representatives from funding agencies, universities, the city, not all, but some of the role players that played a critical role to make this happen. These students, that's an example out of this challenge. 3 of them last year went across to France to present their solutions on a global platform, seeking funding from international investors, and they're now growing their business. Without this type of support from a municipality, they wouldn't have done this. So I'm saying we have a critical role as leaders, even at the local government level, to support innovators. I'll just share this last example, Prof. This is Paseka. He grew up in Tshwane in a rural area, and a few years ago, about 6 years ago, he's not a technical person. He was living with his grandmother and saw that the bathroom, the toilet specifically, is leaking. He became curious and did some calculations of what's the impact of the leak, and he saw that it's a significant number of liters of water wasted, and scaled it up with the community, broadly the Tshwane and nationally. And then he found partnerships to say, let's develop a solution that he called the leakless valve to prevent any toilet from leaking and wasting water. He developed the solution with the partners. Like I said, he's not technical, and he approached the city and said, I've got the solution, but I need to test it because I can't get funding without proving that the solution is valuable. We then gave him access to 800 households. He ran his pilot successfully, scaled it, and now he has a manufacturing plant where the leakless valve is being manufactured. He then secured international funding with one of the key funders, the Massmart Group. And with 40 patents registered globally, and they will assist him. They're currently in the process of assisting him with exporting his solution. Now, here's the thing. Without this level of ecosystem support at local government level, Paseka would have probably still just be in his grandmother's house, not doing much, and yet now he's functioning on a global scale. As I end, just some 4 key points to mention. I think it's important for us to clarify the role of innovation management in the ecosystem, what each role player is supposed to do, and how best to support the entrepreneur. Then I think, like I demonstrated now, we have to create platforms for entrepreneurs to demonstrate the solutions. And what we've seen in the city, if we open our doors, entrepreneurs demonstrate their solutions, funders get involved because they like such solutions. So we have critical roles to play in that regard. Second last, important to celebrate quick wins. And the point of Ubuntu, together we are really stronger, and we need to value people and their contributions. And then lastly, the linkages has to be clarified. And in as much as we're supporting in this way as the city, we're focusing on our key strategy in terms of where we want to go as well and building this community accordingly. Thanks, Prof.
Thank you, Isaiah. A great presentation, very important subject. I'm sure we will have some questions. Now, since we are done with all the presentations for this session, I'd like to open the floor for any discussions, any questions that you may have for both Jihan and Isaiah. Any questions from anybody? Okay, if you do not have any questions, I do have some questions. First, ladies, first, Jihan, are you still here? Jihan?
Hi.
Hi. It might be pretty late right now there, I believe. Thank you for staying with us. I have a question, very important subject you talked about, and this, I'm a faculty member. I teach courses to undergrad and grad students. I know the changes that are happening in our youthful generation when it comes to adopting new technology, a usage of AI, etc. So could you please talk about what are some suggestions you can provide us? I know you talked about the problems that are out there for the new generation and upcoming generations possibly. But what specific suggestions are there? Any tools that should be implemented? I know you also mentioned control. How is it possible to control this? And any suggestions?
Yeah, it's very hard. Yeah, it's very hard, really. It's big job to control this kind of problem. But I would like to give one idea. If first, the appearance alone is not enough. It must be like big job as the school and the club and the parents and the friends and everyone he contact with the children, because maybe we control in home and after we find problem in school, and maybe we control in school and the parents, and we have problem with the friend. If he stay too much with his friend, maybe he will be the big fun. So you lost everything you make it. You lost your rules, your time. You imagine you protect your children and you get good roles and the stuff, and he will broke all this. So I think this problem is the world problem. It's not only Arabic country or European or American or Asiatic. I think this is something now. Before we make this kind of technology, we don't realize that he will be in our face like this with our children. We think it will be great to have all the information, to make your life easy, to make your work easy, to go all the world from small mobile. This is great, of course. But of course, with education and children and baby and stuff like this, I think we must put rules for all the world, how we can control and protect our children with different kind of each from this kind of technology, because he must be human. Other way, I see some example for children. They closed the room all the day to play in technology, from here to here to here, because they have many things, a little face, and after for games, and the games is problem. The games now is like a sick person. Some people is sick by games. He cannot control himself. He don't play games, and even as the doctor, he sees this kind for like drug. Like drug. If he play too much, he cannot control, because the company, they make this kind of games to make attract the person, attract the children to play again and again, and lost all his time to play. After he closed his room, he don't want to talk with no one, no parents, no friend, no person. He wanted just to play, enjoying the technology alone. He have his own world. So how he can progress this? How he can live with the people, not with the machine? How he can be social with the people, with the parents, with the neighbor, with the friends? We must make rules and put some condition how we can leave our children to play. For example, like I can approve for my boy to play 1 hour by the day with the control. For example, if you make your devoir, you will play half an hour. But I cannot give him the mobile and the laptop to play all the day, for example, or 3-4 hours by day. He will lose his mind with the time. So this thing we must make like a special society to take care about this kind of problem. And we don't stop to try and try and try, because this he will not stop. But with the time, he will be more dangerous, because technology is more high and more fast for everything. So you will have more and more high problem with the children. So these the two working together, they not work alone.
Yes, John, definitely a worldwide issue. Definitely.
Yeah, we must make another conference for this kind of problem.
Yes, it's a worldwide issue, and yes, I think we are going to have a long time to be able to handle this problem. I don't think we'll be able to resolve it here, right here.
Yes,
and also, international, global regulation will be another challenge. I think you should come back next year, and maybe we can continue the conversation.
Thank you.
I'm not saying the solution will be there.
Yes, that's right.
We can at least continue the conversation. Thank you so much. Yeah. I have one last question. If anyone has any questions, by the way, I don't want to take away from that, but to Isaiah, we have about 6 more minutes. And I see my dear colleague, Professor Michael Bosler is here for his session. So
we enjoy so
one
much.
last question I have for Isaiah. John, if you don't mind muting yourself, because there is a lot of static noise in the background. If you could mute yourself, that would be wonderful. Yeah, thank you.
Like this?
No, muting because technology is not helping us here. Thank you. So Isaiah, that was a very important subject that you covered, supporting the local individuals. Some of them were underemployed or unemployed. I think you mentioned that. I wonder how long it has been since this initiative went into place, and did you get a chance of seeing what's happening over time with these individuals after they complete this program, receive the award, they go back and continue with their work with that innovative idea, or can you give us some kind of information on that if you have any? Maybe it's new. I don't know how long it has been since you
Yeah,
put it
thank you.
together.
We are actually in the second round, so it's been at least 4 years now. One of the challenges we've observed, broadly speaking, in the ecosystem is that you have all these innovation competitions. People apply, they get an award, and they apply for the next one. And and that's how they generate income. We never get to see the impact of the award. With our innovation strategy as the city, we said there's a clear pathway. We give them the problems, our major challenges. When the solutions are developed, we're part of it. So post the award, we have 2 partners at one of our universities and at our innovation hub, where the top finalists go into those programs. And we develop the solutions until it's ready to come into the city. And whether it's vehicles, electricity, or whatever it may be, we give them then a platform to pilot and demonstrate the impact of the solution. Now, Prof, what we've seen with that is quite often when we do that, the funding agencies come on board because they see it as a real opportunity. But secondly, if once they've demonstrated it, it's easy for them to scale their businesses. Then they go into other municipalities and even international platforms with those solutions. So the ones we've worked with, out of the 12 finalists, there's probably 4 that's now as successful businesses. Others are still incubating, and we just ran the second challenge to feed that pipeline. Yeah.
Thank you. Probably in the future, there will be the results and how it has been implemented. It will give more hope to the others to join the program, right? It's a great program you have in place. Congratulations.
No, thank you. And like you say, I think by far is Paseka the star that I shared, where that registered 40 patents across the globe and busy with exporting. And yeah, that's one of the good examples that we have. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Congratulations for the great work.
Thank you.
Okay, I think this concludes our session. And Professor Bosler, we are 2 minutes early.
Okay, we'll try to fill up those 2 minutes now.
Yes, I know that you will be successfully doing that.
Here, Naz. Thanks so much for doing this.
Thank you. And Hanadi is here. She's doing an excellent job. Thank you so much for having me, Hanadi. I'll see you later today.
Okay. Bye, Naz.
Bye.
Thank you. Hi, Mike. How are you?
Good.
You get exhausted day yesterday. Long day.
It
Long
was a
hours
long
together.
day.
No problem.
Okay, so here we are today. I see, I don't see Peter here. And I don't see, is Edward here? Is everybody here? So the only one I see here, I think, is Fawad. I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
Yes, it's pronunciated Fuad Fakiri. He's one from the leading inventor from Morocco.
Okay, Hanadi, I'm going to go a little out of order since he's here. So we'll do him first.
Yes, okay, no problem, no problem. Till the others will be
And then
joining.
when the others arrive, they'll fill in here. Okay, so we're ready to start this session. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing this right. Fawad Fakari. Are you here? I see your name here. I don't see your face. All right. Let's see if any of the other people are here. See if we can find everybody here. Hanadi, are you seeing all these other people? Oh, wait a minute.
I'm approaching them. No problem, Professor Mike. You can summarize your opinion about yesterday. Did you contact your vice president?
Okay, so yesterday we did a lot with artificial intelligence and the future. Our provost and academic vice president talked about a little bit of the future of education and some of the challenges that lie ahead. I see Peter just signed on. And that went, the one I was most impressed with was Hoda from NYU in, if it was Abu Dhabi or Dubai, I think. She gave a very extensive talk on how artificial intelligence is used. So all this I found very informative for me. I don't know as much about this subject as some of these experts here, so I'm learning quite a lot myself, which I think is wonderful at these conferences.
Yes, she sent you great thanks, and she want to take your contact number, and already I share. And she is joining us. She is in Switzerland yesterday and maybe also today, and she is joining today from early morning.
Oh, wonderful!
Joining us in a few sessions.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I was very, very impressed. She had an excellent slideshow prepared, the PowerPoints, very, very thorough and exhaustive. She took the full half hour, and frankly, she could have taken a little bit more. She had that much to say, so I was very, very impressed by that.
If you can share with me as well, I know I'm curious.
Yes.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
It was very good.
Thank you.
So let's see here. I think I see Peter is here, and Fakari is still not here.
Fakari is not here. He told me after 15 minutes he will join. If Professor Peter and Georgios, it's ready, they can start, Professor Mike, till the other is joining.
Okay. Who wants to go first? Either Peter or who is the other one who is here?
I think we are very happy to go first. Hi,
okay, Giorgio, there you go.
Georgios.
Okay.
Hi, how are you?
Mike, Giorgio is giving the presentation on our behalf, so we'll talk about, answer questions together, but Giorgio is giving the over PowerPoint and discussion.
Great thanks, Professor Peter, for joining us in the 5th year. Great thanks.
Yes,
okay,
I'm very happy
fire when ready.
to kick off. Should I share my screen?
Surely.
Thank you very much. Okay, I hope you can see my slides.
Yes.
Brilliant. Well, hello everyone. And I'm Dr. Giorgio Caselli. I'm Assistant Director and Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Business Research. We are part of the George Business School at the University of Cambridge. First of all, I'd like to thank, also on behalf of Professor Peter Tyler, Dr. Hanadi Al-Mubaraki for inviting us to deliver this talk. I think this is the 4th time that we are doing it, and we are delighted to join this conference in 2024 again. So our presentation today is based on ongoing research that Professor Tyler and I have been doing together with Dr. Kosh at the CBR, examining how the partnership between the public and the private sectors in Cambridge has shaped the success of the Cambridge phenomenon. Now, some of you may already be familiar with the concept of Cambridge phenomenon. This refers to the explosion of knowledge-intensive, or KI, as you'll hear me many times say today, businesses in and around the city of Cambridge since the 1960s. So this concept started to be used following a 1980 Financial Times article by journalist Peter Levy, where she noted that a phenomenon of considerable significance to British industry is taking place in Cambridge. In the past decade, she said, 41 computer-based high technology firms have set up shop there. None has failed, and most are flourishing. Now, this is very much the starting point of our talk and our research. So the Cambridge phenomenon, which we've now defined, has recently celebrated its 60th anniversary. So a fairly long history, not too long, but still a fairly long history. And it has now grown to be one of the leading high-tech clusters in the world. It is home to over 30 major science campuses, including Cambridge Biomedical Campus, which is regarded as Europe's largest healthcare and medical research center. And against this background, our research is seeking to establish the main factors that make for a successful innovation ecosystem like the Cambridge High Tech Cluster. And in particular, in our research presentation today, we're going to examine a central aspect of the Cambridge Innovation System, and that is the extent to which the public and the private sectors have been able to work together to enhance the effectiveness of the cluster. And what we're going to do, we're going to show an example of this by building on the results of two economic impact assessments of the Baybram Research Campus. And we're going to talk a bit about Baybram Research Campus and the role it plays in a second. And these studies were carried out by us in collaboration with other colleagues in 2019 and more recently in 2023. Now, behind the Cambridge Innovation ecosystem are four key systems containing the people, businesses, and institutions that have come together in Cambridge to translate knowledge and ideas into outcomes that have benefited societal well-being while at the same time generating commercial success. Our focus today will be very much on the overlapping area right at the center of this diagram, but we will pay particular attention to the business system. So the key questions to start off is, how has the Cambridge business base evolved over time? Well, if we look at early assessments of the size of the cluster, they indicated that there were about 300 high-tech businesses in Cambridge in 1985, and they were made up mostly by quite small R&D-driven companies, often academic spin-outs. There was a limited number of large companies that tended to dominate employment during the 1980s, and things changed over the last 20 years, which saw a steady rise in number of small and medium-sized businesses. So there was a shift from R&D to R&D plus manufacturing as well. Now, according to our most recent data, there are about 5,000 knowledge-intensive companies. So these are companies that we would define as homegrown or headquartered in the area. And on top of that, there are also more than 38,000 staff employed at non-corporate KI research organizations. And here we have many examples. Here are just a few. So Addenbrooke's Hospital in the area of medical education and research, Baybram Institute, which is focusing on immunology and healthy aging, the MRC Lab of Molecular Biology, and the Wellcome Sanger Institute as well. So we have homegrown companies, non-corporate KI research organizations. The third element making up the business cluster are international tech giants like Amazon, Microsoft, and Apple, which obviously are not headquartered in the area, but they have offices in Cambridge. But the figure that I think is perhaps most revealing of the vibrancy of the cluster is the 24 unicorns, or companies reaching a $1 billion valuation, that have been created in Cambridge since the start of the Cambridge phenomenon. A recent example is Wave, a startup dedicated to accelerating autonomous mobility through machine learning-based approaches. As shown in this slide, the number of factors, both private and public, making up the Cambridge innovation ecosystem, and also the complexity of the interactions between them, have increased quite substantially as the ecosystem developed. And hopefully this slide gives you an idea of the expansion of the key actors. Now, that's where usually Pete and I get a bit more excited. So if we then look at the real measure of the cluster in terms of employment, we can see that the process has not been linear. So here what we do is we look at KI corporate employment in Cambridge since the first data were available, so 1984, all the way up to 2022, which is the most recent data that is available. So what we can see in a nutshell is significant growth in employment from the 1980s to the early 2000s, followed by a slowdown during the mid-2000s, and that was caused primarily by reductions in high-tech manufacturing. We can also see that growth resumed in the late 2000s, and there was strong growth during the last decade, and this happened despite the COVID pandemic. And if we look a bit deeper, we can see that the growth that we have seen in the last decade was driven by fast expanding life sciences and ICT sectors. And in our research as well, we also map the location of Cambridge-based companies to understand the geography of the Cambridge cluster. And what we find, again, very briefly, because we don't have much time, is that companies operating in the two key sectors I mentioned that are at the heart of the Cambridge phenomenon, so life science and ICT, they tend to collocate with other similar companies. And the benefits of this agglomeration include access to a rich pool of talent, availability of specialized investors, and also transfer of tacit knowledge. For instance, if we look at the map, we can see that life science and ICT companies are concentrated near the city center, so right the middle of this map, and also around some of the main science campuses in the area. And indeed, talking about science campuses, Cambridge is home to an important group of science campuses, and we argue in our research, and we evidence that with data, that science campuses play a very important part of the Cambridge innovative milieu. And you can see some examples in this slide. Now, the role they play, so the role of science campuses, goes well beyond the provision of floor space and associated facilities. So while offering an attractive, quite nice working environment, as well as a range of support services, the parks or the campuses also tend to facilitate collaborations and other interactions among the companies and other research institutions that are located on them. Among the other benefits are also access to specialized knowledge, access to specialized equipment, ability to recruit skilled employees, and also importantly, to attract funding, as well as benefiting in terms of image or imputed reputation from being on a science campus. A noticeable feature of some of these campuses, and this is going to the core of our presentation today, is that the investment required to develop them has been secured from extensive public and increasingly charitable funding over a number of years. And here we're just reporting some examples. So Baybram, with funding from the UKRI BBSRC, the Cambridge Biomedical Campus with the Medical Research Council providing a substantial amount of funding, the Wellcome Genome Campus through the Wellcome Trust, but we could provide far more examples. Now, in our work, what we do, we also examine the largest campuses, and this table is looking at the largest 37 campuses in the Cambridge City region from amongst the 120 or so business locations that we have identified in the region. And we can see that these 37 campuses are quite significant in aggregate. So they are home to over 2,300 companies. They employ 56,000 people. And it's important to highlight that many of these campuses are home to knowledge-intensive companies, as I will clarify in a second. Importantly, this slide also shows that these campuses vary in composition as well as specialization. So we have grouped them based on the type of companies that are located on them. So the 6 campuses you see at the top of the table have a strong focus on life sciences. The second group of 9 campuses have a high proportion of their companies in knowledge-intensive sectors, but with much less of a focus on life sciences. So here, typically, they focus on the information and communication technology sector. Then the remaining 23 parks are summarized into 2 groups, 5 of them with a majority of, again, knowledge-intensive businesses on them, but far less significant in terms of employment compared with the previous ones. And then a residual, if you like, group of 17 parks that have a majority of non-knowledge-intensive businesses. So these ones are quite different from the other ones. What we also find is that companies located on these campuses have grown considerably over time in terms of employment. And a case in point are companies located on life science focused campuses, so the 6 campuses at the top of the table, which have achieved fast growth in employment over the last 3 years. And they have outperformed companies located on any of the other campus types, especially if you compare the employment growth of the campuses at the top of the table against the employment growth of the 17 parks at the bottom of the table. You can see that employment growth has been far higher among the top group compared with the bottom group. However, there is one statistic which I think best captures the significance of these campuses, and that is what you can see in this slide. So this is the aggregate R&D expenditure of the companies located on these campuses. So we can see that over £7 billion of R&D was carried out by companies on these campuses over the last 3 years, with 2.6 billion pounds of that coming in the latest year. So hopefully, in the very few minutes we have available, you are getting an idea of the significance of the science campuses, and within that, the significance in particular of Babraham Research Campus. So Babraham Research Campus is based in a dynamic environment within a 430-acre freehold estate of the UKRI BBSRC. It is located 6 miles south of Cambridge. It is home to a highly connected community of over 60 commercial life science organizations, and it is quite unique in its co-location of these 60 commercial organizations with the Babraham Institute, which I mentioned before. It is a top research institution in the area of healthy aging. The campus is managed and developed by the Babraham Research Campus Limited, and its role is very much about supporting UK bioscience through advancing discovery research and also providing facilities and capabilities, a typical example being the accelerator on the campus, or Accelerate at Babraham, for early stage and growing commercial life science organizations. So what it does, it brings together world-class research and business with a shared scientific focus that accelerates innovation while strengthening links between academia and the commercial world. So the campus caters to a segment of life science companies that is typically underserved in the UK, namely those in the early stage of incubation and also with an ambition to scale to an IPO. The uncertain viability and therefore the higher risk profile of these companies usually makes them far less attractive as tenants to more commercially orientated science campuses. And in fact, standard commercial science park offering of shell and core buildings on usually long leases are quite unfavorable and quite often unappealing to the companies and investors themselves. And in our research, we find that the critical role, the role played by public investment is very critical in overcoming this clear market failure by offering a stable and supported community within which these companies can grow and flourish. And in turn, as we see in a second, this also leads to faster growth in the life science sector in Cambridge overall. Now, what we did is we conducted 2 economic impact studies of the Babraham Research Campus, as I mentioned at the beginning. So one in 2019 and most recently in 2023. A major element of both studies was a very successful survey of the bioscience companies located on the campus. So if we focus, for example, on the 2023 study, so the part to the right of this slide, we selected 44 bioscience companies. These tend to be fairly young companies, so on average below 9 years of age. They employ over 1,500 people worldwide. They have raised a significant amount of funding to date, 1.6 billion. And 35 out of these 44 companies returned our survey, giving a very high response rate of 80%, and also higher than the already high response rate we had in 2019. Now, we're just going to give you a very brief and a very quick selection of the key findings, focusing on additionality. So among the many things we looked at in our business survey, we asked companies directly to estimate the impact that being located on the Baybram Research Campus has had on various outcomes. And the findings are summarized in this slide. So, for example, being located on the campus has accelerated scientific discovery and fundraising by 6 months. It has also increased the amount of fundraising to date by 20%, and it has increased the number of people employed by 50%. And importantly, if we look at these figures, which are the figures from the 2023 study against those from 2019, we can see that there is evidence of increasing impact of the campus over time. And the figure you see at the bottom, we also quantified the contribution to the growth in value of campus companies provided by Baybram. And this is estimated in £178 million per year, which is again a very significant figure. So overall, these figures highlight the additionality impact of the Baybram Research Campus to business growth. So when we talk about additionality, we refer to the real increase in social value that would not have occurred in the absence of the intervention being evaluated. So in this case, the public investment in the Baybram Research Campus. And our evidence suggests that the public investment has been able to increase not just the scale, but also the speed of delivery of life science research and its translation into economic benefits. It also confirms that considerable value can be realized by well-targeted public sector investment in life science ecosystem support. And to conclude with a clear figure, so besides the wider medical and health benefits, the research indicates that every £1 of direct public sector support, mainly from Research Council grants, is associated with a £4 or £3 in our previous study of economic gain. So that is a very significant ratio. So to conclude, what we find is that a public or state-supported research and innovation campus like the Baybram Research Campus fills what is otherwise a largely unoccupied niche in the UK innovation system. The findings demonstrate the benefits of public and private partnership in bioscience research. And our ongoing research in Cambridge is exploring how successful public and private collaboration has enhanced business growth and clustering. And we are looking at several main pathways, and these include through the provision of finance, labor market contributions from both universities and other organizations, and also property market impacts. And we will be delighted to discuss any of these issues with you in more detail. So I shall stop here and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Georgia. I found that was very, very interesting. I don't know if anybody has any questions. If I could, you know, I'm wondering why you're so successful. I mean, normally with startups like this, you know, you have a fairly significant failure rate, and you're so successful. I think, I'm not sure what the answer is. I don't know if the companies collaborate with each other and that helps. Did the public investment help? I mean, why is it that you're so successful, which is great?
Yeah, Pete, do you want to go first and then I can follow up?
Well, I think, Mike, I think, first of all, the sheer strength of the knowledge base is profound. So there's a lot of very good ideas that are emerging from the universities. The real issue, which Giorgio highlighted, I think, is that the main thing which has gone on leaps and bounds in the last 40 odd years has been the ability to think how best to commercialize that research and to overcome the impediments that are often in the literature and in academic research, those impediments that actually prevent companies from continuing to grow and often continuing to be in existence. So, I mean, I think what we're finding is that if you harmonize successfully both the market with the public sector intervention, particularly where you've got what I suppose is often called med-ed, where you've got very high levels of medical institutions working alongside, deeply interrelated with the commercial spin-outs, you do tend to find that you get, I think, quite high levels of success. I think we also, and Giorgio intimated this at the end, that the other thing which has grown apace and which has really supported what people call the phenomenon has been the depth of the labour market now. I mean, so the labour market has become what people call a thick labour market, in the sense that you've got the ability for individuals and partners to move between companies, but also then to facilitate ongoing needs. The Cambridge system is a very interesting example, though, particularly where I think three main technologies have come together with good opportunity, given what's been happening in the marketplace. And that is, as Giorgio mentioned, life sciences and ICT. But the other great driver is nanotechnology. So we're very much of the view, and I think our research tends to help to try and show it, that with the right accelerator support and the right attention to the crucial pinch points in the normal innovation system, I think you can get higher levels of achievement, perhaps. But you're absolutely right. I mean, there are many companies that don't make it. We're very lucky in having a depth of experience at the moment that seems to be going very well indeed.
And most of these companies, do they plan an exit in that they plan to go public, or do they get purchased by a larger corporation, or?
Well, I suppose one of the it's probably a British issue as well as a Cambridge issue, is that as you've suggested, I think once companies get to a certain scale, they often essentially are bought out. And of course, they often drive to where the market is suitably scaled up and sizable, which is America, of course. So one of the big issues in thinking about commercialization of British, particularly life science innovation, is very much to try and enable it to grow within the UK. But a lot of it does get bought, and a lot of course, the businesses will eventually sell out or move on. So the interesting thing about the Cambridge model is that it was very much 50 years ago about very much academic spin-outs. Now it has moved to another level where not only are some of the companies moving up to a higher scale, but you're also beginning to see big multinational companies like AstraZeneca move into the area. Now, this internationalization process dramatically changes the contours and what's going on.
Very interesting. I could think of a whole lot more questions and a lot more to talk about. Unfortunately, we're about out of time, and I have to save time for the other one. So both Peter and Giorgio, I want to thank you. That was a very interesting presentation. And as has happened with all the ones I'm listening to here, I tend to learn a lot from them. So thank you so much, and I appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
Okay, next one is Maman Habib here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, here you go. All right, terrific. We can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for way back.
So should I start now?
Surely.
Yep. I'd like to share my screen.
You can do that.
Is it visible?
Perfect.
Okay, so let us start. Thank you so much for inviting me as a keynote speaker in this conference. Particularly, I'd like to give a special thanks to the organizer, Hanadi and her team. Today my speech will be on technology-enabled and entrepreneurship for business excellence. So I'd like to clarify the few things, how we can involve the technological advancement in entrepreneurship thinking for the business excellence. So welcome to the all participants to our international virtual conference on Technovation, artificial intelligence, Technoentrepreneurship for economic diversification. This is Professor Dr. Mamun Habib. I'm the professor of the School of Business Entrepreneurship, Independent University, Bangladesh, visiting scientist of University of Texas, Arlington, USA. I'd like to start by the entrepreneurship definition. We are familiar with this one. I don't want to talk about this one, but we like to start by the example. When you use the term the entrepreneurship, the first name will come up in our mind is Bill Gates. So due to the for Microsoft. When we are thinking about the any kind of entrepreneurship thinking, then our next name will come on the list, Steve Jobs, like the Mark Zuckerberg and something like that. So, but if you look very carefully, the Bill Gates or the Steve Jobs or the Mark Zuckerberg, their business profile is not very easy to come, easy to reach. So today our discussion is that any kind of new entrepreneur, how they become the giant in the market, like the Microsoft, Apple, or the Facebook. So we are familiar with the 4 types of the entrepreneurship, like small business, scalable startups, large company, and the social entrepreneurship. The last one, the social entrepreneurship, the new concept also. And there is also the very popular one, the social business, which is generated by Nobel laureate Professor Dr. Mahmoud Yunus. So this is the very, we are familiar with this one. Now, when you come to this entrepreneurship concept will come from the business excellence. We like to go to that level, how we can ensure the business excellence. So particularly those in the entrepreneur, they should have some characteristics like creativity, innovation, professionalism, risk-taking, passionate, the planning, knowledge, social skills, and definitely the open-mindedness. So this is the open-mindedness towards the learning from the mistakes, learning from the errors, open-mindedness to the people, those who will involve with them, and definitely even the failure level, they have to think this is the one kind of learning process. So this is some of the characteristics you should think about the successful entrepreneurship. Now, come to the business excellence. When you're talking about the business excellence, then we should think about the few parameters like total quality management, TQM, supply chain management, technological advancement, globalization, environment-friendly attitude, sustainability, and emotional intelligence. So we do not want to go to the all, but we like to mention the different key points that how we can think about the business excellence. I like to start by the total quality management. If you ask the total quality management concept, then we have to think the 2 basic objectives. One is the stakeholder satisfaction. So our ultimate target not only satisfy our customers, at the same time, we have to ensure the satisfaction towards our all stakeholders. Means that employers, employees, suppliers, contractors, subcontractors, so on. And then we should think about the continuous improvement, Kaizen. And this continuous improvement, Kaizen, should be applicable to the input, process, output, so overall system. How we can think of the improvement in the people, how we can think the improvement in the suppliers. But one of the key issue, what I said earlier, continuous improvement, gradual improvement. So that is we call the Japanese term, the Kaizen. So when you talk about the total quality management, we have to ensure these 2 basic things, like stakeholder satisfaction and continuous improvement. And when you go for the total quality management, there is a misconception. Our traditional concept and TQM concept are the same. So when the business owner or they are thinking the entrepreneurship, the successful entrepreneurship, or their target, how they can ensure that the business will be the more successful, so they should think about the TQM view. So according to the TQM view, we have to think the different way. Suppose first of all, you have to think about the quality increase means productivity increase. So or some of the time, some of the earlier owners, they're thinking the quality increase means productivity may be decreased due to the cost and other issues. Wrong concept. And this is some of the examples. I don't want to talk too much, but the main key point is that, we have to create the environment, the problem-solving environment in the organization. The whole organization, they should do the practice, the problem-solving environment instead of the firefighting environment. Even is there any kind of like the failure or any kind of errors, the TQM concept or the continuous improvement, they should focus on the what kind of problem, how you can resolve this problem, instead of who did this one, why you did this one. So that means our traditional approach should be changed to the TQM approach. We should go to the thinking about the long-term focus instead of the short-term focus. We should think about the cross-functional teams instead of the individual thinking. So we have to ensure this one continuous improvement everywhere, and then you have to go to the innovation, but not too much innovation, incremental improvement. So gradual improvement. What is it earlier? Continuous improvement. Some of the parameters we have to think when you are thinking of the successful organization or business excellence. We have to ensure these few key points. Now, if you look very carefully, this is a TQM model. When you think about the TQM model, there are the three most important parameters. One is that management leadership, product and process for excellence, and human resource excellence. And whatever we do, our ultimate target, the customer focus. So customer is our middle point. And then we should think about the management leadership, excellence, product and process excellence, as well as human resource excellence. If you ask me that when you're talking about the management leadership, there's something, the leadership, they should have some vision. And definitely they should have the 100% commitment to 100% commitment to the employees. So this commitment will start from the top level management. So this is our kind of leadership quality. And definitely we need some strategic planning. And we have to think how we can motivate our employees. That's some of the motivation factors. So this is a part of the leadership. When you're talking about the excellence, product and process excellence, what we said earlier, that we have to reflect the few things like continuous improvement. We should think about the proactiveness rather than reactiveness, the preventive measurement. We should think about the documentation. Any kind of decision will come based on the data. So it will be the data-based approach instead of the opinion-based approach. So we have to need the documentation process. Definitely in that case, our technology advancement, big data will be another issue. So if we create the whole organization, big data concept, based on the documentation, data-based approach, we have to come to the decision. And now come to the human resource excellence. In human resource excellence, we should think about the human component, how can improve, team building, information flow, from the top to bottom, information flow from supplier to customer, cross-functional style. So this is some of the parameters we have to think how could ensure the human resource excellence. Ultimately, our target is the business excellence. So we have to ensure human resource excellence must be the first step to become the business excellence. Now, we got some idea. So if you think the TQM companies, those are practicing the TQM concept. So we have to strive for the accident-free job site. We have to ensure that we are taking care of employees. We have to ensure that there is the accident-free job site. So we have to show this one that safety at first rather than our production. And we have to create the environment so that employees to become involved in helping the company. And training should be the regular basis, internally, external training program. And we have to improve our communication skills inside and outside of the company. And we have to place the strong emphasis on the right kind of leadership, where we have to do the recognition. We have to recognize the employees. This is the way that how we can ensure that the continuous improvement in the organization. And now, say we are assuming that our current entrepreneur, they are practicing the TQM leadership style. So first of all, they have to take some decision by the MBWA, management by walking around. So they have to work in the organization. They have to discuss with the employees what are the strategic level, planning level, operating level. And sometimes they have to patronize the team's decision in harmony with the quality statement of the organization. And definitely, we have to read the total quality management literature, attend the different conferences, get some idea from the global people, international people. So this is the way that how they can improve the organization. And senior manager must participate in the award ceremony, recognition. And sometimes our top manager, they are not thinking of the recognition, but it's very important for the motivation. And but they have to create the communication in internal, external suppliers through busy, focus group interview. Definitely the top management, TQM leader, they should be the live and communicate the total quality management concept. So it's a live and communicate, so that everybody can understand that this is a practice in the whole organization. Okay, so this is our first part. What I said earlier, that total quality management is one of the parameters for thinking about the business excellence. Now we are moving to the next one, supply chain. If you look very carefully here, say when you are the entrepreneur, you have to start to think that you have to need the knowledge of supply chain knowledge. So now you can ask me, what is the supply chain? Basically, supply chain means this is a chain and that will start from the supplier and finish with the customer end. So this is a chain that will start from supplier and finish the customer end. And how we'll manage the chain, that is the supply chain management. And you understand already what I said here, supply to customer. So raw materials will come from supplier end, and after the processing, finished product delivered to the customer end. So you should think about the flow of goods, flow of information, and flow of fund from supply to customer. So when you are become the entrepreneur, you have to think whether you have this kind of flow. If you have this kind of flow, that means it's working properly. So basically what I said, that this is a basic supply chain for the manufacturing industry. We can apply the supply chain management concept in manufacturing industry as well as in the service industry. So you see there is a different entities like supplier, manufacturer, distributor, retail, and customer. We can also apply this on basic supply chain for the service industry. If you look very carefully, if you like to apply this one for the service industry, the same things. We have to ensure the flow of information from supplier to customer and the flow of information, flow of the fund. But if you look very carefully, we mentioned here the consumer. Consumer, basically the end customer and user. When you talk about the service industry supply chain management, that we have to ensure that our main target contribute to the society. How we can add the value to society. So that's why we can see in service industry supply chain management, the consumer. So this consumer is a society. So whatever we do in the service industry supply chain management, our main target, how we can add the value to society, betterment of the society. This is some of the examples for the manufacturing industry as well as for the service industry. So we believe that we can think in that way that our entrepreneurs, they are working in the manufacturing service industry. So they should think how they can apply this concept. And this is some of the parameters for supply chain management. Like there are some facilities like warehouses, factories, production center, distribution center, retail outlets, and offices. These are some of the functional activities. So what I said here, when you think about the supply chain management, we have to ensure the sequence of organizations from supply to customer, their facilities and their function and activities that are involved in producing and delivering a product or service. So when you work on the whole supply chains from supply to customer, we have to ensure this kind of facilities, function and activities. So we have started by the what you said here, total quality management. Now we are in the supply chain management. When you go for the supply chain management concept, that time this is the one important issue is that what kind of strategy we are applying. So business entrepreneurship, they have to decide. They would like to apply the responsive supply chain strategy or efficiency supply chain strategy. Responsive supply chain strategy means their main strategy will be the quick response, high quality, high cost. On the other hand, the efficient supply chain strategy, their main target will be cost effectiveness, cost compromise, quality compromise, and definitely low response. And now, if you ask me that there's two type of business strategy in the supply chain. So now, entrepreneurs, they will think which one they would like to apply. In order to come to a decision, they have to check that the competitive markets. They have to check the customers. In terms of the customers, in terms of the competitors, they come up with the decision. Say responsible supply chain strategy. If you ask me that, say 7-star hotel Hilton, suppose San Jose, California. On the other hand, efficient supply chain strategy like budget hotel in India, Calcutta. So response supply chain strategy, say Robinson, Zara. Efficient supply chain strategy like Chatuchak market in Thailand, Moso Center in Singapore, China market. So you can understand the two things. Now, whatever we are applying, we are the entrepreneur, our target is business excellence. So you can apply the responsiveness or efficiency, but you have to target how you can go to the best approach. This is a 3 distinct level. I don't want to talk too much about this one. We are familiar with this one, the strategic, planning, and operation level. So when you like to apply this one, like the strategy, planning, operation level, so strategic level for the top management, planning level for the middle level managers, and operation level for the line level managers. And our customers are here. So whatever we do, there is some connectivity, like strategic level decision, they're taking the 5 years to honor decision, planning level for this year to next year decision, operation level for the regular operation like daily, weekly, monthly. So what I said here, if you look very carefully, flow of information from the strategy, from the planning, for the operation, finally the customers. And now when we are thinking of the business excellence, when you're thinking the successful entrepreneurship, we have to ensure that our customer, whether they're satisfied with our service or not. So sometimes maybe the top management, they should come directly to the operation level. They should discuss with them what is happening. And based on their opinion, we can do some regular survey. They can think how they can improve this one. Ultimate target, what I said earlier, customer satisfaction. And now come to our next one, what I said, the digital innovation, like technological advancement. So this is our time. And then when you talk about in this era, our entrepreneurship, so they should be equipped with the digital innovation. So they should think about how they can apply the modern technology advancement, like wearable devices, like the IoT, artificial intelligence, big data, and so on. And we are talking about the human supply chain management. Now we have to think how we can apply this technological advancement in our whole supply chain. So how we can apply the artificial intelligence, machine learning, industrial revolution 4.0, automation, robotics, cloud computing, IoT, so on. Now, our reshaping the future. So now is the time you should think, and you know that our COVID-19 gives us a different flavor in our whole society. So nowadays we are thinking that post-pandemic and before the pandemic time. So our from learning from the COVID time, we have got some of the messages. One message is that we should think about the decentralization instead of the centralization. Maybe we should think about the companies looking to bring the production of home. So home delivery service. It is possible if you do the automation, small batch production. So what I said here, the transition to a new model for supply chains will be underpinned by the rapid wholesale digitalization of the paperwork that accompanies the global trade. So now we have to go to the digitization process. The earlier it was the paperwork, now we have to move to that one. And then, you know that we have to think of the digitalization, our buyer-supplier relationship is a fundamental element for our building the robust supply chain. And what I said earlier, technology advancement, we should think about this one. So if you apply the technology advancement, then supply chain could quickly switch to alternative providers, or regular suppliers face the disruption. So this is a time, let us create our smart, agile, industry-driven, resilient supply chain with maintaining the ecosystems. I can repeat, with maintaining the ecosystems. We cannot ignore the environment. This is a part of our development. With maintaining the ecosystem is the key to building a global trade and investment network that is capable of weathering the future storms. Even we are assuming that if we face the again pandemic, as such kind of the supply chain disaster, we have to resolve. So now we should think about how we can go to the next level. So before finishing, I like to go back to what you said, starting point, the business excellence. Do you recall that today when you start the lectures, we mentioned that our main target, the business excellence. And if our target the business excellence, then we have to make sure the few things. Product quality management. We have to make sure this one in the whole organization, you have to do the practice. Supply chain management, from supply to customer. Technological advancement. This is our new paradigm shift. Globalization. We should not ignore the internationalization. Whether you are the USA, you are the Middle East, you are the UK, you are the India, you are the Bangladesh, whatever, the Malaysia, doesn't matter. Matter is that the concept is that global village. So business excellence, when you are thinking, you have to think about this one. Definitely environment. We already mentioned ecosystem. We have to go to the 3R, right? Reduce, reuse, recycle. We should think of the sustainability. In that case, we should apply the ESG metrics. And any organization nowadays, we should think about this on how we can apply the ESG metrics. Environmental, social, and governance. So these are very key points that how we can think, how we can adopt in the business excellence. And finally, the emotional intelligence. Business ethics. We are working on the business ethics, but at the same time, we have to remember one thing, that emotion, the public sentiment, you can ignore. Before finishing, I like to finish this way. You see, our last year's election, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, we are thinking that it will be the 50-50 position, like the very highly competitive. But we did not notice this kind of competition in the election. So there is some things. Because our last year's government, they are doing a lot of the war against the Muslim people all over the world. They are talking about against the humanity. So their voice is different. So what I said, the emotional intelligence, we have to understand very clearly. It is not only country, not only organization, it's everywhere. So nowadays we have to do the practice. When you're talking about the business excellence, we should think about this one, how we could ensure this emotional intelligence. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much. Now I like to open the floor for you. If you have any question, feel free to ask the question. If you have any question, please feel free to ask the question.
If nobody has any questions, okay. Doesn't sound like anybody has any questions. I just had two comments. One of your earlier slides, you listed the characteristics of an entrepreneur, what an entrepreneur needs. My students often ask me, which are the most important of those characteristics? And I tell them that they're all important, but I think the one that stands out is an entrepreneur has to be comfortable with taking risk. Because getting into a new business and then you put together a big business plan, you start the business, doesn't turn out what the business plan said. So now you have to make adjustments and go into areas where you hadn't thought about. And that requires risk on the part of the entrepreneur. And he has to be able to live with that risk. Now, some people can live with risk and some people have a problem with it. If you have a problem with living with risk, I tell people you may not be the best candidate for an entrepreneur because there's just a tremendous amount of risk you have to take, and a lot of things you do unknown under conditions of uncertainty. So living with risk is very important. The second comment I had, when you're talking about your whole thing about that total quality management and how we're improving this and how all the stakeholders, it was interesting that you didn't mention profit in there, and you didn't talk about the stockholders or other owners of the company and what's on them too. So I'm just a little curious about that.
Thank you so much. I like to start with the first one. You know that when you talk about entrepreneur characteristics, we are talking the risk taking, definitely, but the risk taking will come from the innovation. If you have the visionary leadership, that time is the most important thing is that you have to take the risk.
Yeah.
So that with leadership qualities, this is the few things very correlated, like visionary, risk-taking, and innovation, creativity. So it is the what do you call it, that like the interconnectivity. So we cannot ignore one by one. So we have to go to the all together.
Yes.
And come to the second one, when you are talking about the total quality management, there is the one thing what I said earlier. Our traditional thinking is that if you think about too much about the total quality management, maybe our productivity will be decreased. Maybe we cannot go to the for profit. But our TQR concept say no. If you think about the total quality management concept, automatically your productivity will be increased, and definitely eventually you will get the profit. So what I said that this is a new concept, but still is I would say that it's a conceptualized level, and we are practicing this one. It will take time, but we have to highlight this one. If you apply the total quality management top to bottom, supply to customer, definitely it will impact upon your production, upon your service. By this, automatically you'll get the profit. So profit will be the byproduct.
All that. Fine, thank you. Thank you. Very well done, Dr. Habib. I appreciate it. Excellent.
Any other question from the audiences?
Okay, seeing none, we have two more. I'm just going to go down in order here. Ed Morrison, and then Faoud will be last. Is Ed Morrison here? Oh, I saw him here a little while ago. Okay, well, I don't see him. I hope he comes back in time. Faoud? I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and if I'm not, I apologize.
Fouad Fakiri. Fouad Fakiri.
Fakiri. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. You should be able to share your screen.
So,
yeah.
It's okay?
Okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good evening. So I'm Fouad Fakiri. I'm engineer and I'm inventor. I'm from Morocco, in north of Africa. So I'm sorry in the first for my bad English, because in our country, our second language is French, not English. But I'm preparing my presentation with the English language. In the first, I'm delighted and honored to be part of this event. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Dr. Hanadi Al-Mubaraki for her tireless efforts and her passionate commitment to organizing this event, as well as the previous ones. I would also like to thank the entire technical staff who ensure the smooth running of this Congress. Before presenting my innovative project, it is important to reflect on some recent events that have marked significant milestones in my journey throughout the year 2024. In February 2024, I had the honor of receiving a gold medal at the Kuwait International Invention Exhibition organized by the Kuwaiti Scientific Club during its 14th edition. On this occasion, I would like to thank organizers of this prestigious event, as well as the entire Kuwaiti people. Thanks for this gold medal, I was able to rekindle my ambition and gain new perspectives. The victory in Kuwait motivated me to participate in Geneva International Invention Exhibition in April 2024, where I also won a gold medal. In May 2024, I participated in the Tokyo International Exhibition World Genius Convention,
where I was honored with the gold medal and grand prize of competition. This greatly increased the visibility of my project and generated significant media coverage both in my country and in some foreign media outlets. Finally, my latest participation at the Adana International Invention Exhibition in Turkey last October was crowned with a gold medal and the Best Academic Award. The core of this success was born in Kuwait. My next international participation will be in Seoul, South Korea, from November 27 to 30. In summary, for international participation and for success. As for my project, it is an invention protected by a patent issued by my country on November 30, 2023. It is a device for the production of green electric and sustainable electric energy falling within the scope of renewable energy. So I will be present you a video about my innovation. There is four minutes, just for 4 minutes, to give you an idea, because video, I can explain with my video good idea about my project, and we will be continued. Okay. Okay. Okay.
relazione per sé marriage.
So the energy production of my device is superior that of solar and wind energy in terms of efficiency and profitability. This technology could contribute to the economic development of countries and the positive improvement in the environment. The production of green energy through this technology is achieved by transforming the potential of gravity and strong magnetic energy. The theoretical phases have been validated and surpassed, and we are currently working on creating the first prototypes. The industrial designs and blueprints are the final stage of completion. The widespread implementation of this technology will provide easy access to electric energy and contribute to the economic development of humanity. The detailed presentation of my invention contains many technical aspects, but due to time and circumstances, I'm unable to go into further technical details. Artificial intelligence, in particular, has the potential to revolutionize the management of this technology. Finally, I would like to thank all of you for your attention, and especially Dr. Hanadi Al-Mubaraki for giving me the opportunity to present my innovative project with the hope of returning to Kuwait to participate in the 15th edition of the Kuwait International Invention Exhibition. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, very interesting. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
So in the first, I don't speak good English, so my presentation I have present and writing my presentation, so I can't good speak the language English.
Professor Mike, sorry about that for interrupting you. Professor Fuad Faqiri, here origin language is
Morocco.
French. Yes, it's Morocco, but they speaking French, and he speak only English for our conference. And he told me, please decline me from any discussion because I'm unable to answer. Then just he so shy.
Can I just ask?
If you have some questions, you can write me. You can write me, and I will be answer to you by writing.
Okay. Can I just ask something relatively simple? So it appears to me that there are magnets used kind of to get things started, and basically it's gravity. It's gravity that's providing.
Yes. This is two forces. We have two free forces in the natural. Two free forces. Gravity is free forces, and magnetism is free forces. Gravity is will the up to the down, and magnetism down to the up. And we can because I don't know if you have a physical man,
if you know the principle of Newton, the sum of forces equal to mass multiplied by acceleration. So
gravity,
if we have forces,
mass
yes,
multiplied by gravity.
Yeah.
Gravity
He's speaking about the equation, Professor Mike.
Yeah. So I mean, this to me seems really groundbreaking because, as you say, there's in nature there are magnetic fields and obviously there's gravity, and if you can harness those two things and create energy out of it, I think this can be groundbreaking. So my second question is, how scalable is this? In other words, how large can you make these things? Would they ever be large enough to be able to provide significant power to, a town or a city or something?
It's a good question. We can have a lot of sizes. As we have in our example in the video, we have 10 stages, 10 level. So we can have more. This is an example. If you can see in the screen, we have a model 1 to model 6. We have 6 models. Model 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And in this model, we have a number of floors and array or the meter. Array, we have 1 meter, 1.5, 2 meter, 3, 4, 5. This is the radius, because if we have a large radius and a lot of floor, we have to make a big magnets. The big magnets, it's proportional. If you have the big magnets, we have big forces. And gravity is constant gravity, G equal to 10. 10, it's universal in the Earth. Is 10, gravity is ship. But if you have a lot of stage and a lot of dimension, big dimension, we have to make a big magnet. So we have to know, this is the example for our models. Daily energy on kilowatt per hour and monthly energy on kilowatt per hour by models. We have 6 models, for example, and we can produce a green electric energy because we have 2 forces in the nature. The forces. We have one force is not sufficient to produce electricity. We have to mix it, 2 forces, and the equation of Newton, sum of forces equal to mass by acceleration.
And
so we have 2 forces and we have mass. And so the result is acceleration. Acceleration is a derivative of velocity. So if we have velocity and masses, we have work. And if we have work on the time equal to energy. So I have a patent for my project, and I have four this is my patent. And I have 4 participation, international participation in the world, and I have 4 gold medals in the world in all of my participation. In the first, I'm participate in Kuwait. My second participation is in Geneva, Switzerland. My third participation is in Japan, Tokyo, and my fourth participation is in Adana, in Technovation, in Turkey. After two weeks, I will participate in Seoul, in Korea, and this is a title of my project, and I have these prizes, and I'm motivating. I don't know if I'm explaining the word
that's good. That's good. Let me just add something. These look like they're relatively inexpensive to build. Is that wrong?
No, because our efficiency, the result is important, because with gravity we can work in our device 22 hours per day. Like solar, we can provide in solar energy 3 or 4 hours per day, and wind energy maybe 3-4 hours per week. So we have the big device, but we don't have results. With my project, we produce 22 hours per 24. So why this question? Because 2 hours we have to change to change small device and to intervention, because this is motors we can calm it and stop it for maintenance.
I see. So there's a couple hours a day will require a trained person to be able to provide adequate maintenance to keep this going constantly.
Yes. In the finally, our device is more than solar and wind energy, 2-3 times more. For productivity.
Excellent. I'm just wondering, have you formed a company and you're going to sell these, or you try to sell the idea to a larger company?
So, actually, we working about the first prototype. We have validation. I have my validation, my patent recently, just one year recently, and I'm searching now the sponsors to make a second stage. So actually, we are work. I have my staff. I have my staff, engineers, the colleagues, to make a prototype. There is a lot of drawing, a lot of design, a lot of calculus. We are actually we are in the last time in this step.
Gotcha.
So in the after we have to search or investor, because produce the first prototype we need a lot of money, like first prototype for cars or all of machines. Then my device in the finale is a machine, so we have to make a very, very good project with zero error.
Right.
So now we have to find a serious industrial company to make a first prototype.
I think this is really, as I said, groundbreaking, and I don't think you're going to have any trouble acquiring capital in whatever form you decide to do it. And I could see this becoming extremely successful, especially in some of the third world countries where they have trouble generating any kind of electricity. I think this could be marvelous for them. So I certainly wish you all the luck in the world with this. And I want to thank you for taking time out of your schedule today to present this. It's very informative, everybody here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, Hanadi, is Ed Morrison here?
I do my best to contact him. He will be on time. He didn't apologize about unjoining, but I don't know.
He did send a message about an hour ago that said he was here, and he asked the question, is there a Zoom link? And I just replied, just sign on here and you can share your screen.
He's asking you about Zoom link.
Yeah. Well, he was already here, so I'm assuming he had the link to get into the conference. But I say that was about an hour ago, and I don't see him here now.
I don't know. Technical support. Is Professor Edward Morris there? Maybe in the other room.
Just a minute, I'm checking.
Edward Morris. But the presenter make their presentation a little bit quickly. They have half an hour.
Yeah, so it's yeah, there's about 35 minutes left in this session. So if he wants the whole half hour, is fine with it. We just have to find him.
Professor Peter, based on your experiences about the future of innovation or technovation and AI, what is for the next decade? What is your recommendation or what is your vision for the next decade?
Well, that looks
Specifically, you are from the base of innovation in the Cambridge or in the United Kingdom.
Well, I mean, there's so many dimensions to that, Handy. I mean, I think we see, as we emphasized earlier, the importance of thinking about how ecosystems develop to maximize the amount of interaction that can occur between the traditional knowledge centers and, of course, business. We're always here on a continual journey to try and improve that, but I think one of the biggest things that's beginning to really impact now is the way artificial intelligence is beginning to change the way that most of the boundaries are interacting and how people are beginning to do things. I think it would be good to get colleagues' views on quite how we even understand and begin to model it. I mean, even every week now, it seems to be the case that some aspect of AI is revolutionizing the interactions and the way people are working together. So I think it's very difficult for us to understand quite what it means for particularly the geography of where people do things. Obviously, we're observing that if we're looking at the development of high technology, we do see it very concentrated in certain places. And it's interesting to ask to what degree the geography will be affected by these new technology developments. I don't know. It'd be good to get other colleagues' views, like Mike's view on this. I think really, though, the emergence of AI seems to be occurring so quickly now and being in its adoption phase that it's very difficult to predict what it's going to mean for businesses and then the spatial consequences, which is what we're interested in.
There is a question here, Dr. Fakari, and I know you didn't want too many more questions, but somebody was wondering how these units would fare out in the weather and maybe severe weather conditions. So would they be able to hold up there?
Professor Fuad? Closing the Professor Fuad. Can you open your mic?
Yeah,
it's okay.
Somebody was just asking a question in the chat. They were wondering how these units would fare in extreme weather. Extreme heat in some places and maybe extreme cold in other. Would they be durable? Would they be able to hold up in the weather?
You ask me?
Yes.
Yes. This is a question for you from the audience. They ask Professor Mike to ask you about the weather. Repeat the question. I don't know. What is the question, Professor Mike?
So his exact words were, how robust is the equipment? It seems like it has to be finely tuned. So how will that be able to hold up under some extreme weather, like freezing or heat?
They're asking about the type of weather to use your robotic. What type of weather? I mean, if it's freezing or if it's hot or what type of
ممكن
summer,
تساعديني
winter?
دكتورة؟
دكتورة ممكن تديني إشارات بيني وبينك نستسمح من الإخوان؟
ايه
أنا ما
ايه
فهمت
ايه
السؤال.
ايه ان شاء الله ان شاء
You ask me about condition for using my device?
That's correct.
Exactly.
If there is condition. For example, wind energy or sun energy, we have some condition to provide about this
Yes.
energy. But in my project, there is not condition because we have gravity anywhere in the world. We have gravity. We can use our device, our technology in the up, in the down, in the build, in the free sky, in the island, in the north of the earth, in the south of the earth, anywhere, because my project, the energy of gravity. This is of advantage of my project. And just one condition, because the magnets, we can't use the magnets in the temperature superior of 80 degrees. 80 degrees, our magnets we can't is operated. This is only condition. Gravity, we have gravity anywhere in the earth, and
Okay,
this
good.
is a big advantage for my project. And we have the communication, the transport of energy is deleted. We have not to transport energy. We have not to transport energy, because in the wind and sun energy, we have to make this device where we have the condition, like one big project in Germany. The wind energy in Germany is in the north, but the big industry in the Germany is in the south. So we have to injected $6 billion to transport energy the north to the south. So if this is my project, if this is my device, we have to make my device near the industry in the south, and you have to economic $6 billion just about transport of electricity. This is a big example in the world.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you. Hanadi, were we able to locate Ed Morrison?
Excuse me?
Were we able, I was asking Hanadi if we could locate the next speaker.
Yes, we will make open discussion. Professor Naz is there. You are there, Professor Mike. I don't know. I sent for it email, chatting, and I sent the link, but it's no response. I don't know.
Okay, so
If any from the audience here or presenter want to make any discussions or asking questions. In fact, it's not this questions, it's only open discussion between both of us. Professor Naz, what is your opinion about the three presentation? Professor Peter, Professor Fuad, and Professor and Professor Mu'min. We need your participation. We need the time. It's passing.
It's so fascinating. I wasn't expecting this question to be asked to me.
They did it to
What
me
shall we
yesterday.
do? What shall we do? It is disappear. Actually, it is a very, it's very professional professor, and he is joining every year. This is the 5th year, and their communication is very low. Just he said, yes, I participate. Yes, give me the link. And this is ending. But now I don't know where is his, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Then we have a little time for open discussion between all of us. Yes, Professor Mike. Shooting anything.
Everything is new to me. So I have so many questions. I'm learning here. It's not mainly the area that I teach about. So I am like a student here.
No problem. We will share our experience and knowledge and sharing with you, making some clarification.
Yeah, so basically what we're talking about here is we had one method of generating energy that looks to be just as efficient and maybe have less problems than the other renewable sources, that is solar and wind, et cetera. His used only gravity, I guess, or a magnet to kind of pull this little car or whatever it was up, and then just let gravity carry it down, and the act of going down will create energy, and then you take it back up again using magnets, and then dropping it down again using gravity. He was able to patent this process, and he's shown it in at least 4 or 5 different countries. If I was a venture capitalist, this is one invention that I would go to. It's one that looks like it's fairly easy to operate. I know there's a lot of science behind it, but it can go into a lot of places where generating other kinds of energy may be difficult. So I think this could, as I said before, it can be groundbreaking, a really interesting and useful invention. The other speakers were talking about entrepreneurs. So if Dr. Fakari, for instance, took this and went to in Cambridge, where they've set up these campuses, he would be perhaps one of the companies that would thrive in a situation like that. As a next step, an entrepreneur to go from developing a product, and he's just about to the prototype stage, I believe. Once you get to the prototype stage, typically then you decide how you're going to commercialize the product. You can go it alone and try to raise capital, form a company to do this, raise capital. The venture capital partners usually take a big chunk of the equity because it's a lot of risk on their part. But then using venture capital, you can take this project and I don't know if you want to set it up in some countries first to get it to work. Once you have the first system kind of working, it becomes easier to sell some of the other ones and say, here, I've done this before. It does work. It is providing energy, and it's done on a cost-effective basis. The venture capitalists, they're just concerned about numbers. How much of an investment will you need to do this? How long before I see a substantial return? And venture capitalists are looking for very substantial returns. And that's why they end up taking, they can take 40 or 50% equity to provide the capital that's needed. Some of the entrepreneurs that I've talked with in the past have a problem with that. I brought investors to them. They have a process started, and I said, look, you're going to need X number of dollars to do this. I have an investor that'll be willing to invest that much. And they say, oh, great, that's good. And the investor maybe has some knowledge to help the entrepreneur, either in the manufacturing or the marketing or something. And I say to them, okay, we have all the money. You'll be able to commercialize this. They want 40% of the ownership. And the entrepreneurs, this happened to me 5 times. The entrepreneurs turn around and say, I'm not giving up 40% of the ownership. And then they lose the deal. And I don't know what happens to them after that. I try to convince them that 60% of a big pie is a lot more than 100% of a smaller pie. some of them just don't get it. Just don't get it. They just say, I don't want to give away this much ownership.
I wanted to ask Mike whether or not any research had been done onto the potential markets for the device. I don't know if there's anybody to answer that. What is the marketing plan for?
So Dr. Fikari is asking, once you get the prototype done, have you worked on a marketing plan? So how you plan to get the product into the hands of the end users?
I think we are all cornering Dr. Fakari. He already mentioned that he's not comfortable with English. We cannot understand. Unfortunately, we are not good at all in French.
Yes, of course. But I understand 10%. So I am. So there is not problem for me. I can understand. Okay. About business plan, we are working now about our first prototype. My business plan is prototype, because if we make and we work prototype and produce the first green electric energy with our technology, this is my business plan. This is my business, because the energy, all of the world need energy. Environment need energy, sustainable energy. This is my business plan. So I don't know. I can't speak with other language. I think that my first prototype, physical prototype, is my business plan.
Michael, I have a question, if you don't mind.
Surely.
Yes?
Yes.
My question will be to Professor Caselli and Professor Tyler. You're at University of Cambridge, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And what you're implementing at an institution, we are from Stockton University, South Jersey, with Professor Bosler. Sometimes things go slowly at these institutions, obviously. From the starting of the initiative that you have in place, was it the top to bottom, or was it coming from the bottom to the higher up and the suggesting to the upper level? I don't know if that makes sense, but that may change the dynamics and the timeline of from starting putting together and to the implementation of any initiative, obviously. I'm just curious about that. If we meant to get into something like this, it's challenging. So I wanted to get your insights on that, if it's possible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Giorgio will have some comments as well, but I think, as I mentioned, the very early stages of Cambridge was very much these sorts of companies where, scientists and engineers were coming up with ideas, and the businesses were very much prototype businesses, making certain on developing the research and development so it could be developed a proof of concept. So, I mean, Cambridge 40 years ago or thereabouts was very much those sorts of companies that were very much building out of the science base, beginning to get to early stage thinking about how it might move into a market position. There's still quite a lot of that because academic spinouts, and I don't quite understand how this research has, whether it's come out from a university or whatever, but I think academic spinouts remain a very important part of certainly the British experience. But what is happening, as we mentioned in more recent years, is you get the arrival of big companies, big multinational companies, who of course have very large research and development budgets, and they are seeking to develop their ideas using scientists and or engineers within the ecosystem. But I think the sort of design concept we've heard about this afternoon would be very, I think, very much an example of the way in which early Cambridge began. And as Mike's mentioned, the things that's improved a lot is the ability to get mentors and people who can advise and work alongside these sorts of new ideas and these bright ideas and scientific developments and take them forward into early stage development. We've seen that companies need a lot of help in that early stage. And I think, Giorgio, therefore, we think that the system here has begun to really put in first-class resources to develop that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you explained it really well, and I think you, Mike, explained very well the process of the central role of venture capital played within this. The only additional comment I will make, so Pete and I, when we talk about the history of the Cambridge phenomenon, we talk about a process of creative chaos. So we talk about chaos that in a way was channeled in the right way, in the right direction. And we identify the key elements that basically made it possible for a cluster to develop in a place like Cambridge out of this creative chaos. And one of them was indeed the role of finance, and within it, especially venture capital, the role of, as you mentioned before, Mike, people, connections, collaborations, and ultimately great ideas like the great idea that Fuad has had. So I think he will be an excellent example of a potentially very successful entrepreneur in Cambridge. Then I could go on forever in terms of the key elements. But I think this idea of, as Pete explained really well, of basically not so much a planned process. So back to your question, Naz, it wasn't at all a top-down approach. Many of the things we have seen in Cambridge and that we still see nowadays are very much bottom-up, made possible through collaborations and people coming together. And hopefully Pete and I could explain clearly the role that this partnership between the public and the private sectors has had in Cambridge. So it's very much a bottom-up approach with a bit of top-down, but not too much, I would say.
One of the really good developments is the emergence of these accelerator type activities, whereby you can get within the campuses, you can get bespoke facilities that enable individuals with a good idea to get guidance from a number of people who, and that's where the concentration is important. So we call them accelerators because new ideas can be driven forward and the conditions can be right to allow them to, the entrepreneurs to access quite a lot of services, which can be quite expensive for early startup companies, particularly in life science. It would be cryoscience facilities and other things, but it could be very expensive equipment like X-ray equipment or whatever, whereby individual small companies starting up can't afford that themselves, but within the overall complex that is developed, they can get access to those things. So when we talked about life sciences at Babraham, for instance, one of its strong assets is that it has facilities that small companies can use and just buy parts of or just access, without having to pay for the equipment directly themselves. So accelerators are quite important in this process to take people with great ideas and allow them to get access to mentors, people who can help them develop the product into a market realizable opportunity. And then, as Giorgio's mentioned, the other important thing is access to finance. So getting people who are prepared to put money into the things is obviously very difficult. And it's taken many years in Cambridge for the venture capitalists to begin to be here more actively. And so it is with all these centres.
If Dr. Fakari was lived in England and he came to you, would you be able to help him with developing a business plan? With all due respect, I'm sure he sounds like a brilliant scientist, but as you know, there's more to a business plan than actually having the product. Would you be able to help him with the business plan?
Well, there would be. I mean, we're not engineers, Giorgio and I, but there would be places where obviously the engineering establishments would be able to suggest, routes and ways and pathways by which ideas like this could be developed. I mean, it requires quite a lot of. I think this, from what we've seen briefly here, it does require quite a lot of understanding of the technology and how it fits into the relevant market segment that is developing. But I'd like to think that these sorts of advice and access is beginning to become more available for people with such good ideas.
There's one thing that he said I got a little nervous about. He said he does have a patent on his product in his country. And I'm not a patent lawyer, but if he goes to other countries, do those patents still apply, or do you have to get a patent in each of the countries, or is it an international patent?
Well, again, it depends on the geography, the protection that's applied for. Different countries have different regimes. It is quite expensive to get more global patenting, I think.
Yes.
But, so I would suspect that it depends on different countries.
Yeah. I mean, I think, as I say, I think what he's proposed here, and from what I've seen, it just seems like there's so much application for it worldwide. And I think once he gets that prototype going, and I think develop a business plan and show it to some venture capitalists. Now, you're right, venture capitalists are extremely selective in the products that they take. The last time I looked at some figures, most of the venture capitalists only invest in less than 5% of the opportunities that are brought to them. So they're very selective, but they look for the ones where my friends who are in venture capital, they always say, we're looking for the home runs, the ones we can take something small and really make it big and become something that's very, very profitable. All good. All good. Well, we certainly wish you the best of luck, and I hope in a year or two I hear from you and this has gone global and it's shaking up the world of energy production, because it certainly seems to check all the boxes here. It's clean energy. There's scientific knowledge needed to build the prototype, understand that, but it's clean energy, and it's something that can be built, I think, virtually anywhere in the world. And as long as you can scale these things, I think your slide said some of these are 30 stories high, so they can be built quite large, and I guess that's going to supply a significant amount of energy.
The big device.
Yeah, you gave all those kilowatts. I'm not familiar with all that means, but it sounds like it can provide a lot of energy, maybe to a small town even, or contribute to big cities. Yeah, I think you could be on the verge of something really big here.
Thank you, sir.
You become extremely successful with it.
Good luck with it all. Yeah.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, good.
Thank
all
you
right.
of all.
Anybody else? We're down to about 6 minutes left before the next session starts. And Petter is here. He's, I think, the chair of the next session. Let's get my thing here. Yeah, Petter's the chair. another Stockton professor and a colleague of Naz's and mine. So we're glad to see Peter here.
6 minutes. Michael, I have another question, but it's going to be on. I think we are done with this session that you chaired. It was great.
5 minutes
but
till Peter takes over.
5 minutes to be specific. I have a question about yesterday's session. You were mentioning the AI.
Yeah.
Just a couple of minutes. What was the most significant element out of that? Because we are all interested in it. Obviously, AI is everywhere.
What got me was some of the applications that you would just never think of. One of the presenters said, we're working on a system that'll make a whole office building or a whole condominium high-rise building a smart building. And just by managing it properly, I don't recall all the numbers, but by managing those things properly, there was significant reductions in cost. They started to mention some other things and just some things you wouldn't think of. So I think the application of artificial intelligence, I think we're just kind of at the tip of the iceberg here. And as this comes in, I think it will become much more productive. And I think also what I got out of it, there's also a fear that if all this artificial intelligence comes in, people are going to lose their jobs, you're going to get a high unemployment. I didn't get that out of this. What I got was workers will be able to become more productive using the AI and produce more output, and that will add growth. So there'll be different kinds of jobs, but I still think there'll be plenty of jobs created. Every time the economy seems to go through some of these changes, people are always worried about jobs. I remember when I first started teaching many years ago on the highways, the pay, you had to stop and you had to hand the money to a toll taker. And then someone was coming out with, well, you just have this basket, you can just throw the change in there. And people say, well, you're going to do away with all the toll takers' jobs. And that's true. But I said it will allow the toll takers to get jobs that are a little more productive. And just as that was being worked out, we have now this Easy Pass system. You put a thing on your windshield and you can drive anywhere. So you really don't need or need very, very little labor involved. So the technology does replace some labor, but it does open up some other areas. I tell my students, if you want to be well prepared for the future, the idea is to be as educated as possible, so that when some of these lower skill jobs go away, that's not you have more education and more critical thinking skills, and you'll be able to utilize some of the new technology more effectively. So I'm never worried personally about technology coming in. I think it just, while there may be some structural unemployment problems, it does lead to growth. And as you add growth, that leads to a higher standard of living for the population. I think that's kind of what we're aiming for.
Yes, thank you for your insight. I agree with you 100%. That's so true.
So with that, we're just about for the next session, which we're going to turn over to Dr. Petr Dobrov, also from Stockton University. He's here today, and there are 3 papers, I believe, in your session, and then a round table afterward. So I'm going to say goodbye. I'll stay around for a while, but I have another meeting myself in an hour. So I'm going to say goodbye and let my colleague Petr take over.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, all.
Great. Thanks, Professor Mike.
Thank you, everybody.
Great, thanks,
Thank you for the
Professor
presentation.
Mike.
It was very knowledgeable. And I always like to gain new knowledge when I go to these conferences and hear these presentations, and I gained a whole lot out of this one. So
thank you so much, Professor Mike. Thank you for so much for all the presenter for great discussion and a great presentation. Thanks, Professor Naz. You will be with us till end.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا دكتورة هنادي.
حياك الله حياك الله شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا.
Peter,
شكرا
you
جزيلا.
need to unmute yourself. You're muted.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that.
It's okay.
My apologies. So, just to introduce myself, everyone. Hello, my name is Peter Dobrev. I'm assistant professor of finance in Stockton University. So, Naz and Michael are my colleagues. So this session is titled. So the reason why I didn't say I was muting myself because I had the agenda opened up to properly read the name of our title of the session. So it's AI in Healthcare and Education, Transforming Patient Care and Learning. And so I'm not sure if someone, one of the panelists is here under a different name, because I'm not seeing any of our presenters.
No, there are Professor Arij is there, and I think Professor Ali will be joining soon. He sent me a message. And Dr. Sahar, maybe she will join later. She is last presenter. But we can start with Dr. Arij.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Arij.
Yes, sorry, I was muted. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Is my voice clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so if you just allow me to share the presentation.
السلام عليكم.
Oh, okay, Dr. Ali is here.
يا هلا دكتور علي. عليكم السلام.
المعذرة والله توي نازل من الطائرة الآن. لكن يعني الحمد لله إن وصلنا بالسلامة والآن نبدأ على بركة الله. الصوت واضح؟
الصوت واضح. البرزنتيشن بالإنجليزي بروفيسور علي.
طيب من اللي معنا؟ الدكتورة أريج معانا؟
أي نعم.
طيب
Doctor, let's see if
دكتورة
you'll be
جاهزة
able
تحب
to
تبدأ؟
share your slides.
بروفيسور علي تبتدي ولا دكتورة أريج تبدي أول؟
لا خلاص the one who is ready he can start. دكتورة أريج you can start. Dr. Arish, she's the Dean of the Computer Science, and she's well-known figure with expert in artificial intelligence. I'd like to welcome her and thank you, Dr. Arish, for coming and joining us. So please start.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ali, Professor Ali, for the pleasant, I would say, introduction. I'm Arij Al-Asiri, Dean of Computer Science College. I'm actually specialized in AI and data mining, and I'm more now into using it in healthcare. So first and foremost, I'd like to start by, my voice is clear, right? Sorry. Yes. Okay, great. Yes.
Yes,
So
we
I'd
can
like
hear you
to-
well. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. I'd like to start by expressing my sincere gratitude to the organizers of the 2024 International Virtual Conference in Technovation and Technoentrepreneurship for the opportunity to be here. And it's an honor to be part of such a forward-thinking event focused on harnessing technology and innovation for the economic growth. It's really interesting now just to see how the global market have been transferring for AI and using AI in healthcare. And we've seen that there was an annual growth rate of over 40% of using AI in healthcare. So one could just consider the power of using AI and how it can empower hospitals and clinics of countries with limited resources and specialized doctors. So how many lives can we actually save if we harnessed AI potential to bridge over the gap between the limited medical resources and the growing demand for healthcare services? And it's really interesting to see what are the steps that we need to take to ensure AI is ethical and effective integration into healthcare. Today in my presentation, it's going to be a very brief, I would say, possible use cases that we've seen in the usage of AI and what was the maturity of the use cases and what kind of challenges and barriers that we could actually face. So first and foremost, in 1955, it was first actually introduced the definition of artificial intelligence by John McCarthy, where it says that it's the science of it and engineering of making intelligent machines. And it's really interesting. What do we actually define intelligence here? And we talk about really just the automation of the processes, or should we go further into the analytical part of the human intelligence and the ability to make decisions and the ability to take the generalization aspects of the patterns that you see in the data and then being able to take such decisions. Now that we kind of defined and seen that this is what we're aiming for with the usage of AI, what actually accelerated the adoption of using AI in healthcare? We believe that there were three main factors that facilitated the adoption of using AI, which is the exponential growth that we see now in data. It is estimated that the data now is approximately 150 to 200 by 2025 that it will reach zettabytes. And we're going to see somewhere in the slides to see some sort of like a figure that actually estimates the growth of the data that we have. And the computational power and the availability of the computational power and processing power we have now. And the advancements we have in the algorithms of machine learning and deep learning, and the advancements that we see in the accuracy of the results of the data analytics and the decisions and the data-driven, I would say, decisions through the usage of such algorithms in machine learning and deep learning. If we can just summarize, if there was the three main healthcare functions that we need to use or to adopt AI to it, in measuring, for example, like reading the radiographic images, making planned treatments, so the decisions, and the execution, such as the use of robots in operations. The World Medical Innovation Forum in 2021, they published the white paper where they kind of gave a sort of like, what is the status of AI now and the adoption of it in healthcare over five domains: the patient engagement, care delivery, population health, i.e. like, for example, disease breakouts, the research and development, and then the administrative task we see in hospital administration. And over 4 stages of maturity, i.e. design, which is like just the ideas, and then testing it in real use cases, and then the spread, which they refer to it in the white paper, where they said that the investments made into it, and then the established. And we can see, like, for the 4 majors by 2021, it was basically some of the cases, especially in R&D, where they adopted and there were some investments made into it, and the patient engagement. And it is quite expected that we will see more in the future of the maturity of such cases and the adoption of AI. Briefly, I'm going to go through what kind of use cases and why do we actually need it in healthcare. It is quite expected that this will reduce the failures of treatments, to lower the expenses, operational efficiency, for example, the optimization of assets utilization, using in even hospital administration, the more data-driven decision making, for example, in operation scheduling and others. Here's just a few, I would say, some of the use cases we can see, and they can span from a patient engagement to hospital administration to pharmaceutical cases for drug discovery or pharmacovigilance, in various cases where we have seen some use cases for AI. Briefly, I'm going to see, like, I'll give some use cases and how they actually made a difference in some of the use cases. For example, in predictive analytics. For example, in hospitals, in New York Hospital, they were able, using machine learning, to reduce the wait time for patients to 50% when they applied the machine learning algorithms to estimate the waiting times and how to reduce it. For example, as well, another case that we could look at it was the in Georgetown University Hospital, where they will be able to accelerate discharge planning for patients. So these are some of the ED bottlenecks, the emergency department bottlenecks, and the inpatient bed transfers. There are some of the few cases we can actually look at it, and we can see a very successful adoption of the AI. As well, a very successful case, which is the use of genomics the use of data science and AI in genomics. The one thing about genomics is the sheer volume of the data. When we talk about big data, genomics is a very good example of what makes data big data. Here's a very simple illustration of what actually a genomics projects and the number of data in terms of bytes, which is the computer, I would say, unit of the processing power required and the storage required and infrastructure required for it. And in every shark here, and this was actually, I took these pictures from the genomics article, data for data science. Every shark in this illustration represents 1 million gigabyte. And this is exactly in every strand of genome that we need. The successful cases where we've seen for the genomics data science, for example, they to examine the genomic strands for irregularities and effects, and it's purely because of the processing power and the computational power ability to manage and to actually scan all the possible irregulations and defects in the genomic strands, finding the links between the genetics and health, finding the right drugs and how they can actually have affected previous patients genomically. The other use case, and there was some successful, I would say, use cases for it, for the drug discovery. Often the drug discovery process, it takes from 10 to 15 years to complete the entire phases of the clinical trials. It is quite a potential for AI to optimize and increase the production success rate for the drugs. As well, the pharmaceutical companies, they can use patient data to see the mutations, and in order to take that into consideration when developing drugs, to simulate how the drugs will act as well in the human body. So these are some of the promising, successful possibilities where we can actually see the AI and the factors that makes AI adoption is quite good. Another case is, for example, the digital pharmacy to automate the patient adherence programs. For example, the data science can be used to medication dispensing, medication dispensing, the packaging, the tracking, which is the whole administrative part of it, managing customers' information, the medical history. This is all where we can actually have seen the promise of using AI and being able to manage such cases. And I will conclude my presentation. I think I am within time, hopefully. Right, Peter? Yes? Okay. Good. So possible challenges and barriers that we need to keep in mind is actually the technology gap. So do we need really health practitioners to be techno-savvies, as if that's the right word? Do we need them to be technologically, to have the technology required in order to be able to use all the AI algorithms and to see where the possibilities of it? The other thing is the explainability, and this is a very huge, I would say it's a huge issue for ethical AI. Can we really explain the results that we got and the patterns that we got and conclusions and results? The decisions that we're taking, if we're going to use specifically, and this is the case where we use actually deep learning. Deep learning, we cannot usually explain why do we get such results. I mean, the results are good, but can we really explain how did we get it? Which is a very important factor here. And as well for the health practitioners, and always the debate, is the AI and the machines are going to replace humans? And this is a very personal perspective, and from me, I would say is just, I think it will, and this is my personal opinion, is that I think AI will facilitate, and I do agree with my colleague earlier, it is quite expected that it will make humans more efficient, and they can focus on the more important task, and where they can utilize AI into their side and to their power to to accelerate quite and to automate quite a lot of the processes. And if we're going to eliminate some jobs, but surely it will create new jobs. And at the end of the day, we know for a fact that it still lacks the intuition. AI wouldn't have the intuition that human and health practitioners do actually have. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And yeah, I leave the floor for my colleagues here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Arij, for this nice, excellent presentation. You give overview of the potential benefits offered by the use of artificial intelligence with regard to improving patient care and diagnosis and treatment. And as you know, the use of AI in the medicine, it has a lot of variety that can help in early detection and diagnosis of many diseases, enhance the clinical decision, and help in making the diagnosis. I think we can open now the floor for any question for Dr. Arij, if anyone would like to ask any question before we start my presentation.
Yeah, Dr. Alassiri, so I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. So I don't know much about details of healthcare and how AI can be beneficial, but it seems to me that kind of the mapping, basically the genome and just genome mapping seems to be the most promising area of it, and probably the one that's going to take the most time to perfect and to implement. Because, and again, I don't know much about this, but from what I would suspect, and I haven't read about this, but I'll suspect that the reason why people have different responses in terms of side effects to different medications is because of, I assume, different genes and just genetic variation, genetic diversity, resulting in sort of a different response. Again, I'm not sure if that is correct, because I'm not in that field, but it does seem like it will definitely. I do see that as being it's having a significant impact in terms of accurately assessing the best medication or best medication type for individuals.
Yeah, true. We have some, actually, there are even some papers that have been published in such cases actually to study the drug interactions and to see how humans and given their genomes and it's actually could predict that what possible interactions that they have, especially if they're actually under medication of others. And the other thing that it's just as well, even that if you're going to dismiss the machine learning and deep learning algorithms and their abilities, it's the computational power. It's the unbeatable part. It's like being able to see such patterns and process such big data over a very short period of time. It's quite promising, and to utilize such that with the power of the AI and the machine learning algorithms, we've seen some successful results. And the fact that we keep records of all the patients and how the interactions of drugs and everything, it's really useful to actually to employ such data for the prediction of how the patients will react to such drugs. So yeah, it is very promising. True.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I was waiting. I thought the questions were going to be taken at the end, but I can't wait to ask this question. Great presentation. Thank you. My question will be, you had one slide on challenges and barriers. Yeah. This is a great tool that we need to utilize, obviously. AI is everywhere, and it will be very important in healthcare. But on the risk side, I don't think you mentioned that. That's why I'd like to ask this question. The public has some concerns, like several concerns, and it's out there, that information, including potential biases in the usage of data for AI algorithms and the prevention and protection of patients' privacy, which raise some ethical concerns. Can you comment on that, or do you have any research ongoing on that aspect, the ethical implications of it, AI usage and biases that could be there?
Well, here's the thing. We have this saying that it is they are inheritably biased. They are biased by the number of cases that actually falls in such a category. So, for example, if I've seen, I'll give a very silly, I would say, example because that comes to my mind now. But it's basically if the drug interactions that we're studying, it is very specific case and it's reoccurring over and over, it's inheritably the machine learning algorithm will be biased towards such cases because that's the majority of data and observations that they have seen, which is that is a very an important aspect that we need to keep in mind. Similarly, in computer vision and the images, the more images it has of a certain case, it will be biased of such a case. So it wouldn't be able to be very, I would say, intuitive about taking such decisions. That need to be always kept in mind about AI. And the other case, it's always a concern for the privacy. Although I don't have a very specific, I would say I don't have the name or the insurance number or the, I would say the personal ID of a person, but I can see patterns in the data and it could reveal a lot of, and there was a lot of cases and low cases, I would say, that have been sued because of the breach and the ability to actually to induce information about individuals and observations that you have in the data. These two cases will always going to be a concern about using data, that they are the privacy and the possible breach of it, as well as the inheritable bias cases of data. True. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Arish. Because I didn't see it under challenges and barriers. I think it's important. That's why I wanted to raise this question. Thank you for the answer.
Point on. True. Yes.
Thank you, Rich. So yes, we can move on with the next presentation with Dr. Al-Qahtani.
Before my presentation, I would like just to add an ethical and legal consideration of the use of artificial intelligence and the role of ethics in the context of AI use is not clearly defined. There is lack of consensus and the ethic principle for the development and use of AI technology in healthcare. It's still there is lack of consensus, and it is very important to consider the pertaining to research and data collection, as well as to have a clear guideline for the faculty and student to follow that during the use of the artificial intelligence. Regarding, yes.
Sorry, I see a raised hand by Dr. Jafal. Do you have a question about?
Okay.
Dr. Jafal, I see your hand is raised. You're muted. I'm not sure if that's a mistake or you have a question. Okay, I guess we can continue on with the next presentation by Dr. Qahtani.
My presentation, I think Dr. Arish made my presentation easy, and I'm going to talk about the use of AI in medical education. And the main objective of my presentation first to have clear definition And I will also focus in the basic of artificial intelligence and the benefit as well as challenges that associated with the use of AI. Ethical part, we already go over it, and also the role of artificial intelligence in the research. If we start by definition, the artificial intelligence is the ability of the computer to perform tasks that are typically associated with rational human being, but يعني it cannot replace the human. That's why I prefer the terminology or the definition of use augmented intelligence, which is computer method and systematic that enhance human capability and decision making, but it cannot replace the human being. In fact, we conducted a study in our College of Medicine, and we distribute a questionnaire to all faculty in all College of Medical of Science to assess the awareness and the understanding plus the quality use of the artificial intelligence. And unfortunately, we found many faculty staff, they are not using about 30% of the faculty staff, they are not using the artificial intelligence, which is very high percentage. That's why the awareness and encourage staff to use the artificial intelligence, and we start to think of what are the challenges that they are facing, and they cannot use the artificial intelligence. In medical education, there are a lot of practice to improve patient care, diagnosis, and treatment, and AI has emerged and transforming factor in healthcare, offering promising solution to issue pertaining to patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. As we mentioned, early diagnosis, detection of the diagnosis, on the most promising application of AI in health pertaining to early disease detection and diagnosis. Also, the AI-powered diagnosis tool analyze medical image such as X-ray, MRI, CT scan with remarkable accuracy and efficiency. Example study demonstrated the use of machine learning algorithm to predict acute appendicitis in patients accurately. This AI application achieved about 83% accuracy with regard to the diagnosis. Also, it enhanced clinical decision making, personalized treatment plan. It helped also in the operational efficiency and resource optimization and drug discovery and development. Patient also engagement in education. AI are transforming patient engagement and enhance therapy to take control of their health. Discussing the challenges and limitation associated with the use of AI technology in health care, including ethical consideration and potential bias, interpreting and transparency, potential bias and discrimination. Regularity and legal framework, integration to the clinical work, and also the cost and the resources constantly. I would like to emphasize some important point that the use of AI in healthcare can facilitate healthcare transformation initiative in many countries. The key area of application include early detection of the disease, or personalized treatment and enhance clinical decision making, remote patient monitoring, and telemedicine are facilitated by AI, and AI can accurately the process of a drug discovery and development. Challenges pertain to data quality, also the cost and resources of constraint may widen health inequality, and collaboration among stakeholders is essential for the implementation of AI technology in healthcare system. Integration of AI in medical education. AI technology are expected to be integrated into different clinical practice, including image-based diagnosis, include analysis of health data, clinical behavior, environmental, drug information, and data allocated from biomedical literature. The benefit of integrated AI in medical curriculum also is important. For example, personalized learning can tailor education content to individual student need and learning style by analyzing the student performance and preference. AI algorithm can recommend the specific resources or activity with the goal optimize learning outcome. In fact, I wrote a book. I name it Advancing Medical Education, Integrating Artificial Intelligence, Guideline for Health Care Professional in Saudi Arabia. I have 5 authors with me. All of them are deans of College of Medicine. This guideline is very important that we should consider when we start the use of AI and the approach to be taking, especially in medical curriculum. Establishing learning objective, provide foundation knowledge, introduce medical application, explore ethic and legal consideration. Finally, evaluate the learning outcome, especially in any curriculum. Learning outcome is the keystone of any success program that could be mapped with courses learning outcome, and also with the objective and vision mission of the program. Finally, we wrote some example way of which AI can be integrated, like traditional lecture, problem-based learning in medical education, some practice session, and team-based learning. Also, it is important for assessment method and research activity. Ethic and legal consideration, we wrote it in one chapter. I think we discussed that in the previous session. And also the role of AI in the research, and there should be a clear guideline because there are many websites and many applications that could write clear research by just asking simple question, and he could get all the research. So it's very important that reviewer should make sure that some of the research could be by the help of use of AI. The future direction and opportunity of the use of AI still a lot of achievement and improvement, and I think this will be the future in medical education. So I would like to conclude that the importance of guideline to provide the student with staff also with comprehensive guideline of AI can be utilized in the field of medicine, with particularly focus in medical education, by understanding the potential benefits and limitation of AI. We could make informed decision regarding incorporation of this technology. By this, I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Katani. I think that you mentioned pretty much all of the different issues and aspects related to AI in healthcare. But is your primary research interest the implementation process, if I understand correctly? How exactly it will be implemented?
I think to be implemented, but we should have clear guideline for the student and faculty staff to implement that, and also to have a continuous workshop to increase the awareness and limitation of use of AI.
And would those guidelines also include, because I think you mentioned it earlier, ethical considerations?
Yes, it consider ethical consideration, and there is one chapter, but as I said, there is lack of consensus. Still, there is no clear about this ethic, what to do, how to do, who will do, what are the limitations. many institute and international body. Everybody they have, for example, WHO. They have their own ethic consideration, and other institutes they have different ethical consideration.
Do you have a specific example of a potentially significant ethical concern related to AI in healthcare?
So far it is very helpful and very useful in many aspects of healthcare, especially in detecting the diagnosis and helping the staff in the making a curriculum, and also the student. But I think we should not carry weight. This is one of the consideration in the assessment method for our student, because most of them they can get it from AI. So that's why I think this is one of important consideration, that assessment method should be different than what we are using before or doing before.
I see. Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any other questions before we move on? Okay, so our next presentation is by Dr. Zahar Jafal.
Yes. Hi, can you hear me, please?
Hello. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Just 1 minute, I will share my presentation. Can you see the screen, please?
Yes.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Today, I will talk about my patent related to mini incubator carrier box. And I will start talking about the importance of biological incubators, which are devices used to grow or maintain microbial colonies, cells, or organs. And it is important to maintain these under stable conditions, including constant temperature, humidity, and gas mixture. Usually, biological incubators are essential for many experiments in different fields, including environmental science, conservation centers, medical centers, in cell biology, microbiology, molecular biology, and many, many other fields. For me, there was a need to solve a problem. I was working in DRG neurons in a laboratory in Canada, and you know how cold the weather is there. So I needed to transfer these neurons from one building to another. And when I asked about a device to transfer these neurons, I was informed that there wasn't any device. And I was informed to use a styrofoam box, as you see here in the picture, to transfer these neurons. So I was not satisfied, but I did it. And then I contacted many companies to ask about a device to transfer cells at constant parameters. And the answer was that there was not such a device. So the idea came to me to design a portable mini incubator with same features of the incubator that we use in the laboratory, but to be a mini incubator and can be portable and to have the following features. First, it can help us in transporting living cells and samples under sterile and ideal conditions, and as I said, temperature, humidity, and gas content. And this can help researchers to transport samples for long time and long distances And there are many features, as I said, similar to the incubator that we use in the laboratory, such as having a filtration system and keys to adjust the humidity and temperature. If you see here in the picture, this is like the design for the mini incubator. Here we have keys that we can adjust the temperature and humidity to the level that we wanted. Other characteristics for the mini incubator, it should be lightweight because it will be carried on, have rechargeable battery in which the lithium battery can be designed in a safe place, waterproof compartment, and here we have the charger for the lithium battery. Also, it is important for the mini incubator to have a handle to easy its carrying by the users and to have outlet pressure nozzle and inlet pressure nozzle also. Because the living cells are grown in liquid media, so it was important to transfer these samples without losing them. So we need to fix the containers, as you see here, using screws or clips to enable researchers to transport them without any loss. So also the mini incubator should have a power switch and a fan switch, and to have sensors so that all the parameters that we want to fix them at constant readings can be fixed, like the pressure, temperature, humidity, and gas content. And for that, it was important, as you see here, to have a screen to display these parameters and also to have an alarm to alert the users of any of these parameters deviates from the required level so that we don't lose the samples. Also, because this mini incubator will be portable, so it was important to have a safe gas filling system in which we can inject the gases through a hole used for gas filling, and by using a connection tube and a small size carbogen gas cylinder. And it is important to have a relative humidity unit to provide the humidity that we want for the samples. And all of these accessory parts like the connection tube, the gas cylinder, and the sterilizer bottle, they can be kept, as you see here, in compartments. So the researcher, when transporting the samples, will have the incubator and all the necessary parts. In case if there is a shortage in the gas, the researcher can fill the gas safely. Okay. So also because there is moisture inside the incubator and we have relative humidity unit, so it was considered that it was important to consider that the inner material of the mini incubator should be made of stainless steel to avoid corrosion, and also to consider that the outer material is made of epoxy coated steel. And also I found that it is important to give the researchers the opportunity to design or to request a design for the mini incubator. For example, the researcher can request to have several shelves stacked upon each other. Also to request a design according to the type of container to be transported. For example, if you see here in the picture, if you want to transport a flask, the type of screws will differ than if we want to transfer, for example, a plate. So it will be good to give the researchers the opportunity to design the incubator that they want. The main idea for the mini incubator, as I said, was like to transfer live cells, samples, and organs. But finally, it came also to my mind to add a cooling system in addition to the heating system to this mini incubator. And usually this can be done by a Peltier system, in which there is a switch that can convert the cooling system into a heating system. So it will be good also to have a mini incubator in which it can be used as a fridge, because sometimes researchers can transfer cells or other samples at cold temperature. And here, because researchers spend much of the time in the lab, so I found that it is really good to have a design for the mini incubator with attractive colors and scientific images in which the researcher can use according to the research that he or she is conducting. For example, we can see here that we can have an incubator in which there are images for neurons or for DNA on outside of the mini incubator. So by comparing the mini incubator with the incubators that are available in the market, I found that many of these incubators are expensive and allow transfer of cells for a short period of time compared to the mini incubator that I designed. They are suitable for transporting a specific type of cells, and many additional steps are needed. Like if there is no feature for transporting alive cells under constant gas mixture, as I said, 95% oxygen with 5% carbon dioxide. So there will be need to split the cells using enzyme called the trypsin, and for example, to freeze these cells. So these steps waste the researchers' time, efforts, and money. And there are limitations for the researchers due to the lack of a feature of transporting different sizes of samples, as there is no property of fixing the cells containers. So I found that there are many applications for the portable mini incubator carrier box, as I mentioned previously. It can be useful in hospital research centers at different fields, and also in conservation centers and in many other fields. So thank you for listening to me, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for this presentation. So I am not familiar with that field at all, but just as someone on the outside. So before you went to the disadvantages slide, I was wondering whether mini incubators don't exist at all. So I'm just trying to understand, are there any mini incubators that currently exist on the market, or is it all just sort of a larger incubators that are limited in the types of cells that it can transport, and your goal is to design a portable small incubator that can also transport various types of biological samples?
Yes. Actually, there are like large incubators in the laboratory. There is a big cylinder usually attached to the incubator to provide the gas content. So there are large incubators in the laboratory, but when I wanted to solve my problem, I needed a mini incubator and a portable one. At that time, when I consulted many companies, I couldn't find such an incubator. So I was able to register this as a patent in USPTO. But later on, after I registered this patent, some of the portable incubators came into the market, but with different designs. So this is one of my limitations that were for me, that I was not like moving forward to manufacture it directly. Now I have a prototype, but the designs that are available in the market are different. And they came after I registered this idea.
I see. So the incubators, so it's still in the prototype stage?
Yes, I finished the prototype, and I participated in it in an exhibition at Kuwait, and I won the Geneva Award. But I have some of the modifications that I need to do for this prototype. Like I need it to be more lighter in weight and to add many other features.
I see. So constant temperature, humidity. I see.
Sorry?
No, I was just reading on that slide. So these are some important features for the incubator.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what kind of biological samples it can transport, or rather what it may not be able to transport?
Yeah. Usually, it can transport organs, microbial colonies. For this, we need to fix the temperature and the humidity at constant level. But my concern was that I wanted a device to transfer alive cells, like DRG neurons. And for this, I needed to add another feature in which we need a gas mixture of 95% oxygen and 5% carbon dioxide. So when I was comparing my idea to the patents that are registered, I found that they are used, for example, for transferring organs only. So there is no feature for adding the gas mixture. And this is what I needed really when I wanted to transfer the DRG neurons from one building to another. For that, when we culture cells, it is in liquid media, and we need all of these parameters. So I added the feature of fixing the cell containers using screws in order to be able to transfer these cells.
I see. And so if I understood correctly, the mini incubators that are currently on the market don't have that gas mixture feature.
Yes.
Okay, so that's going to be one of the advantages of your model.
Yes, yes, exactly. And regarding the lithium battery, usually there are, when I manufactured the prototype, I knew that there are many types of lithium batteries. So the researcher can use the lithium battery according to the time that he or she wanted to use to transfer these samples, because the cost of the incubator also depends on the lithium battery. It is expensive. So we can consider many designs with many costs for the researchers according to their needs.
I see. And what is the range of price? What is the pricing range for these mini incubators on the market currently? It's just out of curiosity.
Yeah, there are like between $700 to $1,000.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Yeah.
it's much cheaper than I expected. Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? Or does anyone else have any questions about any of the other two presentations in this session?
I will ask not a question, but just I'm asking about the futures of patenting in the healthcare. What is the future of the patent in the healthcare? What will they adding for the healthcare sector? Specifically, one presentation talking about the AI and their challenges, and Professor Ali talking about also the healthcare, and also the incubations for Dr. Sahar about the healthcare by using the mini incubators.
Yes, there are, of course, as I said, applications in the healthcare. If we consider like transferring organs, and usually in the hospitals there are research centers. So I find this patent more applicable for research centers, because as I mentioned, like when I was registering this patent, there are incubators for transferring organs with different features. So mainly what this patent adds is transferring alive cells in liquid media for long distances. So it can be used in healthcare center for transferring organs, but there are also other devices used for this purpose.
Great. Professor Ali?
Just I would like to congratulate Sahar for excellent work that she is doing. And hopefully, inshallah, she will get a patent soon from the United States. And really, I'm proud of what she is doing. And this is promising. An incubator with cost effective.
Thank you very much, Professor Ali.
Dr. Arij?
Thank you so much, Dr. Hanadi. Honestly, like I don't have especially like using it for incubators and the patency for healthcare. We've seen it quite with the AI and the usage of it in machine learning and deep learning specifically. Usually in computer science, the patents are in the algorithms themselves, but using it or employing it, I'm not quite sure. We don't usually register the patents for in the healthcare sector, but often in the computer science part.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. I would like to now introduce the chair of our next session, my colleague, Dr. Behnam Tabako, who will take it from here.
Thank you for everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, hello everyone. So thank you, Petra, for the introduction. So my name is Behnam Tabako. I'm an associate professor of business analytics at Stockton University. And today I have the privilege of basically moderating this session. The title of our session is AI-powered business models, disrupting industries and driving growth. So looking forward to hearing all the talks. I think we have like 3 participants today. So I'm gonna hand it over to the first person in the list. I think I'm not sure if I'm gonna pronounce the name correctly, so I apologize that they can correct me later. Juzwara Misala, founder and COO of Innovation Eco Solutions and Executive Director of Howden and Entrepreneur. So if you're here, I will be more than happy to hand it to you to basically present your research.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. Thank you, Behnam. And it's very interesting to hear all these inventions and in the healthcare and in the education sector. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'll start with a small introduction and we'll go into the slides, if that's okay. Yeah.
Sure.
Fine, yeah. So Misala, I'm based in London, United Kingdom. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to good night for some of you, wherever you are. It's nice to meet you here on Zoom and webinar. So I've got around 3 decades of experience in computer science and engineering. I studied AI, part of my education in 1998, artificial intelligence and neural networks. That's when there was no data, which was the fuel for AI. So now with the IoT and a lot of things going on with social networking and various, digital banks and the breakthrough in the technology is producing a lot of data, which means a lot of fuel to fly with AI and, get the breakthrough in the industries. So, so that's really amazing, quite interesting to see things that I studied coming to life and helping the humankind. I worked across banking, financial services, insurance industries, and also telecom, energy, utilities, etc. Around 80 companies as a consultant or directly throughout the software development lifecycle, business analysis, project management, etc. So that gives a good first-hand knowledge and experience of where I am. I would like to share my slides, if that's okay.
Of course, yeah.
It's okay. Just bear with me. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. conscious about time. I got 15 minutes, 4 minutes are gone, so I'll be quick. So I've worked, I'm a non-executive director and board advisor as well. Studied in, various things from various universities, such as Oxford, Cambridge, and Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University. Okay, quick agenda. Intro I've given already. So role of innovation, eco solutions, that I work for, what we do and how we are helping organizations across the globe. And I'll give a few generic case studies rather than specific ones because of the confidentiality and things like that. But these are openly available case studies, how AI has helped various organizations. I chose banking, financial services, and insurance because of the time. Otherwise, I could have gone into oil, mining, and construction as well. Okay. I'm a ISO 56,000 qualified innovation 360 certified practitioner. Worked across. I've given you all the details already. I'm skipping this. So what is innovation eco solutions? We are the leaders in helping organizations in their domain and expertise. There is no limit. Though I'm primarily focusing on insurance, banking, and financial services sector in this particular webinar. However, it does work across other domains of business, etc. So we help organizations to improve their business innovation and profits. We assess their capabilities versus their aspirations, where exactly they are. We benchmark by assessing, we benchmark their capabilities compared to the top innovators in the world. As many of you know, that International Standards Organization has launched ISO 56,000 innovation standards last month, 17th of October in Peru, South America. We've studied, I've invested a lot of time into learning what are those standards from innovation management perspective, etc. And so we help organizations to help with setting up the vision, strategy, process, etc. Okay, facts. So I'll start with a quick question. I don't know in the audience if anyone knows about how much of the worth of transactions that the global banking industry processes every single day. I'll give a quick pass. I don't know if there are anyone who can answer that, at least from here, but people can guess. Why not the chair guess?
Hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe.
Yeah, okay. Almost close. So it's it's $5 trillion for 24 hours. $5 trillion. It can be probably a country's GDP. Going through the financial systems every single day. It produces a massive data. Human intelligence and human manual efforts would struggle to deal with it. Thank God for AI coming. There are pros and cons, but in this context, it does look after various things. I will slowly deep dive into a few cases. Just wanted to keep an eye on my watch. Okay, so role of AI in banking, financial services. There are certain things, predictive analytics. So it's like customer behavior based on the country or area, and how they are doing, how they are spending, expenditure, cards, loans, or mortgages, etc., etc. It all depends on how customers are behaving, so that banks can come up with new products, to be able to help those customers. Or, AI can help in terms of, for example, many of you might have noticed, receiving a text on your mobile phone or something that your bill is due, or your, something is coming up, things like that. It's customization based on the user's, behavior and needs, So that's something, that predictive analytics can help to operational efficiency, how it is. Let's talk about customer services. For example, I waited, for more than an hour, many a times, calling banks or someone to do a basic thing. It can be a basic update of information. So 1 hour is very important in the current world, the way how fast it is moving. So if there is any simple problem that customer is after, that known data, etc., it's just the case that can automatically answer and get the data and call back. Or if it is a complex kind of query that user is asking for, then route it to the particular user of a particular department. So these kind of things can be done. Fraud detection, I don't know about you. I do get texts, someone else's texts. I don't know if they are spam, and also phone calls and all. We hear a lot of stories about fraud. Okay, out of $5 trillion of money being going, moving around, people, try to, do the cyber, attacks to try and take on the bank accounts, transfer the, monies, from one bank to other, etc. I've heard so many, scary stories about, that AI can be really accurate in terms of identifying the live fraud detection and things like this. And then personalized experiences. I just mentioned about, receiving a text or something. You can actually put in your own preferences, part of your bank account or mobile application management, etc. So AI can help. So this is what I said about, anything that is reminding you about upcoming bill. I do get them all the time. See, your direct debit is going off something, so and so tomorrow, or your upcoming direct debit is going. We are going to take your card payment on so and so day, which is really helpful because you are so busy in the world. So that's one of the things. I just want to touch base 2 or 3 use cases based on time. Very quickly, I won't take long time. Okay, so this is to do with the contract analysis in banking industry. It can be insurance as well. I worked in global specialty insurance, like you insure fleet of Saudi flights, or Kuwait Airlines, or British Airways, American Airlines, etc. There are millions of pounds premium they are worth, and the contracts can be complicated. People manually reviewing every contract, underlining, if there is anything that they don't agree, and go back. It's tedious process. So AI can easily read through all the contract within a matter of seconds or minutes, and highlight the any complicated clauses within that legal terms, etc., and route it to the right people. How it works: using the natural language processing and machine learning algorithms to read and interpret those key phrases and clauses that are ambiguous to the either user, client, end client, etc. So it is quick. Some of them, like HSBC, Deutsche Bank have implemented. It has reduced, review time, manual review time by 80% of it. Also enhanced the accuracy in terms of contract analysis and likelihood of getting into, legal disputes or errors, which can cost millions, in the regulatory industry, as you know, banking and financial services. This is a great use case. Again, this is publicly available. This is just an idea that's been implemented. Then the next one is the sorry, my presentation was playing out. Yeah. So the next one is the fraud detection from the real time. So as I mentioned, let's go back. Let's see, because you may not be able to read properly in this. Okay. So with the rise of, let me put them together. Yeah, with the rise of digital transactions, the $5 trillion moving across, as I mentioned, obviously, I mentioned about the fraud and identity being, stolen and try to steal the money. So again, so AI system, it monitors and analyzes the customer behaviors, patterns. Also, if a customer is based in, America, for example, why is a transaction happened in, let's say, in London one day and Germany another day, in Kuwait on the third day, etc. So it can monitor and, closely track and highlight how it does. And, some of the examples I've mentioned, banks, like HSBC, Citi, Barclays have implemented, and they could be able to save a lot of money for billions of dollars, in fact, for their customers. Okay. The next one, sorry, my presentation sequence has played up. So nothing can replace humans, isn't it? Yeah, manual thing is better than technology. So the quick one is claims processing. The claims processing, let's go back. So the business model is, so there are certain claims, they can be very quick and straightforward. They don't have to sit and wait for days and weeks. So they can program, algorithms in such a way that looks, these sort of things with this sort of information that was provided, legitimate, compared to the client's, initial policy agreement, etc., reviewing policy document, claims and the terms together and comparing the evidence, etc., process it straight away, rather than waiting for someone claims department to review, and then something is not right, go to the next level of the superior to get through, and then you've got loads of claims being queued up, etc. So some of the company, insurance company, Lemonade and Allianz, etc., they have implemented automated claims processing using AI technology. As I said, natural language processing can go through, and contract analysis, they both can feed into this system to be able to analyze and process in seconds. So now from days or weeks to minutes, as you see, it's quick and easy and straightforward. Yeah. And the last one is the personalized banking experience. Okay. So digital bank first, as you know, everything is at our fingertips now. You can send money, receive money at your fingertips. You can buy anything from anywhere in the world. So I do remember when I worked for a bank a few years ago, they are designing a mobile application where it will come up with offers and things for the members of the bank, based on their preferences or their purchase, patterns and, behavior analysis, as we spoke about, predictive analysis, analytics and things like that. So it can really help, um, in terms of coming out of the traditional banking system into the digital, and how AI can analyze users' data and patterns to be able to help them, to show them the personalized, products. It can be within banking or insurance industry, financial services, or anything to do with the purchase or whatever, based on the user preferences. Again, you can see, customer support response times have increased by 30%. Okay. So how can we help? You see, as I said, I'm an innovation management practitioner. We look at, any organization in this field. Why do you want to innovate? Or, do you want market share or profit? Or, do you want to be incremental or radical? So we use blue ocean strategy, which is very proven. And McKinsey's 3 horizon model, this is basically from Innovation 360 AB Group, founded by Magnus Penker. It's amazing. We've tried, tested, and it's really doing fine. And on top of that, it is also having a platform called Transform 360, which will align any company to be able to qualify for the accreditation of innovation 56,000 certified company. Let's talk about Bank of Kuwait, or Bank of Saudi, or Bank of Riyadh, being or even Lloyd's Bank, or any bank, HSBC we called, being the world's first ISO certified innovative bank, for example, or world's first ISO certified innovative insurance firm, or construction and things like that, because it's just brand new. How you innovate, what are the process and product? It's a massive science from innovation management, formed based on the 100 years of peer review and study. Okay, I've mentioned it, how we can help assist organizations 360-degree, benchmark them, and then find the challenges where they're lacking, and how we can help them to be pioneers in their domain. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Dr. Misala. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Misala?
I have a quick question, if that's allowed, even though I'm on the panel.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, course. Go for it, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Joe, what a great presentation. Thank you so much. And it's fascinating how many different companies you've worked with. What do you find is the challenge for companies to actually become pioneers and leaders with this exciting new technology of generative AI?
So the first and foremost thing, the vision, mission, and objectives. So when the vision, or the vision should be, I work with founders, and CEOs, founding CEOs, because they are up for it. So they're not, I'm not, please don't take me wrong. There are CEOs who are working passionately and doing the stuff, but a founder has a vision, as they want to do something. And that vision may not, translate as you go. So the vision is very important, organizational vision. And then, marry it with the innovation strategy. What do you want to, I mentioned, because of the time I skipped quickly, actually. So what do you want to innovate? Why do you want to innovate? Do you want to innovate to grab hold of the market? Or do you want to innovate to be able to generate profit? There are need seekers, there are technology drivers, there are market readers, if you see. Need seekers, Apple is an example. They just saw the need during the button days, where we used to press them, Nokia, and they've seen that, they saw it over, and they came across. Technology drivers are like, Google, those people, they are the pioneers. So they have seen they have converted an idea into something massively big, and it is not easy to overtake them. Yes, there are competitors, but you have seen years and decades on. Yeah. And then there are market readers. If there is a takeaway in this street, you go for another take. Well, there is a takeaway, next to it. Why is it? So a person who wants to go in there, let me talk about myself. So I was visiting a place, northwest of England. We were hungry, kids were hungry. We went for fish and chips, and then there is a pizza place. Fish and chips was too busy. Probably it was more popular. We did not want to wait. We went into pizza and we ordered a pizza. So everything goes on. Think about it. You go for a drinks machine, there is a, let's say, Coca-Cola drink machine. There will be Pepsi drink machine. There will be Sprite, 7-Up, everything will go. So people are making a lot of money. So you need to answer it precisely, you need to understand what approach you want to take. That's where we kind of help. So where are your strengths are? You want to grab hold of the market, which means which way you need to take, what sort of innovation strategy you need to apply for. You are just after the profit, because market leaders will be on the profit. They want to split the entire revenue in that particular industry and sector. Androids and Apples, you can see, we don't need to name each and everything. So they split the market, but they're all doing fine. So a smartphone came, there's so many smartphone companies involved, they're all doing fine. So it depends what's your vision, where you want to go for, what process, what strategy would it go for. Secondly, let's say you're a startup. We are talking about phones, You're a
Dr.
startup.
Musala, I mean, I would love to hear you, and thank you so much for your answer. But we should be mindful of the time also, so we are running.
Sorry about, yeah.
No,
Let's
no,
move on. Yes.
I apologize for that, but we are like 10 minutes behind, 10, 12 minutes behind. So, thank you so much. So let's
Thank you.
now
Yeah, thank you for
hand
the
things
opportunity.
over to Dr. Phil. Yeah, Dr. Phil Bowden from MIT Lab and MIT Management. He's a senior lecturer and diplomatic advisor to MIT. Dr. Phil, do you want to take it over?
Certainly. Joe, thanks for that answer, and thank you, Bainam. In terms of this panel, do we have any of the others on there? How long should I take?
So we have 3 speakers today. So Dr. Musala was the first one. So you're the second one. So roughly speaking, 15 minutes, maybe with questions and answer, we can make it 20.
All right, sounds good. Well, I will start off by attempting to share, and I can imagine it's late in Kuwait, so I want to make sure we keep the process going and keep everybody awake. Although I am in the same time zone as Joe, though based at MIT in America, I am back here in London, which is always a pleasure. So the title was AI-powered business models disrupting industries and driving growth. And I want to talk about this in a much broader, going back to basics approach than Joe, who is clearly a very valued consultant working with lots of large, serious companies. I just want us to step back a moment because not everybody is going to be able to work in one of these leading companies that has a clear vision and a clear sense. So this is me. This is from before the pandemic, before my hair went grey and before my glasses were required. But I am indeed Dr. Phil Bowden. I'm at MIT. I'm a senior lecturer, which is MIT code for not a professor. So I actually spent 20 years as a British diplomat before coming into MIT. I'm delighted to be there at MIT and its management school. I work in the Tech Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Strategy group, TIES, and as a diplomat, I often find myself taking an international perspective. So I'm delighted to be speaking at this very international event today. So we are fascinated by technology. MIT is an institute of technology. It appears in many movies as a backdrop for innovation, whether it's Iron Man, Tony Stark, who is our most famous but not real alum of MIT, but also it appears in the Wakanda movies where they make fun of MIT as being no better than a Wakanda high school. But on this planet, we're fairly good at technology. But it's interesting, we put technology in the context of innovation. And so I want us to back up just for a moment to think about innovation. And I'm going to share with you MIT's definition of innovation, not because we have any monopoly on the word, but to show you how we had to come up with a definition that works for us. And I think many of the leaders who are joining this very interesting conference need to think about what it means for them to lead innovation, particularly in the context of interesting technologies. And the technology of the day is generative AI. So MIT's definition, and if you can't sleep, there is a link in the top right to more material on this. But in the short form, MIT defines innovation as the eight-word description of the process of taking ideas from inception to impact. Now, this was agreed by the professors. I'm not a professor, so they didn't ask me. So I was just struck when they put this out there. And the first thing that I realized was we don't have the word technology in our definition of innovation. We are an institute of technology. We love technology. Our professors have invented the various technologies at the bottom of the slide, PowerPoint slide, but we don't put the word technology in our definition of innovation. That's because innovation is more than just technology. And as Joe was suggesting through his consulting work, just because the technology exists, in this case, generative AI, doesn't determine whether people are going to use it. So just to unpack our brief description of innovation, if I start at the end, we have the word impact. If we were a business school, we'd probably say profit. We have a much wider definition. We like profits. We like companies and organizations that can bring in more money than it costs to run their activity. This is true of for-profit companies, but it's also true of government agencies, and it's also true of charitable not-for-profits. I was talking today with a government agency in Riyadh, Monshaat, the SME agency. They're not about making a profit, but they are about having an impact. The beginning word, process, is very important. It's not a single moment of inspiration. Innovation is more than just invention. Innovation is more than just somebody saying generative AI is the future. It's actually a process. And this is where all kinds of executives and leaders can play a key role, taking the ideas to impact as they decide it. And then the key point is an idea. There are many ideas in the world. Our students at MIT are constantly coming up with ideas. Because they don't seem to sleep, they can work on most of these ideas. But for us adults who need our sleep and have busy day jobs and families, we have to decide which ideas to work on. And the way we assess that is it a good match between a problem and a solution? In this case, generative AI counts as a technology solution. It's very exciting, but what business problem, societal problem, or mission problem does it help us with? So, to recap, innovation is more than just technology, although some technologies like generative AI coming in from the innovation horizon do enable all kinds of exciting activities. One of the challenges is there's been a couple of interesting digital technologies in the last couple of years. So teaching executives over the last 5 years, they've been saying, we've just heard about cryptocurrency. Is that the thing that's going to disrupt our business? Well, it was jolly exciting for a year, but it didn't actually disrupt many people's business. The next year, they said, it's not crypto, it's actually the blockchain. And so a lot of executives spent a year thinking, oh, is blockchain going to disrupt us? It's like, no, it wasn't blockchain. Then it was non-fungible tokens. Do you remember those? And DAOs, all kinds of things. And the executives are saying, is that the technology that's going to disrupt us? And then it was the metaverse. One company even renamed itself Meta, thinking that metaverse was going to change things. And yet on the whole, most of us don't live in virtual reality. The problem with these exciting digital technologies is by getting excited about them, we sometimes miss the one that really is the game changer. And I commend the organizers of this conference because generative AI really is that game changer and is the digital technology that could disrupt your business. The challenge for business leaders is you might not have been paying attention and generative AI may have come as a shock to you, because you were distracted by the metaverse and the blockchain and the cryptocurrency. And that's why innovation is more than just a technology. Just because the technology of blockchain exists doesn't mean it's going to be used for innovation and threaten to disrupt your company. The second key point is innovation is more than just a buzzword, although there are plenty of those out there. Agile, lean, entrepreneurs, sprint, scrum, platform, hackathon. The challenge for leaders is to work out what is the innovation that matters. And generative AI is going to separate out companies that do well from companies that get disrupted. And putting on my diplomatic hat, it's actually going to shake out economies and countries who do well, and others are going to fall behind with generative AI and suffer. And that's why this whole process, it requires management and leadership. Now, we allow ourselves as a management school one graphic, and I said that an idea is a match between a problem and a solution. If it's a low novelty solution being applied to a low novelty problem, that's BAU, which is American for business as usual. The problem is when you think of innovation just existing out at the far horizon. McKinsey, since 1999, has been talking about 3 horizons. We're not sure that their metaphor is perfect, because some of the things that you think are horizon 3 are actually much closer than you realize. And so for a long time, people thought that generative AI was horizon 3 out at the far distance. Interestingly, the first AI GPTs came out in 2017. So for those who were paying attention and weren't distracted by blockchain and the metaverse, they've been watching generative AI for the last 6 years and are profiting from it. For others, they may only have heard about generative AI last year or maybe even in today's conference. It's the people who are late to understanding the digital technology who are the ones who risk being disrupted. And that's why I commend the organizer of this conference for making us think through what are the consequences of this technology solution. So some people may feel that generative AI is out there as a big I innovation challenge at the far horizon and they don't need to worry about it. Actually, it's already having impacts. And Joe was very persuasive in talking about some of the ways in financial services and especially insurance that little I 10% improvements using generative AI can give some companies competitive edge with cost of customer acquisition or the ability to spot fraud, which means that others are going to be at a disadvantage. And those 10% improvements add up, separating the good companies from the ones that become disrupted. Now, it's not destiny to become disrupted. There is still time to adapt, but unless leaders take generative AI seriously, they do run the risk of being disrupted by the ones who are leaning into this opportunity. So one of the things we encourage leaders to do is to think about what are they working on in terms of innovation. 6 years ago, AI was out at the far horizon. It's now come crashing into our lives with business as usual. And so we encourage leaders to think about where are they putting their efforts. They may have some people doing R&D in their particular sector. Generative AI is going to affect all sectors. And one of the challenges for leaders is they might be interested in just doing business as usual, operational excellence, quarterly earnings. The problem is AI is about to disrupt that, and they need to realize that they have to adapt quickly. The way we encourage people to think about this is the way that startups work. Startups are very good on that problem solution match of ideas. They start off imagining a problem and therefore what the solution might be. Now that we've got generative AI, the act for innovators in large organizations is to work out what problem can generative AI solve, and then to run an experiment. I fear that a lot of executives are going to face analysis paralysis, where they're trying to understand generative AI, they're trying to get their arms around what's going on, and actually it's happening so quickly that if you are trying to choose your favorite flavor of generative AI, you may get completely overtaken by things. Just try to keep up with the open AI versions out there as a full-time job. But if you're trying to do Google Gemini or Notebook LM, you're trying to work on Claude for Anthropic, you may get lost. And so we encourage leaders to actually be more like startups and to do small experiments and try generative AI to make 10% improvements to their business. And just like startups go through a series of experiments in the wild of an innovation ecosystem, startups will explore at a hackathon, then validate in a competition, accelerate, and then scale. We encourage leaders of large organizations who are maybe not AI first as organizations to run a series of experiments. It's like, where can generative AI help in your business? Joe gave us the example of tackling fraud in insurance. Pick a business problem and see if one of the varieties of generative AI helps you with that. If it does, then run another experiment in that area that's bigger and more powered. If not, pivot and try a different issue. In terms of large organizations, when they're doing their internal corporate pipeline of trying things, you should try lots of things at the very beginning, stage one, and then work out which ones are most useful, and then give them more resource to go into stage two, but also be willing, as you can see from the stop sign, is to stop experimenting. This is difficult for large organizations. There's a reason that the main breakthroughs from generative AI did not come from the big tech companies like Microsoft, Google, or Apple. Microsoft had to partner with the startup OpenAI. It turns out that the startups are much better than this than the large corporates, whether they're public sector, corporates, or private sector. So we should think a bit like a startup as we run experiments with generative AI in our organizations. The final point I'll make before wrapping up is that leadership is really important. The people at the top of a large organization have the X factor. They don't have to be the most entrepreneurial or tech savvy or AI brilliant people, but the senior leaders, because of the nature of large organizations, have a disproportionate impact on what happens in the middle and front line below. And so if large organizations want to deal with generative AI and benefit from it rather than be disrupted, the senior leaders need to become architecting leaders, making sure that they are supporting their frontline entrepreneurial staff running experiments with generative AI. They need to be rewarding the good ideas and moving the bad ideas aside. And especially as leaders, they need to help the middle management become enabling. Sometimes people say that innovation dies with the middle management of the frozen permafrost. It doesn't need to, but AI will not transform your organization unless leadership is provided from the very top. Now, I've tried to give you a very short version of this today. What I'd like to reassure you is we teach this around the world. And so we teach this approach here in a program called REAP. We have taught this in every one of those regions with a dot. I was just chatting with two of my current teams, which are in pink, namely Team Riyadh from Saudi Arabia and Team Ramallah from the West Bank today. They are trying to implement these approaches. And if any of this is of use, you can contact these REAP teams. We believe that each REAP team should have each one of the key 5 stakeholders. And large organizations, whether they are governments or corporates, can learn from working with the entrepreneurs who are much quicker at adopting things like generative AI. Equally, if you'd like follow-on material, we have material available online. I'll put it all in the slides available later. And I must say, we're very pleased that we finally have produced a book about this to help people called Accelerating Innovation, which will be coming out in April. We're actually going to launch it at an innovation academy at MIT if anybody would like to come and see this in action. And I was just told earlier today that I'm doing a webinar on this subject on the 2nd of December, where I'll get a full hour on this subject. But I was very keen not to take too long and be respectful to the other speakers. So with that, I'm calling this to a close and stopping sharing my slides. So Benham, I'm happy to either take questions now or immediately pass back to you and our next speaker.
Yeah, I think we have like a couple of minutes to work on questions. If
Okay.
anyone has any questions, that would be great. And thank you so much for your presentation. That was great. Does anyone have any question for Dr. Phil?
I see Professor Naz Onel has come off camera. I'm not sure if you had a question, Professor Onel.
My apologies. I joined later, so I was only able to hear what you had to say, maybe 10 minutes, maybe less than
was
that.
probably the best 10 minutes,
But
Naz.
I am definitely planning on joining your upcoming event December 2nd. If you don't mind sharing that information, I'm really interested in learning more about what you're doing. It's a fascinating area.
Well, thank you. And Professor, where are you based?
South Jersey, Stockton University, same institution as Benham here. Yes.
Excellent. Oh, you're one of Benham's friends. Okay, Stockton in New Jersey. I like that. Very good.
Yes,
Well, thank you very much for joining
you're
us.
in Boston.
Well, I'm normally in Boston, but today I'm in London with Joe. Oh, Joe, I see you have your hand up. Sorry, I didn't see that.
You get invitation from Joe?
Joe,
I know we're meeting here first time actually.
Okay. I'm making this meeting because you meet him in my conference, right?
Definitely,
This is the first time.
us.
Yes. I'm in London, by the way, in the city tomorrow, Phil. We can catch up. It's very fascinating. I just want to thank you. You highlighted a lot of things, but I have a quick question, if you don't mind. I'm conscious about time.
If
I took
Benham allows us, yes.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So, so you hit the nail on, on the forehead, where you have to be. It's really wonderful topic and the coverage that you've done. One quick thing I've noticed, please, could you also try and help me to answer? So now with the adoption of this AI and Gen AI into various industries, healthcare and insurance, banking, construction, everything, there is a competition, indirect competition or unconscious competition among the companies, and the CEOs and C-suits are under pressure to, our competitor has taken on, and we need to go ahead. They're not laying the foundations, but they're just because the competitor has taken on and we want to go ahead with it. So I wanted to ask your opinion about rushing and taking on before actually laying the foundations of the approach, which I spoke about, vision and strategy, where they want to be.
Yeah, Joe, that's such a great question. I can see the experience of your consulting years coming through there. Yes, one of the reasons we encourage large organizations to run small experiments with these exciting technologies is because as large organizations, they compete with other large organizations. But also they have a brand and they have legacy customers and they probably can't make mistakes. We hear a lot about the OpenAI startup. There are so many AI startups that failed. Now, if an AI startup fails, that's not a problem. If Jamie Dimon applies generative AI incorrectly to JP Morgan, that is going to be headline news. That is going to wipe value off of his company. So we encourage large organizations to proceed cautiously. Without naming names, at the beginning of generative AI, by which I mean ChatGPT, which the innovation was basically putting GPT 3.75 with a chatbot in November 2022. It was amazing how many of my financial services people were early adopters, excited to use it, but didn't realize that they were putting customer data into the ChatGPT model, which Microsoft could read. And so one of the reasons to proceed cautiously is that the entrepreneurial bankers might not always realize the laws they break by implementing these things. And that's why it can't just be done by people making it up. There needs to be a level of senior engagement and especially working with consultants like yourself so they can think through the risks that are taking place. So yes, no, it's important to take this carefully. If startups fail, that's one thing. But if large organizations, banks, or indeed governments get this wrong, I was working with a Ministry of the Interior from a Gulf Cooperation Council country. If the Ministry of the Interior gets that wrong, that's really bad news. And so it's important to proceed carefully.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. That's really, a wonderful answer. Yes, to hear. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Phil. Thank you, Dr. Joe. So let's move forward to our final presenter basically today, Ms. Sheetal. She's founder and CEO of Innovation Eco Solutions in UK. So I'm going to hand it over to you.
Hello. Yeah, thank you so much, Benham, for giving this opportunity. My name is Sheetal Misala. I am the CEO and the co-founder of the Innovation Eco Solutions. If you have seen the name Misala, yeah, obviously we started together, Joe, Misala, and myself, with the Innovation Eco Solutions. So I'm based in the UK as well. So thank you so much, Dr. Phil, for the wonderful presentation. I really going to take this home saying that the startups, think like a startup. So that's amazing. Thank you. So I will be going to share the screen now. Just bear me 2 minutes. Sorry, 2 seconds. Let me turn on and share. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Can you see my?
Professor Phil, if you share your presentation through WhatsApp or email.
Oh, sorry. I'll just go back again. For some reason, it's not.
Definitely, I will do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, well done, Sheetal.
Thank you. So just quick intro, role of the Innovation Eco Solutions, what we do in the company, and then the AI-powered business models and the case studies, obviously, and how we can help. So about our company, as I mentioned, we are the Innovation Eco Solutions, and also I do work for the Innovation 360 certified practitioner. We worked for various industries around the healthcare, energy, transport, insurance, etc. So what we do, we help organizations to achieve the best outcomes in customer experience and the insights, especially during the challenging situations. That's what we do. With the Innovation Eco Solutions, what we do, we help organizations to be the pioneers in helping organizations to be the leaders in their domain, help organizations to get international standard organizations, as Joe mentioned, ISO 56000 accreditation. And what we do, we help business innovation using proven Innovation 360 framework. The framework that we have, how he explained why, what, and how, and also the methodologies. The benchmarking their innovation capabilities versus top innovators. And how we do perform a 360 degrees analysis of the capabilities versus the top innovators' capabilities. And then what we do, we assess the organization capabilities and aspirations as well to help and to help them achieve up to 35% EBITDA, and also to help transform organizations. As Joe mentioned, it's a transformation 360. And so, yeah, and also we help implement corporate vision, innovation strategy and process as well. So that's quite a list there. So we, as I said, we assess the world. So we have an access to the world's largest innovation database, around 100 years of study, research, and peer review of innovation management and sciences. And this is done by Magnus Penker, Innovation 360 founder and the CEO. So as Joe mentioned, is the 3 horizon models we work with, 1, 2, and 3, using the AI data-driven tools for business innovation. And also we do the qualitative and quantitative analysis. What is this? So we do talk to the people, interview them, and within the organization, what I meant. And the qualitative is the numbers or where we get from the AI data-driven tools that we have. So today I am going to be talking about the disruptive industries and data, I mean, the driving growth, but I will be covering the healthcare and environmental sustainability, just the basic approach. I'm not going to deep dive, but just going to go around. So I just want you to think about the last time you or the loved ones have a medical test. It's just a basic scenario. I just wanted to bring up so everybody would understand and we stand in the same page. So perhaps an MRI or an eye examination. the waiting, especially in the UK, when we need an appointment, it takes ages for us to, unless it depends on the emergency. So waiting for an appointment to get through a GP, and an uncertainty, for example, the repeated visits if the results were unclear. Now imagine a world where AI analysis, those, medical images almost instantly catching issues early, and also providing accurate, diagnostics and reducing the need for follow-up scans. That's amazing what we do with the AI. So it isn't a far-off dream. It's happening today. So it's a great thanks to the AI technology. And then the Google DeepMind. So I wanted to talk about the early detection and the patient care. So let's start with a powerful example. So I've got this from the Google DeepMind's AI tool for disease detection, for example. This AI system analysis, retinal, for example, just an example, retinal images to detect conditions like diabetes, retinopathy, with a remarkable 94% catching these diseases early. AI not only helps prevent these serve complications, but also reduces the need for more intensive treatments later on. That means it's a fewer invasive procedures and lower healthcare costs, and also the most importantly, better patient outcome. And also with the early detection and patient care, imagine, for example, an elderly person, who can avoid vision loss because, her doctor was able to diagnose or maybe treat her condition early, all thanks to the AI precise analysis. It's innovation like these are, giving patients a better quality of life, what I feel here. And also the sustainable drug discovery, faster and greener. So why I wanted to bring up this drug discovery, because AI impact does not stop at diagnostics. It's also revolutionizing the way we develop medication. Companies like Atomwise, if you've heard of it, Atomwise are using AI to screen billions of chemical compounds quickly, predicting their, potential as drug candidates. This can reduce the need for physical lab testing, cutting down on chemical waste and, the energy consumption during the drug trials. When we come to the environmental impact, by streamlining the drug, discovery process, AI helps minimizing the environmental footprints for, for example, pharmaceutical research. In a time when the world is increasingly focused on, achieving net zero goals, AI also, creating a greener healthcare system cannot be overstated. So that's amazing as well. With the sustainable facilities, as we see this reduction in the energy usage in pilot hospitals and contributing. Sorry, just move this aside. Did I stop sharing this? Oh no, sorry. I just went back again. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So net zero in hospitals, beyond patient care, AI is helping healthcare facilities themselves becoming more sustainable. For instance, Philips, they are using AI